Complicated production.
Top of the top, what's going on, y'all? Happy Saturday, man. Another edition of
Orange juice and a blunt for breakfast while I read the paper. Finna hit the block, about to see some paper.
Got the digital newspaper fellas with me in the building this morning, man. What's going on, y'all?
What's happening?
You know what I mean? Doing digital things.
Come on now.
Yes, sir.
Trying to run it up. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, slow motion in the big ocean, trying to stay afloat per usual.
Come on now, big bro. Them is facts. How your morning starting out?
Whew, man, refreshing.
That's right.
For the most part.
Yeah, it's funny because you're on the nocturnal schedule too, so it's like, yeah, it's morning for the rest of the world, but he been going.
Yeah.
He already had a complete full day.
Yep.
Oh my mama.
Yeah, I mean,
The grit don't quit, man. 100%. Them is facts.
Yeah.
Oh, everything, man. Let the people know where they can find you at, bro.
Oh, you can find me at From a Fan's Perspective on YouTube. New content dropping this coming week. You know what I mean? We're going to be covering a lot of topics. You know what I'm saying? So, tap in. You know what I mean? And check out that sneakerhead episode for all y'all sneakerheads and shit like that. You feel what I'm saying?
oh yeah, I still got to peep that.
Feet heat, man.
Yes, sir.
Come on now. The first thing that the bride gonna look at, man, is your gear and your feet, man. And if one of them is not right, man, she might be looking the other way. So you make and your cut too. You got to make sure you're fresh too, man. 100%.
Yes,
So you got to be on point, man. Them is facts.
And one thing too, shout out to all my supporters that been rocking with a nigga, man, and helping them numbers get up there, man. You know what I mean? Like,
Talk about it.
Once I hit this milestone, man, I definitely got something special for y'all for sure.
Come on now. We grinding, man. Brick by brick, day by day, man. 100%, man. Real talk.
Yes, sir.
Talk to him, Bo. What's going on, Bo?
Man, excuse me. You could always find me at the Gen Wealth Net on YouTube. You know what I mean? Covering all things fantasy football and NFL related. You know what I mean? And anywhere you consume your music, Apple, Spotify, things of that nature. Check me out, Bogard, scot-free.
100%, man. Let's get caught up in the chat before we get into the first joint, man. Top of the morning, Lee. We got the ear to the streets in the building.
What's up, ear?
He said, good morning, JD. Good morning, Bo. Good morning, Slim. Happy Saturday, fellas.
Yeah, top of the morning to you, brother.
Top of the morning.
Best digital newspaper online. Good looking, big bro. We got Song in the building. Top of the morning, Song.
What's up, MC Coolin?
Come on now, gang.
That's my guy. He over there flipping and dipping.
He said
he a night owl.
This morning. I like that trade. I'm not mad at it. We winning now. That's what he's talking about.
Come on now. Yeah, he a night owl too.
A night owl.
Yeah.
He said, good morning, ear to the streets, JD Bogey. I'm about to knock the fuck out. Just got home from work.
Yeah, man. Have a good one, bro. I'll tap in with you when you're on the clock.
We got King D in the building, top of the morning, big bro.
What up, King D? LBC, stand up.
What's happening?
What else we got? We got a meal in the boat in the morning, top of we got a meal in the building, man.
Yeah.
We got a meal in the building, top of the morning, big bro.
Top of the morning to you, Emil. Canada, stand up.
Top of the morning, Peacock.
Top of the morning.
Oh, now. Bakes in the building. What's going on, big bro?
Big Bakes.
Let's go.
Bakerfield in the building.
And we got Minnesota Den in the building. Top of the morning, everybody.
Minnesota Den. Minnesota stand up.
We got Ron in the building. Top of the morning.
What's up, Ron?
Oh, ignorant thinker podcast.
You know what I'm saying? Dirty Birds in the building.
Come on now. Oh, Hey, Peacock said he is certified sneakerhead, man. Oh my mama.
You already know
Yeah.
it's in my veins, baby.
Hey, on one of them Christmases, I think I seen Peacock was rocking the Grinch joints. What was it, the Grinch SBs? I was like, okay.
Oh man, that's a grill right there.
Come on now.
Yeah, I was like, okay, Peacock. You feel
That's a
me?
grill right
Peacock
there.
be pulling them out. Pause.
Man, we got this motherfucker lit up. Good looking, y'all. Everybody that have pulled up on us, wherever you pulling up on us, 100%. We gonna kick this shit. Oh, we got Nelly Nell in the building. Top of the morning, big bro.
Nelly Dell.
Oh,
Nelly, I shot you the link, brother. If you want to join.
Come on now.
That's our man. That's our man from such films as Paid in Full. You know what I mean? And such independent films coming at you, such as Tales, California. Be on the lookout for that. Yeah.
Come on now.
Okay.
Oh my mama. He said he just got the link getting set up right now.
Okay, yeah. Take your time.
Set up.
We'll be right here.
Let's get into the first topic, man. So the first topic gonna be about the mayor of Oakland and the indictment that she been going through, right? So it's a little 6-minute, 3-part video, 6-minute video, but you know what I mean? We're gonna go over her charges and then get caught up with the latest shit with the shootout and shit that they've been going through.
Yeah, this shit's wild.
Let's get it.
Presumption of innocence is presumed innocent unless and until his or her guilt is established beyond a reasonable doubt at trial. The indictment charges a scheme that the defendants entered into knowing that bribes would be offered and accepted by Tao and Jones in exchange for allowing the Duongs to exercise illegal influence over the levers of city government. The indictment alleges that the illegal conspiracy began around October 22, before the November 2022 Oakland mayoral election. Weeks before that election, Tao made commitments to take official actions as mayor that would benefit the Duongs. Examples of promises allegedly made by Tao include her agreement to purchase housing units from a company owned by the Duong family, her agreement to ensure the extension of a contract for recycling services that the city of Oakland had with one of David and Andy Duong's companies, and her agreement to use influence to help appoint a high-level city official to benefit the Duong's business interests. In exchange, the Duongs allegedly provided payments to Tao and Jones in various forms, including the financing of a negative mailer campaign targeting Tao's political rivals, and providing Jones and Tao with $95,000 in direct payments disguised as wages for a no-show job for Jones, with the promise of additional payments, all intended to benefit both Tao and Jones.
Gutter at Mario Juarez's house in the Fruitvale neighborhood, 9 months after the shootout.
And then,
okay, so the first couple of videos that the first video that we seen, we didn't really get to go over her charges. There go her charges of what the DA is accusing of her and why they raided her motherfucking house. 100%. Give me your thoughts on this shit.
So the Duongs, she's part of this family, or is this?
No. So the DeWong family. So I got them right here too. So the DeWong family owns California Solutions and Recycling. So they own a garbage company and a recycling company. So
and they making sure that they keep these companies as
with the city
contracted.
And then also they own some housing that was supposed to be purchased by
that same company.
100%.
Oh shit. Not slick at all.
You know what I say? You know, America is great in this aspect, right? Because they give everybody a shot, right?
Yeah.
No matter where you come from, you know, whatever, they give everybody a shot to see who will be the best candidate. You know what I mean? And some people, they get that shot and they fumble it. And some people, they get that shot and they do what they're supposed to do with it. But, you know, there's other countries that just want to keep the same people in power and do the same thing, year after year after year after year. Nah, switch them out, give them a term, switch them out. Let's get another candidate. Let's give them a shot, and let's see who, what they do. You know what I mean?
How long can mayors stay in?
Was it 4 years?
I think 2 terms, because the mayor that we just had, he just left, and I want to say he had 2 terms. I know he had 2 terms for sure.
Okay.
What is it, 2 years or 4 years apiece?
I want to say it's 4, bro.
Okay.
I want to say it's 4.
And that's like a little mini presidency of a town.
Yeah, and the good thing about it is you get to people get exposed from different walks of life that's taking that opportunity and fumbling it and doing whatever nonsense with it. You know what I'm saying? So you can't say, well, these group of people are the bad people. Nah, they all over. You know what I mean? They all over.
On everything. And see, this bride got recalled, right? And I think part of this was part of the recall, you know what I mean? And it she got her house raided in June of 2024, right? So that's 8 months ago that this shit been going on. And then the fucking the shootout that we finna talk about, like Peacock talking about, he watching the clip of that shit. That happened in 2023. So this shit is being
because they were trying to off somebody in her cabinet or something like that. I forget. Well, we'll get to that part.
On everything. 100% one of these dudes, you know what I mean, that was a so-called, you know what I mean, co-conspirator.
Yeah, he was a rata.
Yeah, so this shit get deep though. But her charges though, bro, it's pure corruption. 100%, bro. You giving unfair contracts to people that's helping you further your campaign. They done paid her off $95K, her and her motherfucking co-mayor or whatever bruh name is. They done gave them help fund her campaign by giving negative mail campaigns. You know what I mean? All types of shit, bro. That shit ain't cool, bro. So yeah, 100%. Let's get into more of what's going on.
It stopped there and it shot like 2 times.
Sheila Campos lives across the street. She tells me she was headed to work after 9 p.m. when she saw a car drive by 3 times, firing at Juarez's house and Suburban. On the last pass, Mario Juarez came outside with his .40 caliber Glock.
And he started shooting back, like firing back. Pa, 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 pa. And the car just kind of skeeted off, but kind of fast. And he was in the middle of the street shooting, like trying to get him.
I've been speaking to Mario Juarez by an encrypted phone app. He tells me he can't be in Oakland right now because he still fears for his life.
He sent a written statement first reported by the San Francisco Chronicle that says 2 suspects were nabbed in December 2024 tied to these attacks, but justice, it never came. Oakland police made the arrests, but the DA's office, just days after Pamela Price left office because of the recall, allowed the suspects to walk without charges and without informing Juarez that the men who may have shot at him were back on the streets.
It's an issue of safety, right?
Yes, absolutely. It's definitely an issue of safety.
Ernie Castillo is Mario Juarez's attorney.
When you have people coming to your house and you get into a shootout and people shoot at you, that's a huge concern. So we should have been notified by that former administration, 100%.
Mario Juarez recently had a fraud case against him dropped. He was accused of bouncing checks for a mailer that supported Sheng Tao in her race for mayor. As part of that case, Juarez accused then District Attorney Pamela Price of demanding $25,000 from him to help her recall, saying when he refused, she filed the criminal case against him.
In that motion were declarations and statements by witnesses, including Mario Juarez, that the former administration had tried to shake down Mario for $25,000. And if he had not contributed to that campaign for $25,000, then they would charge him.
Through her attorneys, Price denied asking Juarez for money. Shooting in June, neighbors confirmed to me that the day after the gunfire, the FBI canvassed the neighborhood looking for witnesses and surveillance video. And just 10 days later, agents raided the homes of then Mayor Sheng Tao, her partner Andre Jones, and David and Andy DeWong, owners of California Waste Solutions. They're all.
Thanks for joining.
There it is there. So look, brother, feds been on a motherfucking ass. That's the code. They gonna say brother co-conspirator. So when he get to somebody coming and whopping at his house and he coming out firing it, this next day they coming to look for shells and evidence, the FBI, 10 days later they hit that bride house. Come on now.
And look at, because she pulled the wrong string. She got a little, she used her, overused her power right there. She got the DA to release them. You know what I mean?
Tied to some gangster shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and she put some fucking money, you know, because she probably funded that hit. That was a hit. That was stood in the middle of the street, just like that lady accurately depicted. Pop, pop, pop. That shit made me laugh when she doing the gunshot.
So now watch. So now just remember how
that bro was funny.
Just remember how the witness said that the car passed by 3 times and bruh came out the house whopping at him. Now in the next story we gonna see the motherfucker that bruh was whopping at tell his side, because they finally got the people, because they said they locked him up. So now here it is, they come into court for for doing the shooting. And here it is there on this one, on everything. But that the bribe paying price is the one that they said tried to push up on bruh, extort bruh for to flip about the 25K. And I guess he's part of the shit on the indictment, because it's gonna say he's business partners with the fucking Duongs. This dude that we just seen that came out and started shooting. 100%.
Yep.
Oh my
yeah, and if he's involved in some shady business, because like the Duongs were in that first clip we watched, obviously tied to all the corruption, they were trying to kill him because he's obviously the guy that's like, hey, this is probably wrong. And they're like, oh no, shoot him. You know what I mean? No, I'm serious though. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, he was the one guy.
Play it dirty.
I was like, okay, we got to quiet him all the way. Silence.
Let's finish.
Dirty.
And then he got really loud, didn't he? He went to the San Francisco Chronicle, all the shit. He was like, listen, this shit going down.
This is some real life The Wire shit. I'm telling you, bro. Everything.
That shit is crazy. It is crazy because this is like on the highest level. It just be like that. It's sad. It's like this is how politics is, or it's just corruption.
Let's get it.
As the man admits shooting at a key witness in the federal corruption case against former Oakland Mayor Sheng Tao and others.
The case keeps taking twists and turns, and the I-Team's Dan Noyes got that exclusive interview today after a hearing in Oakland Superior Court.
He sure did, and Dan joins us now with the story, Dan.
Well, Dan and Amma, we have 2 people who were firing at each other. The stories are similar in some ways, but very different in others. In Oakland Superior Court this morning, 24-year-old Hermelindo Ramos made his first appearance, facing felony charges of shooting at an inhabited dwelling and shooting at an unoccupied vehicle, plus several gun and violent conduct enhancements. Ramos admitted to me that he fired a handgun at Mario Juarez, believed to be co-conspirator 1, an important key witness in the federal bribery and corruption indictment against former Oakland Mayor Sheng Tao, her boyfriend Andre Jones, and the owners of California Waste Solutions, David and Andy Duong. But he says it was all a mistake.
I go to play soccer in the park.
Ramos says he was heading home from Josie de la Cruz Park when he spotted Mario Juarez's Suburban parked in front of his house with the trunk open.
And then if we finish play soccer, I try to go my home. When I go my home, I see that his car is open. I try to close it, and then he shot me.
I reached Mario Juarez today, and he confirms firing first. He tells me suspects in 2 cars were breaking into his SUV, banging bricks against the windows. You can see a brick on the ground. Red marks from bricks on the windows in photos Juarez provided. Juarez said he heard the noise, went outside, and spotted someone in his SUV, and behind him sat multiple cars, double parked with engines running, and from one of them, a man pointed a gun directly at me. In that moment, I knew I was facing death. I fired, he fired, we exchanged gunfire. I ran and took cover inside the house. While he waited for police, Juarez says the cars returned twice over half an hour and fired again.
And you carry a gun all the time?
No, it's not my gun. Just somebody give to me.
Whose gun was it?
I don't know.
Someone in your car.
Mario Juarez was a founding partner with David and Andy Duong in Evolutionary Homes, a company that tried to sell homeless shelters made out of shipping containers. Juarez told me today he believes that Ramos may have some connection to the Duongs. Lawyers for both.
There it is there, bruh. So if you remember when the lady witness said it was cars in the middle of the street. You know what I mean? So even though they said that the cars came back 30 minutes later, it's like somebody sent them motherfuckers because they was banging this shit with the motherfucking bricks and shit, bruh.
Trying to get him to come outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
trying to get him to see, oh, somebody's fucking with my car, just to get him exactly to draw.
Bro, that's how they used to get you in New York back then, man. They'll do something, and they know you got a whip. They'll do something to that whip, make the alarm go off. You come outside, they boom you. You know what I'm saying? Like,
this shit crazy, bro.
Yeah.
You ain't lying.
Yeah, they see moving like a mob boss.
And like,
ordering
and Brett War is, you know, he at the house, so you know it's not uncommon to be armed at the house, but you know he's a star witness for some shit, so you know he's noited. You know what I mean? He's on 10.
100%.
You know what I mean? He came out there, started bucking, fuck that shit.
Oh yeah, he you know what I mean? He seen the play.
Mm-hmm.
See the play, grabbed his Glock.
I'm surprised he's still at the house, or if that's the case, don't have like, but why he didn't know, if he probably does now have protected, what is it called? Like just actual police.
Not the feds gonna protect him now. They're gonna hide him away for the moment.
Oh, for sure.
Get him out the way. Because they need him to be a witness, testify, all that. So they gonna get him out the way.
And look at they better keep him tucked away too.
Yeah, because they'll go that far. They look like they'll touch some witnesses too if they available.
And the cold thing is, to further your statement, remember when the shootout happened in the second video, they said like the next day or a day or 2 days later, the feds came through looking for evidence. And then 10 days later, they that's when they raided Shang Tao's house. So like it was already the mist was in the air behind everything that was going on. 100%. And bruh, that came outside whopping at the end of the video, it said that him and the Towels was business partners on making shipping containers into homeless people's houses. So they tried to sell that to the motherfucking city. Remember, it said its charges was contracts for recycling, and then they promised to buy homes from the Towels. There go them homes right there.
I mean, they got some fly looking shipping container homes, though, right?
Nigga, my mama had a property going up 80, not before you get to Reno and all that, but a little bit lower, and it's still snowing and all that shit. She had brought it a little half an acre like type shit. It was gonna be a retirement home, but that's what she wanted to do up there was a shipping container home on everything. Facts. And that shit, you know.
They cost conscious too.
Yeah,
I seen a guy build $1 million Airbnb out in like a remote area.
Word, and
fully decked
out. $1 million off of it?
No, he it took $1 million to build it.
Oh, okay, but it's all container shit.
Yeah, but it's super decked out. It got a helicopter pad, everything. Like it's super decked out. And homie was a photographer, a full-time photographer, and then he was doing engineering. You know what I mean? So that's how he was like, he had saved up some money and, you know, got a loan and funded it.
Dang. Good investment. Because then you have the helicopter thing. Now this is some high-level Airbnb shit, right?
Yeah.
Charging up the woo-wop. But this is like the type of clientele that has helicopters, though. So they got money.
Little getaway, something like. But yeah, like, you know, that's the thing, you know, they give everybody a shot, you know, and that's how you get to see who's criminal minded from who's not. We're not gonna do this thing where we're gonna keep one person in power, because absolute power corrupts absolutely. So we're gonna switch them out, and the ones that's good, okay, y'all do y'all good bid, y'all get paid, whatever. The ones that's foul, you know what I mean? Yeah, y'all gonna be up in the feds. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. That's how it go down. Remember, equal opportunity, baby.
Bake said in Cali, it's a 4-year term with a limit of 2 consecutive terms. And Lee said the same thing in his state. And Lee said, mayor. Yep.
Yeah. Damn, that's like a little mini presidency.
You ain't lying.
Yeah. But see, when it comes to, I want to see what that trial gonna look like, though. What is she facing?
Updated for sure, because man, we just got all this shit within the span of what maybe
she's
2 months.
Facing fraud.
What she facing? No, I'm like what she facing as far as time?
Now that I don't know. I think the first time we did it, I had pulled up the paperwork, but it ain't gonna be too hard to pull the shit up because I've found the information on the towels.
Yeah,
There's
one
all
of the
that
first
going
ones we
on.
watched had the towel girl, female talking too.
I mean, not the towels, the Dewongs. I found all
the Dewongs, yeah.
I found all the information on the Dewong family.
Yeah, they connected to that shooting. Whew, Lord.
Oh, it's a wrap.
Yeah, they're gonna roof her because he was a witness too. Yeah, they're gonna roof her.
That's an obstruction.
Right, because why would
witness tampering?
Witness tampering.
The feds coming to look for the evidence.
If that dude who claims to be playing the soccer guy, just someone gave it to him. You know what he says? Someone gave me the gun. Sounds like he's gonna tell who gave him that gun eventually.
Oh, everything's not my gun. I was just playing soccer.
I was just playing soccer. They said, "Hey, you want to make some money?"
Oh, everything.
Yeah, that's just crazy.
Yeah,
that joint was crazy. They put him on camp.
Bakes-a-lot said the witness said, did she say the car skeeted off? Yeah, that's that town business, big bro. Everybody in the town is with the shit, the lingo, all the, you know what I mean? Oh my
Every nationality, man.
She moving like Shane Tucson.
Hey, you know what I'm saying? And she shape-shifting on him. By day she's the mayor, by night straight corrupt crime boss. That's a crime boss.
Exactly, you know what I mean?
All the underground shit.
She just shape-shifted like a Shane Tucson.
Oh, Peacock said, I like how this chick describes the shooting right here. She's a Raza, so you know that's legit how it went down. Oh, my mama. Yeah. He was doing like every day.
He's like, you know what? Then he went back.
She went like this, like you know what I mean?
Like she
was like this.
That's good. Business for you, bruh. Oh, my mama.
Town business.
Bake said the car skeeted off. Oh, my mama. Balls.
Shout out to Oakland, man. That shit. Oh, no. And that's sad, too, because Oakland is a place where, you know what I'm saying? Man, they always fought corruption, you know what I mean? And then, like, you know, Oakland, man, they governed themselves for a long time. When you had the Black Panthers and all that, and then, you know, of course, you know what I'm saying? How do you fuck places up like that? You know what I'm saying? You put crack in there because that's another one of those places that like was definitely one of the meccas or the jump off spots where they, you know what I mean? They put that shit in the communities. You know what I mean?
Yo, it's just like Mac Blast said, right? He said they playing water gun games.
Bro.
Don't get wet up.
No, real talk, man.
And hood to hood, he got to showing all his shit on every
Mac Blast
on my mouth.
They ain't told nothing less than 30.
Come on now.
The 30 dick in them. That was the saying back then. We 30 dick in them. You can't hide those things. You just know that big hole hanging out the side of the pants. You feel me?
Everything. Let's get into the next one, y'all. There's some shit in Texas. Speaking about our dogs, Lee and Peacock, man, we got some shit in Texas where they trying to pass another law. Tell me if y'all can hear it.
The man authorities say is responsible for a deadly 17-car crash on I-35 is in the Travis County Jail. Police arrested 37-year-old Solomon Weldekeel Arias on Friday. Now, police say he was driving an 18-wheeler and crashed into more than a dozen cars on I-35 near Palmer Lane. The crash killed 5 people and injured 11 others. Police say he failed a field sobriety test but did not have alcohol in his system. A judge set his bond at a total of $1.2 million. He faces 5 counts of intoxication manslaughter and a charge of intoxication assault with a vehicle. The National Transportation Safety Board is in town to investigate. The agency is looking at every aspect of this crash. So far, they've used a drone to document the scene. According to an affidavit obtained by KVUE, witnesses report an 18-wheeler driven by Araya failed to brake before slamming into stopped traffic.
They're more than just the statistics. They are our mothers and our fathers and our friends.
We'll also be looking into the truck driver's employment history as a commercial driver his entire driving history to include crash history and traffic violations, as well as his medical history.
The NTSB expects their next update to happen within 30 days, the next 30 days. And the deadly pileup comes amid a push at the State House to make it harder to sue trucking companies. Lawmakers have filed multiple bills, including Senate Bill 30 and House Bill 4806. And critics say the bills would cap how much someone could get from a trucking company in this type of situation. In a statement, Texans for Lawsuit Reform called it a horrible tragedy, but say those bills won't prevent anyone involved from pursuing a lawsuit, recovering all that is entitled to them from the driver and the company, and even recovering damages if appropriate. Adding that they are aimed at preventing lawsuits without merit.
Man, that's you know what's crazy is the first thing I think of is Tracy Morgan. Remember that?
Yeah, 100 mil.
Was it like 150?
What happened?
No, he got 100 mil from that.
Yeah, when the Walmart truck hit their tour bus.
Is that right?
Yeah, he got 100 mil from that.
Tracy Morgan was fucked up for a cool minute.
Oh, I never knew that.
Yeah, he got 100
like,
mil.
he
But you got to realize, though, they got to look at, okay, how much does he make? How much opportunities he missed out on? You know what I'm saying? Like, all that. Because he couldn't, he was laid up for a minute.
Yeah, he couldn't do nothing.
For a couple of years, he was laid up. So it's like, okay, I'm missing all of this money. If I'm making $10 million a year, you know what I mean? I'm laid up for, let's say, 4 or 5 years. That's $50 million right there. Not to mention medical bills, not to mention, you know, all the other stuff going on, the pain, the suffering, the whole, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, his best friend died in the thing.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, his best friend was in the thing too. I guess this was like his main man's. I guess that always went with him everywhere.
Oh,
over the years.
Yeah, so that's depth too. Yeah, 100 mil, man.
Come on now.
Mil.
Yeah.
Top of the morning, Nelly. How you doing today?
Hey guys.
Nelly.
How's my sound?
Sound good.
Good. Okay. Good. Sound. It's been a while. You know, I had to blow off the dust on this mic. You know, I was out here with Bogey and others. So.
Yeah. This is my man Slim. This is my man Slim. Hails from Brooklyn. You know what I mean? And you remember JD, you know what I mean? But welcome to the joint, man. You know what I mean?
So we got a Boogie and a Bogey. Look at that.
Yeah.
I like that.
But his channel's called Boogie Vision. You know what I mean? Brooklyn fashion.
The movie reviews. That's the last one I said, Bogey.
Yeah, and then you know what I'm saying, Nelly. But so were you watching backstage in that first segment?
Yeah, I got caught up in that while I was preparing my warmish water.
There you go. Okay, so
it's funny. It's great to finally meet the Guccini in person.
Yes, sir. JD.
JD, okay, finally meet you. That's cool, man. I've been watching you guys here and there. So
yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm in a lot of pain. I was doing squats yesterday. I didn't warm up enough in my back. I just pulled it. Just nothing major, but it's gonna be. I got spasms for the next couple days.
Man.
Just sitting here gingerly. So like I said, I texted you, said it was a crazy night, or maybe I put in the chat. I think it was a crazy night last night.
It's funny because when I think crazy night, sometimes you know what I mean. I'm like, oh, okay.
No, it's a crazy night. I was like, I went to.
But yeah, but you went
to bed late. I was listening to stuff. I was on the piano. You know, listening to some podcasts. These horror stories, these parallel universe things, glitches and stuff. So I went to bed, and Bogey, you texted me yesterday. I said, I'm sleeping in tomorrow because I'm really tired.
Yeah.
Time Saturday comes around.
No, I'm glad. But we started
at 7:30. You're like 7:30? Are you kidding me? 7:30. Like 8 o'clock is the earliest. So
we started late.
Yeah. So
well, Nelly, so being that you're obviously from Canada, but and you've been in America for a good while now. So when you hear about like, you know, American corruption in politics and stuff like that, like is stuff like that like uncommon in Canada? Like, because you know we're not from there, so I never thought of like Canada. Always seems like a place that got it together.
It used to be kind of like that. You're right, and it's funny because we're not known for having guns, but actually Canada has a lot of guns per person because there's a lot of hunting up there.
You ain't lying.
There wasn't really a lot of shootings like they have in the U.S. and stuff like that, killings. But you do have guns. I grew up, I moved around, but I had friends that lived on ranches and stuff. They all had guns, driving cars and riding bikes, motorbikes and stuff, and they're 10, 11.
Yeah,
so
strapped up.
So it's not so as far as the violence, it's not as violent typically, but I know in Toronto they've had their problems with some gangs over there recently, and I was living there for a while. So it's different. It's a different culture. Like I used to fly back and forth a lot, and when you I'd fly to LA before I moved here, and you can feel the machine, like the war machine, the news and the energy. It's a little different than when you go to Canada. Canada's more laid back. And politics is different too.
The war machine.
Yeah,
that's like a spot on description.
Kind of like the war machine with the news and the safety. Be careful where you go. All this stuff, right?
Yeah, and then it's in the zeitgeist. So you meet just someone you might talk to like on a subway. Man, you see the news? Like, yeah, man.
Yeah.
And then, it adds to this level of paranoia. It's the war machine.
Yeah, and you feel that. And the one major difference of living in both countries is that I like living in LA, and I like living in Toronto. Most places I ended up living I liked. Even as a kid, we moved around. I've lived in 12, 13 places. We moved around a bit. Then I moved around on my own as an adult. But there's one thing I do like the U.S. like with business and where I'm living, the weather and stuff. But there's one thing that by far I like in Canada more is the politics. I never grew up one time having a serious argument over politics when I lived in Canada. And you have like about 5 parties. You got usually 3 parties that are in the running that kind of keeps the other 2 in check, so to speak, right? And you never really have just like a back and forth, black and white, either left and right, Democrat, Republican, that's it. And then there you have it's more temperamental, maybe I'd say. A stranger will argue with you straight up. Party. What's that?
A stranger could argue with you at the gas station straight up. You see, like, oh, you a Trump supporter, bro? Oh, what? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So there's more division here, I find.
People be over the top passionate about their party, whatever the party may be.
So there's a difference. But Canada's catching up, and Canada's angry right now with
America.
Trump's moving like a gangster
right now. So
he's moving like a mob boss.
Yeah, Trump moving like a gangster. You know what I mean?
51st state stuff isn't going over well.
That's what he wanted to do. Is that real? He wanted to make Canada a state?
Well, I mean, it's kind of tongue in cheek, but there's some truth to it, Canadians don't take it lightly.
This is what they prophesized in that motherfucking zeitgeist back in the days with the big North America, the one country shit.
You said there's something to it with the 51st state?
Yeah, I mean, because I talk to my family and friends.
We get a lot from Canada.
And, here, we kind of laugh about 51st state, but they take it seriously.
In what way? The Canadians don't want it, or they do want it?
Oh, they don't want it.
They don't want
it. They're proud to be like their own country.
Canada's proud. They're very proud people. They're their own shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you know what's funny is every Canadian I've met, they're very proud to be from Canada. You know what I mean? If you would have asked me, like, "Are we from?" I'm from America. It's cool. You know what I mean? Like.
Canada's great. I grew up there, of course. And,
America's all right.
And it's funny, and people say, "Oh, it's so cold in the winters." As you get older, you kind of get tired of dropping snow and stuff, maybe like that. But when you grow up, because weather is you just have to be alive as a kid, really, right? So you're not worried about cold weather and stuff. You're not driving, so you got snowball fights, making forts and stuff in the snow. So.
That's right. That's right. You used to play hockey and shit.
School system's really good up there, So there's lots of good things. Clean,
free healthcare.
Toronto's so clean. It's the biggest city in Canada. It's you think Toronto's clean? Go to other cities. The most beautiful city.
Been to Vancouver.
Actually, Vancouver's one of the most beautiful.
I've been to Vancouver before too.
That and Quebec City.
So I gotta say,
okay, we.
So one of the most beautifulest women I met in my life was a snow bunny in Vegas from Quebec, and she had the French accent, bro. Oh my!
Oh yeah, the French. I like that French accent.
You know, I think that their first language up there is in Quebec is French. Oh my man, that shit, man, that snow bunny was
like how
every day.
Yeah, I tell you, and the thing is, when you go to Quebec City, they don't really speak English. Like Montreal, they're bilingual, right? Or they'll speak to you in French first. You don't speak French, they'll speak English. But in Quebec City, there's like, nope. They speak French like full on.
That's crazy.
But they have these cobblestone streets downtown and stuff. It's really, really beautiful city. It looks like a European city, really. Quebec City. I think it's the capital of Quebec.
So what brought you over here to America?
Acting.
Okay.
You know, the films and stuff.
Okay.
I've been here for a while, for a minute now. Things are going well. I'm an award-winning actor now. I just got that.
Congrats.
Big Brad.
Yeah, I got these indie films and stuff. I got into this film called Tales California. I think Bogey mentioned it earlier. Tales California, and that's doing a run right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I haven't seen. I remember I got an exclusive, one of the little 15-minute little woo-wop, but I haven't got to see the whole film yet. But I'm looking forward to it. You just got to point me in a direction where I can find it.
Yeah. Bogey had us on. We had an interview with the producers and the lead actors, Jen Ball and Ryan Willard.
Yeah. Shout out to Jen and.
We'll have to get them on again.
Ryan
on one of these. On either
Tales
this
from
show
California?
or another one, another podcast.
It's called Tales California.
Tales
California. Tales California. Okay.
So it's been in the film festivals. We just won. Actually, I have the awards. Can I get up? It's gonna hurt. But I'll get them later. But I have the awards. So I won Best Actor in this Lady Filmmakers Festival in Beverly Hills. So best lead actor. So of all the films, so I was happy for that. That was my first award, and then we just won in the Golden State Film Festival for best ensemble cast. So the whole cast got it for.
That's
we're doing something right. I accepted the award. It's cool.
You also played in Paid in Full, right?
Yeah, that's how the universe brought us together.
I ain't eating.
My famous scene with Cameron and Wood Harris.
Yeah.
Wood Harris when they kind of off me there.
Okay. That's
Did they shoot me in the back or was it in the ass?
Yeah, that was
in the back, right, Bogey? It was in the back. Bogey,
behind parts.
Right? It was in the back.
It was the high part.
Behind parts.
You know what's cool? I know you guys are a little younger, but when I got up, I was staying at where was I staying at the Radisson or something? They put me up because I was living in Toronto at the time.
Okay.
Flew me to New York. We had to shoot in Harlem. We did some outside stuff. And then
out in Harlem.
What's that?
Definitely.
So the production van came to pick me up, right, for 8 or 9 o'clock call or something in the morning. It's a Saturday, I remember. And I'm riding the elevator. This tall guy was in the elevator with me, riding down. I just kind of said, hey. Then after a while, I was like, who was that guy? It was Kevin McHale.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, you know, right?
One of the illest.
He knows. Yeah, and I used to watch him back growing up in the 80s and stuff. When I was a kid, when he played on the Celtics.
Mm-hmm.
Him with Larry Bird.
Parrish,
yeah.
Oh, shit, and with Bird.
Yeah, so I was riding with him. It was like,
everything.
And then they get in the van, and then on the radio, they got, check this out. They had horse and carriage on.
Okay, Cameron.
Yeah, horse and carriage. They're like, yeah, that's going on.
Oh,
I'm going to shoot a scene with them.
See,
all these coincidences going on, you know?
I don't believe in coincidences, though. You know what I mean? Even the fact that, because they were shooting some of it in Toronto, too, as well, right? I know they have a lot of studios
some studio shots. There's all kinds of studios up in Toronto. So they're shooting studio shots. So we shot there. Then I shot in New York 2 months later or something like that. And that's when I almost had a conflict. I don't know if I told you this on our last show. I got a gig with Robert Townsend, who did Eddie Murphy's Raw. He directed that.
Yeah, Meteor Man.
Meteor Man, yeah.
So he cast me in a film on NBC, the Natalie Cole story.
Okay.
So I did some stuff. And they said, yeah, we'll give you your dates and everything coming up. I think, oh yeah, that's cool. But the thing is, I remember shooting in August. I shot Paid in Full my first couple of days in Toronto. And they said, yeah, you'd be shooting in New York like about a month and a half from now. I don't know if it was September, October, end of September or October or something. I go, yeah, cool. And then I'm still auditioning, and then and then my agent calls, yeah, you have an audition with Robert Townsend, go down there to the casting. So I got that part to play. Natalie Cole actually had a drug dealer, so I'm playing this guy, drug dealer. And then they said, we don't know the dates, but we'll get back to you on the dates and stuff. So it was shooting like the day that on the Monday, which was the weekend after New York, right? So like, oh man, so I had to tell my agent. So hey, remember I'm shooting Paid in Full, and they got me because I shot first, so they have precedence, right?
Yeah.
I already shot the film like ahead.
Yeah, they got priority.
A priority, yeah. So she goes, oh, okay, well, let me call Townsend and just make sure things are good. Yeah, well, like I'll be back. I'll find back on Sunday. And then she calls. So she calls me. When she calls me back in about 5 minutes, she goes, "Oh yeah, so I talked to Robert, and then he called Natalie Cole. She's worried about you, like not making it back. So then I think they may recast it. No, they're not going to recast. I'll make it back.
I'm going to be the best drug dealer ever now. Now that I'm Paid in Full, I got all these drug dealer swag."
Yeah, there's no way. And they said, no, I'll be good. Well, they're worried about you being tired and the flight back and everything. I was like, I'm not going to be tired. No, come on.
Yeah, this is Robert Townsend.
Like, I mean, I wish I didn't even say anything, right? So, and she goes, okay, let me call him back and say that you're good. Yeah, that you really want to do the role and everything. I don't know. She got a hold of him like so quickly. She got him back 2-3 minutes. Okay, they're good. She's, if you're sure that you won't be tired, stuff, they'll do it. So shooting Monday morning on that, in Toronto. So like, yeah. And then, so I got that straightened out. And then I remember flying out from New York Sunday. And this is when I saw my first autograph, actually. And it was kind of odd because I was never going to ask for an autograph before. Right? Because I did a couple roles, but this is kind of my first major, and I didn't know the scope. Like Bogey and JD. Maybe
I was trying to tell him the magnitude of like.
Yeah, I didn't know the magnitude because in Canada, I've never.
He didn't know the whole lore behind the story.
Yeah, I never knew that. So I'm just like I knew it was a big film though. It was Miramax and stuff.
Yeah, but the legend.
I had to get a visa to work in New York, so. They took care of all that, so I know it's a big film, but I didn't know the scope of the
lore,
the film, in the New York story.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I know the story, right?
Yeah, he didn't know the AZ Alpo.
Right. I didn't know about that stuff.
He wasn't aware of like the real story and how it affected like all culture. Like we all wear Timbs because of them. You know what I mean? Like, they affected fashion, music, everything. The way we talk and the way the dress. Like it was just, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, and they knew, of course, Cameron knew, Wood Harris, Mackay.
Soul Drug. I mean, a lot of the shit that that came out of it, obviously, it was it's a lot of drug dealing but things we shouldn't glorify, but definitely things that I looked up to growing up.
Yeah, so I was saying that like the main actors, and they all knew, and Charles Stone, the director.
Yeah, Mackay Pfeiffer.
They all know of course they know what's going on. I was just like,
Cameron.
They didn't even film me in or nothing. I'm just like, just do good work, just do scenes, just to make sure you can act good and stuff.
Yeah, you do.
So I was going through, and it's this ironic. The guy I was getting breakfast and stuff, and the guy told a New Yorker, do the kind of thick New York accent and everything.
Hey, yo, B. He's like,
yeah, pretty much.
He was in that movie.
And then I said, yeah, I'm just flying back out to Toronto. I was shooting a film. He said, oh, really? What film? He's all interested. But I kind of just said it in passing because, I was just, that's the field I'm in. So I didn't think he was going to get like all talking about it. And then I told him what it was and everything. He said, hey, man, that could be a big film. Like, you never know. I was like, I don't know. It's not like I'm the lead actor or anything. He says, it doesn't matter. You have your autograph? was like,
Yeah, I mean, you know.
like, all right, yeah, okay. Then I changed the subject, and then he goes, we was talking about something else real quick. He says, "So, you give me your autograph or not?" He's getting a little pissed.
Comes back, he's like, "Listen, just in case."
I was like, "Yeah. You got a pen and some paper and stuff. Yeah, I'll do it. And that's what I said. You gotta take people seriously, even though I'm thinking about my next gig, you know. And it's to certain people, you know, it's like you can't rain on the parade. You kind of like have to, not have to, but it's good to kind of just enjoy it, right? Enjoy it.
You should embrace it. You know what I mean?
Embrace it. There's the word. Yeah, embrace it.
I think why the story was so like, you know, revered when the movie came out, because, you know, Harlem had a whole history of hustlers, you know what I mean? But they were older hustlers. So like Rich Poor and AZ and them, they were like the youngest hustlers around that time that was getting a lot of money, like the older cats. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, they were young millionaires living in the neighborhood. You know what I mean?
They were 1920, right?
Nah.
I mean, we're like in the 70s.
This isn't
the heroin bosses.
What are you talking about? You talking about with, the story with AZ and Alpo?
Yeah, no, their age. Weren't they in their teens?
Yeah, they were in their teens, going in their early
18,
20s.
19 or something?
Yeah,
they got, at the ends of their stories, they were like in the early 20s.
Yeah. Well, Alpo story ended when he was in his early 50s.
Oh yeah, but I'm talking about as far as like
back in the 80s, how old they were. Yeah.
When did Alpo get locked? Like early 20s?
You said early 20s?
Yeah, Alpo was it like 25?
I'm not sure when he got locked. He had to be in his early 20s because he did 26 years. You know what I mean?
And then he came out, he was like 50 something.
Yeah, so he was in his early 50s when he came out, because he was still moving around Harlem a little bit before, you know, that situation happened.
Yeah.
You know.
Where was the opening scene shot at? Was that shot in Toronto or was that shot in Harlem?
The opening scene.
Oh, the one
where everybody's hanging out at? Where everybody's hanging out at?
Oh, there. No, that was in Harlem.
That was.
That gotta be, because that looked like Lennox Ave.
That looked like Lennox Ave.
That looked like Lennox
I wasn't
Ave.
in that scene. That looked like a lot of fun.
You said you was in that scene too?
I was not.
Okay.
I think they shot that. So I got there, like I said, on a Friday. I think they shot that during the week or something.
That's pretty cool too. Like the wardrobe, whoever run the wardrobe in that movie is legit.
It's iconic, man. 100%.
Yeah, I wonder where that red hoodie I wore is now. You know. But that was shot in Harlem. That was cool. That's the money coming down too, right at the end there.
Everything.
Yeah. I think the only person that really survived out of that whole thing was AZ.
AZ, yeah.
Yeah.
And he
was on set the day before I got there. I never met him. I missed him. The director was telling me that. Yeah, he was on set.
I do think Wood played him very well. Like he got the mannerisms down. Like, you understand?
You know, on the real.
Like, remember he always says, "You understand?" Like he killed that.
You know, on the real, I think the next person they should do a story on is Lou Sims, because he had a hell of a story in Harlem. Like, he was one of the top guys in Harlem. He just came home not too long ago. He's doing good now, but
this in the 80s.
Yeah, it was in the 80s. You know, he started a crew called a Lynch Mob in Harlem, but they was getting a lot of money, but they was dangerous. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know that he started them.
Yeah, he started the Lynch Mob in Harlem. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the life I knew about the U.S. as far as some of the culture of America, so was music. Run DMC, Kool Moe Dee, listen to them.
Kool Moe Dee.
LL Cool J before he moved from New York. You know, he's in LA, pretty much solid, but he started.
Yeah, he from Queens. I met him. He from Hollis. I met him like twice. But he's like one of the favorite celebrities I met, because he was so down to earth, like, you know what I mean?
That's what's up.
Yeah, I've never heard a bad thing about him. Rock the bells.
hey, the only bad story he has is with Jamie Foxx, but you hear more negative stories.
Jamie Foxx is playing with him. He didn't think that Queens was gonna come out of him. That's what it was.
One of my favorite movies, Any Given Sunday.
Yeah,
that was a good movie.
Yeah,
that's up there for me.
That's a good movie.
Mogi did a review on that, didn't we, both? We reviewed it.
Y'all reviewed that movie before?
Yeah, last year. When we stopped, before a year and a half.
We took him through all the good sports movies. And
Yeah.
Shout
it's
out
a
to
game of inches.
Cameron Diaz. That's a young Cameron Diaz in that motherfucker too, boy. Oh, everything.
Yeah.
Fact.
Cameron Diaz was kind of right back in the days.
100%.
Okay,
remember the mask?
You do movie reviews, right?
We did, yeah.
You did, but you did. You ever heard of a movie called A Most Violent Year?
Uh, most about
A Most Violent Year.
Is that the Nat Turner story?
No. This was about a guy in New York that had a heating company, and he was offered to get like a piece of a land in New York by the water where he can store more oil, and then it just became a big fight over because all the other heating companies, they didn't want him to get that piece of land, but he had to come up with a certain amount of money, and they was trying everything in their power to try to mess up the deal. You know what I mean?
We're getting
I never heard of that. Sounds interesting though.
Yeah, that was a really good movie. That was a really good movie.
That's like some Boardwalk Empire shit right there.
Oh, that was one of my favorite series, Boardwalk Empire. Shout out.
Remember they were fighting for all the waterfronts and shit, and like you had all the gangs.
They was in New Jersey with that shit.
Yeah, and this was like back in the day, fucking early Atlantic City shit.
Right.
Yeah, that movie was really good. It wasn't as big, but it was in the movie theaters at one point.
Okay, the most violent year.
A Most Violent Year.
I didn't remember that at all. Most Violent Year. That's kind of a unique title too. So
yeah, because I thought it was gonna be like some mobster type of movie, and it wasn't that. It was a guy that owned a heating company, and he was trying to like when those Jews had offered him that piece of land in Manhattan, it was enough space to where he can store a lot of oil and now order a lot of oil and supply other heating companies.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So for him to try to make it to that level, all the heating companies, they started trying to do little things to kind of like thwart him because he couldn't catch no charges. He couldn't, he had to be clean. But they was trying every single thing. Like they planted a gun in his bushes. Where his daughter came outside, was playing with the gun. She almost shot herself. You know what I mean? They try to rob his drivers, stuff like that. And he couldn't retaliate, but he had to find slick ways to, get back at them without, catching charges and,
Oh wow. Had to be stealthy about it.
Yeah, he had to be real stealthy about it, but he was smart though. Like his whole thing was outsmarting them. You know what I mean? And in the end, he ended up securing the land. Paid the Jews the $2 million and got it, and they all had to buy oil from him now.
$2 million, yeah, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
What time frame did this take place in?
This was like in the 80s.
Okay.
Mid 80s.
Dang.
Yeah.
Remember Jay said that in the bar. He said a billion. He said I should have bought that building back then for $1 million. He said, you know how much it's worth now?
Yeah. In Dumbo, Brooklyn.
Yeah, the Dumbo. Yeah.
Yeah. That was real cheap back then.
You know what I thought about it? Dummy.
Yeah.
And this guy's like a blue collar dude.
Because it's worth 20.
The guy who owned the heating company. He was a blue collar guy.
Yeah, I mean,
would you say?
Yeah, he was coming up. He was like a blue collar guy, but he wasn't. He was a little rough around the edges too. You know what I mean? But he always wore a suit, stuff like that. But he wasn't. Okay, yeah. He wasn't unfamiliar with it. Huh?
He was independent.
I can't hear.
No, I said white collar, but he just said independent more accurately, I would say.
Yeah, he was independent. You know what I mean? So he carried himself like like a young boss. You know what I mean? But you could tell he came from humble beginnings. And he had to build that business, that small heating company, brick by brick.
Yeah, then you get up into the big leagues and you realize, oh no, they play dirty here.
Yes, they was playing dirty. That's the thing.
Oh shit, I gotta start playing dirty now. Like, oh no, I didn't know it's like this. You realize there's a level of corruption up there. Like, no,
we just talked about
running it.
We just
he couldn't involve himself in playing too dirty because he was
clean, like you said.
Because look, he was trying to build up the $2 million and then ward these guys off that was trying to thwart, what he was trying to put together because they heard about the deal. You know what I mean? So, when they say business is war, that movie is like a direct representation of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is war. Donald Trump's president. Perfect analogy right there. He's negotiating business. That's how he's doing his presidency right now.
I just watched the interview on the Doge team. So the whole Doge team was on MSN. Was it MSNBC?
Oh, his little Avenger squad.
Yeah, it was like a little 15-minute interview, and they was talking about so the SBA loans and all that shit like that, right? So you got the you got the SBA loan department, and then you got also where all the people's names and social security.
Yeah.
So look, what Elon was saying was where the loan department is and where the social security department is, computers don't talk to each other. So when you was filing for them SBAs, they said it was a 9-month-old baby that got a loan, bro.
Wow. Well, I mean, back in the days, one of the scammers, like blue collar scams, they will call and be like, I just got custody of my kid. You know what I'm saying? My kid's 1 year old, but now I need to get I need to get a social security card and get a birth certificate. And they go, oh, okay, what's the name? And then you give the name. And you know what I'm saying? And a lot of times it'll be someone that's already existing, but someone else is just scamming the fuck out of shit. They open up hella shit.
They mentioned that during the interview.
Mm-hmm. That's one of those things too. When people call, like I'm so afraid to even pick up phones I don't know now, like numbers, because they go, "Is this such and such?" I go, "No." I just hang up.
Because all they got to do is just record you.
Get you to say yes.
That's it. I remember that. Yeah. So yeah, that shit is crazy.
I
bro.
think I thought I got like that in January. I went and changed all my accounts, bro. That shit was annoying. But just to be sure.
I remember somebody had put a $10,000 tax bill under my name.
What?
Oh my God. No.
Yeah. So
you're like, why is all my returns getting refurbished? You're like, what the?
No, I got a letter in the mail from North Carolina, and then I thought it was some scam stuff, so I disregarded it. Then I got the letter again, so I called the number and I said, what is this about? And they're like, well, you owe $10,000 tax. I'm like, no, I don't. Yeah. I'm like, this is a scam. Like, I don't owe no $10,000 of taxes. And it was from and whoever filed it, there was a nurse. And I was like, yeah, I'm not a nurse. This is not me. So they're like, well, you're gonna have to take that up with the IRS and stuff like that. So, but in order
So yeah, I think you take it with the fraud department, because that happened to me. There was a college saying about my tuition. I don't know what college are you talking about?
Oh shit! And look, when it comes to tuition and school loans, they hunt those down.
And I talked to them and go, oh, okay, yeah, you have to talk to the fraud because it's obviously not you.
Yeah, but the thing is that in order, like when I contacted the IRS, they like, well, you have to get a police report from your county first, right? Oh, so when I went in, I was in Nassau, so that's in like Long Island. So when I went into the precinct and I went to go get a police report, they started giving me the runaround. So I said, well, you guys don't have to worry about this, because if this were to happen to you or your son or your daughter, you guys are cops, so it'll automatically get handled. But me, I'm a civilian, so I don't get that same grace. And I guess the sergeant must have heard it, and he was like, no, file that police report. Wow. You know what I mean? So we'll process it. So they process it.
He was like, stop giving this young brother some runaround. Fucking file his shit.
Yeah, so I got the police report, and then I had to send it out to the IRS fraud task force. So once I sent it out to them, they was able to verify everything, and I sent them my identity so they know who I am. And they hit me up maybe like about this was a whole 2-year process.
Oh shit.
You know what I mean? So when they
were they refurbishing your returns during that time?
No, it didn't. For some reason, it didn't affect my returns. So when they hit me up and they sent me a letter and it was like, well, it's been resolved. But they called me on the phone and they said, well, we have the guy's information. So if you want to take that information and file charges, you can. I said, no, I just want this resolved, because if you guys are the task force, that's your job.
That's your job.
You know what I mean? Like, so
this person's committing fraud.
Yeah, you know what I mean? But Yeah, it took 2 years to get that whole thing squared away.
Crazy, bro.
Yeah.
And then you wouldn't have to got your info, you know?
I don't. Yeah, that's the thing. I
It's like
don't
the
even
same
know.
with me and some other friends, the same thing.
You know what it is too. Back in the days, the only thing that I could think of is back in the days. You know, you got to fill out job applications by paper and pen, and you run around the mall filling out all these applications. And you might not get hired by some of these, jobs or whatever, but your information is still on there. They're like, oh yeah, we'll leave it in our files. And you can't trust your personal information on an application in a file with a job that you're not going to get hired at. Next thing you know, somebody goes in those files and starts using those social security numbers.
Were you ever in that county of North Carolina?
No.
Okay, so yeah, this is just something. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, but see, what they do is they'll sell your profile. All they gotta do is take a picture of that motherfucker or something and just, man, give me $50 for this information.
Yeah, and then boom, then someone's running around with an ID that has your info, but with their picture.
Yeah. The stuff I was dealing with last year, the year before, was I think I know what the place is now, but there was a skimmer that they was like trying to get money in my account, but I always keep my accounts locked. So they couldn't get anything. They just like start trying to charge it for this, charge it for that. And I noticed it kept happening. So I started to dial back where I was going.
They start trying to take little bitty steps, but routinely though.
Yeah, but it was only a handful of stores that I would go to like routinely. So when I started doing the process of elimination, I think it's at 7-Eleven.
Yeah,
it's at 7-Eleven.
We just did a story about a chick at the Whataburger. She took the people's information and used to pay her court.
Look at it. This bro is crazy. She owed some kind of debt.
Yeah.
But she pays the debt off stealing money from people's credit card shit where she's working at the Whataburger. You know what I mean? Running everybody's card.
Man, let me tell you something. They had a supervisor at my old job. This is years ago. They did an audit on for the inventory and everything. And $600,000 of inventory was missing. Right?
Shit.
So they started doing their investigation, right? And when they investigated, they found out that one of the supervisors was stealing equipment. He would take a box truck, load it up with certain equipment, like because we sold appliances and electronics. So he would load it up with equipment, and then they would let him use the little box truck to go get his lunch and stuff like that. But he started driving the box truck to the people that was buying the stuff from him and offloading the stuff there. And the reason why they found out, they had a GPS on the box truck, and they was able to put it all together. You know what I mean? So yeah, so he ended up getting arrested and fired and all of that other stuff. Yeah.
So if you would have stopped earlier and not been so greedy, you probably would have got away with it.
That's usually how it happens.
That's how it happens.
It goes from being brilliant to too greedy, and then they get caught.
Yeah, he would have had to leave that job though, because that audit definitely would have came eventually. Because they were dealing with a lot of theft. So you know what I mean. They even had girls in the office. They'll have a thing where like people will call in and buy their electronics and like TVs, washing machines over the phone and give the information over the phone, so they can get home installation and all this other stuff. And I guess there was a bunch of girls in the office taking the information and furnishing their crib with the stolen visas and the stolen visas and stuff.
100%.
So, but they had a surprise to them one day. They ain't say nothing. Next thing you know, some detectives pull up there and they locked all of them up and took them all out of their handcuffs.
You're done.
Yep, they had to pay restitution, all that stuff.
Yeah, they're gonna let them run up to a certain amount where they can hit them with that good charge.
Right.
Yeah.
Thing is, bro, when you got a job and your job is putting food on your table and paying your bills, man, just go to work, bro. Don't go there to be doing no extra stuff, playing with them people time, playing with their inventory, playing with their money, because that shit gonna come down on you sooner than later.
Fucking on the job too.
Oh man, 100%.
Like, you know what I mean? Hey, I always highly advise against it. Don't fuck the coworkers.
Talked about that before too. Oh, everything.
You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Don't fornicate with the coworkers. Just be professional.
Man, go to work, and go home.
Yeah, you definitely gotta secure your personal information now these days because it's going on heavy. The spam emails and phone calls and text messages is just like now you if you well I don't think you should ever pick up spam numbers, but sometimes somebody might call you from a different phone.
Yeah.
And but when you pick up the phone
it'll
now,
have the area code of someone I know somewhere. I'm like, oh shit,
yeah,
it might be such and such's new phone. I pick it up.
yeah. But when you pick up the phone, you're not supposed to speak first. You're supposed to let them speak. Because sometimes you can speak and say hello, hello, and then they'll pick your voice up, and then they can use that in the AI, and now they can speak like you know,
And
then
it's good to know. Good to know.
Yeah, because
here's another
banks
thing too,
check it right now, bro. Banks ask you now if you want to use voice activation to access your
always
account.
deny that.
Hell no.
Always deny
Because somebody
that.
can duplicate your voice and get into your account.
Told me to not set that up.
Yeah, I knew that just
because when I thought my shit got compromised and I was calling in, so then boom, they changed they made a temporary account and all this shit, and they froze the other one, the whole woo-wop, and then I said, is there any activity on it? They said no, and then they said, but there definitely was someone that tried to access the voice command shit, and I was like, oh shit, wow. I was like, damn.
Yeah.
But see, I never authorized any of the voice command shit prior, so I was like, so that was a good tell. Okay, no one got into my shit. And I was like, all right.
So they can't they don't know, they don't have it on record. Yeah.
But I'm like, oh, they tried to get me.
But I look at it like this. If it's a number you don't recognize, I don't care. I don't care if it's somebody that you know using a different number. Man, leave a voice message or send a text. I'm not picking that.
Yeah, FaceTime me. We got to authorize this call.
Yeah, I'm not picking that phone up because they could pick up your voice. So
they're getting more advanced. Oh, go ahead there, JD.
Oh, I was just going to say, Lee said people now are calling from an IP address. They can move from room to room, and it's a different IP address. It's freaking crazy.
No, they have the rotating IP, like where you can get like you can get a VPN that has a rotating IP address. So it changes like every 30 seconds or something like that. It changes.
Oh shit. Then you can never catch it.
Yeah, just don't pick up your phone. I was just talking about this to a friend of mine like yesterday or the day before, and I said because he got scammed with some call, and he just was trying to get money from them, but they actually hung up on him. So yeah, I just messed with them, and then I said, well, what number was it? Because when LA said, well, it was actually a 323 number. It was a local number.
Yes, that's how
I usually get these random numbers from Texas or somewhere in Virginia or something like that. That's like I can recognize that it's this weird number, weird area code I don't know, so I'm not going to pick up. But he picked up. I said, yeah, you know what? I had a 213, a 323. I still didn't pick it up. I didn't see a name. Next thing you know, they're probably going to infiltrate your contacts sooner or later, and then your mother will be calling, and it's not your mom, right?
Yep.
That's a scary thing that I'm worried about.
Sometimes it is say Social Security. When they're scamming, it is say on your caller ID.
I saw that.
Yeah, they know how to do that shit, bro.
The way my shit almost got compromised, how I feel, because it was the same day. It was just, something didn't sit right with me because I get a call and it says Wells Fargo, and I got Wells Fargo, but that's not my main bank shit. You know what I mean? But still, though, right? I'm like, so I pick it up. And they would never call you unless you had a phone appointment or things of that nature. So then I pick it up, and they was saying some awards card shit, and I was like, fuck that, I just hung up. Then immediately I was like, fuck that, didn't sit right with me. You know what I mean? Because I had sit there and talked with them when they said my name and all that shit. I was like, yeah. And I was like, oh shit, hold on, what awards card? I don't have no fucking credit card through Wells. I'm like, boom, I just hang up. I'm like, oh no. You know what I mean? Immediately got on and called Wells Fargo. But they said, and it took, at least Wells Fargo, I didn't have to wait that long on the waiting, but that shit was like driving me crazy. I was like, the little 20 minutes I had to wait. until I
Now
got through. I was like, yo, freeze this account right now.
it's two things I picked up on in the last 2 weeks. So they'll send like a text to say that you owe money on a ticket, right?
Yep.
So
A
you
toll.
click the link, right? Let's say I click the link, right? So when I click the link, I'm not gonna, I'm already up on game, but I just click the link just to see what it looks like, right? So I click the link. It's from Massachusetts. I know I ain't been to Massachusetts in my personal car. So the website is like fully a full website. So when I looked up, so I typed in Massachusetts, like for the tickets and stuff like that, on a separate page, and it looked almost identical. Not exactly, but almost identical. They were just missing a few things, like
And they just want people to put their credit card information and pay.
Oh, for sure. And they got you. Another thing you got to watch for is Instagram, right? They had this sale at Dick's Sporting Goods for like $20 for New Balances, right? So I'm looking at these New Balances, and I'm like, I ain't never heard of Dick's selling New Balances for $20. And these, because New Balances are not cheap sneakers.
No, they're
what
not.
I mean?
$150.
Yeah, so I'm like,
and so even if you went to like Dick's Sporting Goods, like it's not like it's an outlet store. It's still a sporting goods store, so they're not going to sell it for cheaper.
I know. So I click the link, and it goes to a fake Dick's Sporting Goods website. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then when I go to Dick's, so I open up a page, and I go to Dick's itself. There's no New Balances that's for that price at all. They don't even have that model that they claim they had. They don't even have that model of New Balances in stock there. So I'm like, this is nonsense. I'm like, and you got to watch them Instagram ads, man, because they duplicate these real stores and advertise them on Instagram, and then people get got like that. I don't buy nothing off of Instagram.
Yeah.
Good to know. Another one.
Yeah.
You want to buy something, go to the actual website. You know what I mean? You'll know.
Authenticate.
Authentic stuff, because if you're on the actual website, they'll have their link for their Instagram or their social media on the website itself, and you can just click that link and go right to the page from the website. So you got to do it backwards. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's crazy, man.
I will say, what's up, Johnny?
Johnny Mittens. Is Mittens his real name? Mittens? Is that
It's gotta be.
No, it's a made up.
Probably.
Hey, but Nelly, I mean, I will say, if you're on Instagram and you find Nelly's products, those aren't fake, right?
That's
right.
right.
Yeah, the Living Gourmet products.
There it is. Well, look at that. Look at I hit him with the alley for the
You guys had a vegan treats, Boogie. Bogey had them. Boogie and Alex, you guys had them.
Vegan?
What's that?
You said vegan treats?
Yeah, it was when I was vegan. I had the different lines of food I was coming out with, these products and stuff, grab and go items.
Oh,
it's on the stores.
Yeah. I sampled a kit of his products back in the day. What was it?
They're good. They sell pretty good. Small business.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm messing with this pescatarian diet, but I still gotta eat a certain amount of red meat though.
Also, I'm doing. I do eat red meat now. I did that for 8 years. I was doing the vegan thing, but it's not nutritionally sufficient though. I don't think.
No, I that's what I realized. Like with certain diets, you still gotta have certain things, because if you don't eat red meat, then you're gonna have to take a supplement. You know what I mean? And in the supplement, are you really getting everything that you can get out of it? Who knows?
No, not from a holistic standpoint. You're not. And red meat's got like L-carnitine, taurine, these amino acids that you don't find in other meats either. It's great for muscle building.
Yeah.
So it's great nutritionally. So red meat's actually pretty good.
But it's just like what I do now is I give it. I limit it down to maybe like 2 or 3 times a month to give it time to get in and out of my system. And I don't eat like any old red meat from any, it's going to be either a steak or something like that. You know what I mean?
Grass-fed stuff.
Yeah.
Not processed, so to speak.
Nah, not that type of red meat. Hell no. you know.
Yeah, that's the stuff that's doing damage. They don't really tell you that.
Yeah.
But actually, they do say that processed red meat, but people kind of miss on the process. So they just think, oh, red meat, because you see red meat.
Yeah.
But they're talking about like salami, pepperoni, all those type of processed meats.
Yeah, it got that high in sodium, raise your blood pressure and all that if you eat it real consistently.
Yeah, and nitrates and all that stuff. Yeah, they got preservatives in there. And you ever see them make it in those factories? It looks crazy.
Yeah, it looks crazy. But you know, with the nitrates, like, you know, when you buy stuff without the nitrates, it'll turn green right away. Like if you buy I bought like turkey bacon from like Trader Joe's, and it had no nitrates. As soon as I opened that joint, I went back in the fridge probably the next day, and that joint was green. I was like, what the heck? It's not spoiled, it just has no nitrates in it.
Oh, so you still ate it when it was green or no?
Nah, but somebody was telling me, I think somebody was telling me this, like, oh, it's not bad. It's just that it has no nitrates in it. So when it has no nitrates, the air hit it, it's gonna turn green.
Yeah.
I just seen on YouTube, right? So I follow this one guy. He's he do food reviews and stuff, and he's based out of SoCal. It's an Asian boy, but he goes over in Mexico and do food reviews too. But he do a lot of Costco content. So when the egg was high for a minute, he went to a Costco in Mexico. They don't refrigerate their eggs because they don't process their eggs like how we do out here. You know what I mean? Their eggs is not refrigerated. They just be, you know what I mean, at room temperature, 100%. And I ain't never known that.
My friend's he grew up in the city and stuff, but he has a ranch. He's not like a farmer, kind of, but he has a ranch. He's got goats, pigs and stuff, cows. And he used to say he's got eggs, chickens. He's got chickens. I buy his eggs too. And he says the eggs can last without being in the refrigerator up to like 2 to 3 weeks.
Oh, wow. See,
you don't even have to refrigerate them like right away or anything.
Oh, everything.
But I was always used to have them in the fridge, so that's what I grew up.
That's all.
Yeah.
No. Well, everything is
for a couple of weeks, man.
Yeah.
But it kind of makes sense in a way, you know, because the shells protects it.
Yeah.
At a certain point. So it's not going to oxidize, right? Not like that. But it'll spoil after a couple of weeks, so I guess.
Now, I don't feel like it's a problem to go to be more vegetarian, you know what I mean? Even though you still gotta have a little meat in your diet, but there's nothing wrong with vegetarian because it's straight vegetables. You're not using because like that, like vegan. I think vegan. I think like a bunch of soy. I think Beyond Beef and all of that type of stuff. That's crap. You know what I mean?
True.
You know, before I eat Beyond Meat, I'd rather eat a take ground turkey and make a burger out of it. You know what I'm saying? You know, so. You know, stuff like that, you know what I mean? Like, you just got to be conscious about, like, where you're getting your stuff from, like, whether it be fish, meat, whatever, you know what I mean? And how often you eat it, you know?
Right. You get those omega-3s from the fish, so you get oil's really good, fats for your body. When I didn't claim to be vegan, but I just stopped eating meat. I didn't think you needed to eat all these animal products at the time. And then, and I thought, I lost my thought there, but
I was heavy on the juice for a minute. The heavy on the juicing. I loved it.
Oh yeah. Sorry, one thing I just got my thought back. You said the soy. You mentioned the soy.
Yeah, the soy.
I never got into that. The Beyond, and I was really eating. I think I stopped by the time the Beyond burgers came out. But I didn't get into the vegan type of products. Although I made some, but my stuff is like sunflower seeds, making flour out of it. It's just like the dates and stuff. It's just regular. It's just ingredients. It's not like there's no soy, no wheat. So I did everything from scratch. So it was like whole foods just kind of mixed into one.
I
made products out of it. So it was healthy stuff, right? But but I never got into. I always thought this is what you said about the soy. There's something about it. I tried tofu and stuff, and it's like I can't eat this every day.
Yeah.
You know, so I never got into it that way. I just didn't really eat meat pretty much. I was eating fruits and vegetables, stuff like that. It's not enough. Your body kind of just wastes away. And then how are you going to get B12? There's certain things, collagen for your joints. Get that. You got to get that from animal sources.
Oh.
There's a whole list of things that you're not getting when you're not eating animal foods. And then vitamin A, you can't get that from plants. Vitamin A.
Yeah. Yeah, because I see people, like I was seeing Styles P, and he has like, he has a place called Juices for Life, and Pharmacy for Life and stuff like that. And him and his wife is vegan, and I'm just like, you're in your 40s and you're vegan, like. How is that sustainable? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Uh-huh.
I
So
don't
how does
get.
he look? Or they look? Are they slim? Or are they on the heavy side or what?
I mean, Styles P is on the, he to me he looks the same how he looked before. You know what I'm saying? Like he works out and stuff like that, so he never looked like super crazy big and nothing like that or out of shape. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And his wife looks the same as when before he first was introduced to whatever to the public and stuff like that. I don't really see the big difference. Like
Because for me, there's a big difference. I lost like 30 pounds. Yeah, I was eating I was just doing a lot of like a raw food, so much dehydrated stuff. So I wasn't eating a lot of cooked food at the time.
Yeah.
And when I got off, I ended up just kind of going into eating eggs. I wasn't eating red meat or nothing at the time, but I did eggs and then salmon. I did fish.
Okay, yeah, fish. But then you gotta watch the type of fishes that you eat because mercury. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the tuna apparently has a lot of mercury. Fish are like 200-300 pounds, like tuna is. They have a lot of time to accumulate the mercury. So you want sardines and salmon. They say sardines, salmon, trout, mackerel.
Mackerel, yeah.
The best ones.
Mm-hmm. Yep, tilapia.
And
I don't know tilapia.
No, tilapia is one of the worst ones, man. You don't know about tilapia?
They used to use those.
That's what we eat.
I said, I know Filipinos are into tilapia.
Tilapia, man, hell no.
You fry that shit up like bacon.
Yeah, nah, I'm straight. That's garbage fish.
Something. They're like a bottom feeder type of fish. They're not good. It's not good.
They used to use them in my people's country to clean them to clear out the mosquitoes out of the water.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. See?
Word. Shout out to my third world country ancestry.
What's your ancestry?
Oh, my people, they from Guyana.
Oh, Guyana. Okay. Did you live there now, or are you in the?
No. I live here. I was born and raised here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, New York.
So you're on the East Coast right now?
Yeah.
Me, I'm the West, and then Bogey's on the West. And where are you, baby?
Yeah,
I'm on the West.
Yeah, me and Guccinni only about like 20 minutes from each other.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So we're all kind of local. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
New York. So what part of New York?
I grew up in Brooklyn.
Brooklyn. Okay. Oh, so you don't pay them well full then. You don't pay them. Maybe you don't pay them full well.
Yeah, I know about all that stuff, man. Like,
yeah. Cause I just met a cat, Malik. He's from Brooklyn. He started up some Caribbean spot, like a block away from my place here in Hollywood. And I got talking to him after a few times and stuff. And we were talking about paying folks. He's from Brooklyn. He knows all about it.
Yeah, because we had somebody that was legendary from my neighborhood, Demencio, and the dude that played Alpo, he murdered him back in the days. You know what I'm saying? And Brooklyn was real livid about that. You know what I mean?
Oh,
it was a big deal.
Alpo was connected to that shit.
He killed him in DC.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, he was one of the bodies in DC.
About something like that.
Yeah, because he used to bring hella foods out to DC because he'd be like, "It's wide open out here, B."
Yeah. Yeah, Alpo was an absolute piece of shit, man. Like, used and abused everybody. Like, it's crazy.
You know what's funny is Cameron always said too. He was like, "It was a gift and a curse playing that role because then also there would be fools that would just be like, hey, fuck you." Because Alpo was hated, you know what I mean?
You know what Cameron said? Cameron said he got shot in DC behind that role.
Oh shit!
That's when he took it in the arm. He got Ambo.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
God damn.
Yeah. Cameron said it himself. He said he got shot behind that role, and he
said it was a hated. He was playing a very hated figure.
Because he killed a few. Like he linked up with a guy named Wayne Perry, and
that dude
he killed a lot of Wayne. He used Wayne Perry to kill a lot of dudes in DC that was getting a lot of money. You know what I mean? And then you turn around and you tell on William Perry when you got caught, and William Perry isn't getting natural life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and then
So he was
Alpo eventually got out.
Yeah, he got out,
And
and
then
then he
got
was
hit.
running around Harlem. He started doing the same stuff all over again. You
That's
know
what
what I
I
mean?
heard.
Yeah, and then he got into it with a young kid over I guess over a traffic incident, and I guess he went big on the kid. You know what I mean? And the
I think it
kid,
started at like a Halloween party, I heard.
no, it didn't start there.
Oh,
It
at
was
least that's where he came from, right?
he died on Halloween.
Oh, okay. Because
Yeah,
I think he had like a Gucci like Jason mask when he died.
yeah, yeah. He died on Halloween, leaving the Halloween party that he was taking pictures at. But
That's what it was.
Yeah,
Okay.
he got into it with the kid, and the kid kept tabs on him. And when the kid must have been local, you know what I mean? But he kept tabs on him. And he when Alpo left the party, he jumped in his truck. The kid shot him in his truck and killed him.
And what's crazy is, wasn't the kid on a bike too, like a ninja bike?
I don't even know. I know
a motorcycle.
I don't even know I don't know if the kid was driving or not. You know what I mean? And it's all alleged because the kid, they dropped the charges against the kid. So.
Oh,
really?
Yeah, he's coming home.
That.
Wow.
Yeah, he just got charged for the gun. That was it. He beat the murder charge. So, but yeah.
Because there was a thing too where he was he was being chased by the police after he had got shot.
No, well, when he got shot, he didn't die right away. So he started to drive off and was throwing drugs out the D and stuff like that. But it's just surprising that people were still doing business with this dude, knowing his history. Like, that's just crazy.
Yeah.
That's just crazy. I don't even get that. Like,
what were those? Remember that back in the days, those interviews? It was like where they would call him from jail. It was those long audio interviews. It was like Street Legends, or I forget what they used to have whole DVDs, but then they had it on YouTube back in the day. But yeah, it was crazy because that fool was he was a sociopath for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like, he did not give a fuck about nobody.
Mm-hmm. He came up under a guy, man. I can't remember this guy's name right now, but this guy's locked up till this day. You know what I mean? But he came up under a guy. The guy had showed him how to rob and do all of that old grimy shit. Like,
Okay, yeah. So the first wing that he was up under was a grimy.
Yeah, he was a grimy cat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because he kind of, the student always becomes the teacher or outdoes the teacher at one point. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And with Alpo, like, when they used to, when the guy used to deal with, like, dudes that had, drugs and stuff like that, some of the guys were Spanish. So Alpo would hear everything they saying, but Alpo looked black. So he would pick up on all that stuff. So once the dude realized that, he started sending Alpo on the spots to pick up on everything they saying, and then they would turn around and rob these dudes and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, Alpo was helping
kind of like
for
a double
long
agent.
time. Yeah.
I mean, he definitely turned double agent too when he got to telling.
Yeah, you know what I mean. I think the greatest to ever do it in Harlem was Bumpy Johnson. He was one of the greatest to ever do it.
Yeah, because he never told too.
And he had to go up against the mob. And he didn't even start out. That wasn't even his goal to start out selling drugs and all that. Like, it was Madison Clear. She had a numbers racket and a numbers business, and she went to jail, and she put him in charge of it. And then the mafia was trying to move in on it, and he wasn't having it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because he's like, nah, you can't take from my community. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then they figure, all right, well, we might as well work with them. You know what I mean?
No. They started going to war. The person
when Bumpy Johnson, when he up under like he was a driver for somebody.
Lucky Luciano.
Lucky Luciano, there you go.
Lucky Luciano was the head of the 5 families in New York. You know what I mean?
The head of the commission.
Part of the commission. Yeah, he was head of the commission. So.
Oh, okay. So, but this is different. Because I might be mixing up the stories though. But yeah, okay. I didn't know Bumpy Johnson had a little. I didn't even know he was into the whole drug woo-wop.
Yeah, like what happened was he had an issue he was going back and forth with an Italian named Dutch Schultz, and Dutch Schultz, you know, he had a lot more power because he was part of the mafia. But the thing was, when Lucky had came at Bumpy first time and asked him for a certain percentage and he'll take care of his problem, Bumpy turned it down. So I guess the second time, you know, Bumpy kind of caved in and he was like, yo, you know, I just want to have, you know, most of control over my business. So he was like, I just want 10% and I'll get rid of your problem because this guy already owes me money anyway and he's not paying. So once Bumpy agreed, Lucky got Dutch Schultz, one of his right-hand men, to kill him and got him out the way.
Oh, shit.
And that just eliminated the whole problem right there. And him and Lucky did business. And Lucky was head of the commission, so there's nobody above him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
Oh, shit. Hey, it's who you know sometimes, as they say.
And I'm trying to find this video where I recorded the scammers getting racial with me. This is about 10 years ago. I've been looking for this shit on my Instagram for about 15 minutes, bro, when we was talking about the scammers on everything. He was madder than a motherfucker. I called him out.
Mm.
Oh, man.
So did you pick up? They called you. You just happened to pick up.
Oh, yeah. Yep, I picked up. And, I had my other phone, and so I put the phone that they called me on. I had it on speaker, and I had the other phone, and I was just recording, and I knew it was a scam call. And once I started calling him out on it, he started getting racial with me. He called me all types of monkeys and all types. Man, the shit was funnier than a motherfucker.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to find it.
I wonder how they switch. They sound all nice, and when they want your money,
and they tear your ass up. For
Yeah.
real.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
But,
I
you know,
remember back in the late '90s, I got into it. You know, there were telemarketers and stuff,
mm-hmm.
and you knew like right away. You know, they couldn't really disguise themselves back then.
Yeah.
I ended up pretty much they would hang up on me. So I started calling them names and stuff and say, well, you got the silly ass job. You're calling me. I can talk to you any way I want to talk to you.
Yeah. They had a thing they have a thing. It's still in effect till this day where it's like if they call your number and you tell them to put you on the do not call list, right? And if they call back from that same number, you can sue them and get $11,000 for them. People already done did it, but that's why if they call back in, they'll call back from a different number and then a different number. You know what I mean?
Dang.
Oh shit!
Yeah, you could take that right to court and get 11 grand for it.
Yeah,
and
it's not easy. 11 G's.
Yeah, because I used to like I had like a side job like way back in the days for selling like daily news over the phone, and that was part of the rules. Like, you know, when you're calling these people and trying to sell them a newspaper, you know what I mean?
Oh, word.
Yeah, they ask you
because I always get called by the by like some kind of national police department charity shit.
Oh no, I don't.
Yeah, and every time I hear that shit, I just hang up. I'm like, how the fuck?
Always call. Facts. They always the police and the fire department.
Yeah, I'm like, yo, what the fuck? I don't want to know that. And it's like the same dude's voice that's a recording, clearly. Or automated.
Yeah, look at that.
I'm like, yo, stop calling me. But they call me from a different number every time. It's crazy.
For sure. Well, yo, fellas, I'm about to tap out of here. I gotta go get gotta go lay it down.
Yeah, I heard that, man. Appreciate you, Slim.
Yes, sir. Nice talking to you.
People know.
Take care of yourself, Boogie. We'll see you again, man.
Yes, sir.
Nice to meet you.
All right. Have a good one.
Where they can find you at, big bro?
Oh, you catch me From a Fan's Perspective on YouTube. You know, that's the best way to search it. I mean, the page is Boogie Vision, but it's From a Fan's Perspective. You know, and you know, I'm gonna have I'm drop some new content, you know, coming up next week. So, you know, check out the last episode, the Sneakerhead episode. And yeah. IG is Boogie Vision. Well? Yeah, IG is Boogie Vision 45. You know what I mean?
Okay, I'll check you out over there. I'll follow you.
Yeah. All right. Oh yeah, and when you follow me, I'll see your page, and you know, I follow back. So
yeah.
Cool.
Know. All right, man.
Yeah, nice to meet you. And y'all holler at me. Y'all know where I'm at.
Yeah, bro. Already.
All right. Peace.
And I guess to circle all the way back around, right? Like my thoughts on that Oakland shit, man. This is crazy because I think this might be the end of the saga if they keep dude protected. You know what I mean? They're gonna she's gonna go down finally.
Oh yeah, she's done.
No, she was the she was
mayor.
running for mayor.
No, she was the active mayor.
Oh, she was the mayor.
Yep.
Yeah. Pulling strings. Yeah, we've been covering this semi-real time.
And this happened this past week. Yeah, are you guys doing
it's over the past
events?
Year. It started in 2022 when she was running for governor for mayor.
Mayor, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and then this is some of the fraud shit that she was involved in goes back to that even early as the camp when she was her reelection. And then one of the guys that they're doing business with, he's got loose lips, so they tried to take him out the game. So now they're just adding all these charges because now that's federal shit. You know what I mean? Also, you're gonna add in the commerce thing. Like they might even hit her with racketeering at that point. There's all kind of shit that they're gonna pile up, and the feds don't play because first of all, you got this, whatever that. What is she treated as when you're a mayor? Is that federal already, or is that state as well? Because then they'll do it separate. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now
I think it'd only be state.
Yeah, because that's
who raided her house though. It's a federal.
The feds did raid her house. Oh yeah, you're right.
It's a federal indictment for
sure. Well, because
sure.
once you start fucking with corporations too and businesses, then you start with commerce or whatever they call it. Then you're definitely in there with federal shit, fraud, high level fraud shit, credit shit, all of it. What was it? I think some of it early on with the before all the shooting shit. I think they had it for like paying people off, and also like this guy, he was bouncing checks for that company, so that means he's writing checks to people, like paying people off, type of shit, probably unknowingly. You know what I mean? And then once he starts to find out, like, oh wait a second, you know what I mean? Then they're like, kill him. You know what I mean?
Jeez.
Hey, that he's with the shit though. He ain't going out like a punk.
Yeah, he came outside.
He came out with the shit firing.
Right, that's great.
You'll never catch me alive, tongue.
Yeah.
The motherfucking police. Hey, look.
So was this news footage from this past week though?
So the last video, because it was 3 different videos. So the first video was I think from a few months ago, once they indicted her house, because it was a big story that she got indicted, and I think she was going through a recall as well.
That might have been last like April even.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think so.
It was sometime in the summer. It was definitely one of the earlier ones.
Okay, right.
Yeah,
they raided her house in June of 2024.
There it is. So we covered this in the summer. We covered this in the summer, and then the shooting thing happens. And it's tied to this broad, and then the shooting thing, and the dude that alleged the target, he's working with a company that she's been getting contracts for as the mayor, city contracts.
So they had to like link it up together, right?
Oh yeah, quickly.
Oh,
and this dude, he's probably trying to blow the whistle. Or he could have been in on it, but then maybe he realized he's in over his head, and they start realizing he's a liability. They try to take him out. You know what I mean?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
There's some drama going on there,
right?
It's floating out in real time.
Yeah, and that's why I was asking is like, because you've been in America, you've been a Canadian and an American, and lived as an American too. You know what I mean?
Dual citizen, yeah.
Both sides. But you also been in LA too, where LA is also another one too, where they're no stranger to like crazy corruption shit and like, just mishandling things for lack of a better term.
And miss facts.
Yeah, it's funny. You don't really. I haven't heard of much of anything lately. Out of LA.
Yeah, like a lot of the LA corruption goes back to the 90s.
Yeah. But it seems like it's calm before the storm.
Maybe even
sooner or later something will happen. But lately we've had nothing. It's been pretty chill, I guess.
How was it for you with the fires over there? Like, cause I know you're in Hollywood, West Hollywood, North Hollywood. Where?
Oh, I'm on the east side.
On the east side, okay.
Yeah, east side.
Yeah, okay, so you were far from the. Yeah, you're far from the fires.
Not the east side of LA, east side of Hollywood.
Yeah, east side of Hollywood.
That day I woke up, it was like dark. It was like black, so it was kind of scary. I said, "What's going on?" Because I don't have the news on or nothing. You just woke up and then.
Was there a second there you thought it's the rapture?
Well, kind of. Well, not that actual rapture, but I thought, okay, something's bad happening, because I looked on one side, it was sunny, the other side it was black.
Oh shit!
Oh, wow.
Right? And I never knew about any fires or nothing. I didn't know what was going on. It was just windy. And then next thing you know, you turn on the news. I got a call or something. I go, "What are you talking about?" "Oh yeah, there's fires going on and stuff." I go, "Oh, I see the smoke, but no flames." But
That's how I found out.
so that what happened was the fires out in Pasadena.
Mhm.
That blew, the smoke blew to Hollywood.
Oh,
So that's what I was looking at. And then the air was bad for like probably 3 to 4 weeks. It was really bad. So I wore a mask for like 3 weeks after that. And then it's just smelled. That's because things were burning that were like plastic. And all these chemicals and stuff.
Oh shit!
So I got sick too. I got sick for a couple of weeks. A lot of people did, get phlegm and stuff.
Yep.
And that happened about 3 days later. I didn't even put 2 and 2 together because I didn't go outside. The windows, everything was shut, but it can still kind of seep in there somehow,
100%. It can.
You ain't lying.
Vapors.
It come through all your fucking vents and all that. Just like if you live in an apartment complex, and if it's they allow people to smoke. The cigarette smoke, weed, whatever, it'll go through the vents and go through other people's apartments.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you ain't lying.
Is that why some buildings say, okay, you can go smoking on the premises, you just can't smoke in places?
100%.
Dang, facts.
Yeah.
I never thought about it that intricately, but yeah, that's true though.
Well, because they were doing that shit to secondhand smoke, and secondhand smoke causes cancer.
Yeah, the secondhand smoke movement wasn't until like the mid-90s for real.
So it was the early 90s, early to mid-90s. Yeah,
I remember going to Red Lobster and we're in the smoking section because my dad's a smoker when I was a kid. You know what I mean? And that's like 1993. Because that'd be the thing too, like where you want to eat your birthday is at Red Lobster, right? Because he'd be like, we go to Red Lobster, B. They'd be like smoking in the smoking section. It was just a normal thing. You know what I mean? You just order your food and just everybody sitting there smoking. Just draw you coloring and shit as a kid.
Right.
And motherfucker just smoking. And it's funny too, because even if you're in the non-smoking, you smell that shit.
You still smell it. It was a joke.
Just floating over on everything.
It was a joke. It wasn't really real.
They might have had some kind of vent or something, but it wasn't doing it.
And Cali was one of the first states for the head start of no smoking, right?
Mm-hmm.
You go out to a nightclub, your clothes don't stink like smoke for once.
I think only the casinos, only the casinos allow it.
Yeah. Like when you go to the Indian reservation casinos out here, all day you just smoking that motherfucker.
I hate that shit.
Yeah, that shit's crazy. When I was smoking for like 13 years solid. Then I was on and off. Then I did like a 7-year stretch, and now I've been off for a couple years now. Because during quarantine, I had picked it up again. Like, fuck it, no one can see me. Like, because I was one of those dudes. Like, when I stopped smoking, I wouldn't even allow people to smoke around me. I was one of those like, hey, bro, get the fuck out of here with that cigarette. But then just because for my sake, and it stinks when you're not a smoker. That shit is terrible. Because when you're a smoker, you get used to that shit. And you never realize until you stop smoking, like, your clothes stink and like
your breath
stinks.
Man.
Facts.
Yeah, cigarettes are terrible.
It's not a good look.
That's what they say about us that smoke the medicine. They can smell it from a mile away.
Yeah, true. It smells better than cigs, though.
That's right.
It's like coffee. I love the smell of coffee, but I don't drink it much. I don't like the taste of it as much as I love the smell of coffee.
Yeah.
Fresh coffee beans smell amazing.
100%.
You ain't lying. I don't even drink coffee, but it's something that reminds me of like growing up, because like I always wake up, smell the coffee brewing. Then the same thing with my girl. She's a coffee person. So.
Yeah, I gotta have my coffee every day. It's,
Oh, yeah?
it's part
I'll
of
drink it if I have to. If I have to stay awake for some other reason, I'll drink coffee.
Yeah.
Oh, Bogey.
What's up?
So I was saying, I didn't finish when I first got on the stream. So last night when he said, we'll come on as a guest tomorrow, which is today, I was like, man, I was so tired from the week. I was just going to sleep in, right? So then I hurt my back, and so I went to bed late. I said, let me run the bath. I want to lie in a hot bath for a while, right? And then I woke, and then I fell asleep. And there was like hardly any water left in the bathtub. That's how long I slept in the tub, right?
Oh, you fell asleep in the tub?
And this is like, I don't know, 3 in the morning.
That's some boss shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and then so I get up, and then I
can't lie, I've done that a few times.
So I turned the water back on, fill it up, and then I dozed off again, and I woke up, and it's full. And it's full, and then I could turn it on. I was like, man, so I'm going back. I said, let me just get out of this thing, right? And then I went to bed. I think, yeah, Bogey wants me on the show. I go, you know what? I'm not going to set the alarm clock. If I get up, I get up. If not, and I get up early.
Yeah, because I told you it's no big deal. I was like, we do, because I know you're usually up and at it early on the weekdays.
Yeah,
like,
during the weekdays for the stock market and stuff, right? So by Saturday rolls around, I'm tired because I'm up early and I go to bed late and I work out. So I still do it. I can still have good workout and stuff. So I sleep 3 or 4 hours a night. I don't sleep that much, but I should sleep more because throughout the day I get tired. Like if I'm moving around, fine, but if I just sit there, I'm gonna doze off, right? So I finally get out of the tub. So I go to bed maybe 4. I don't know what time it was. I don't like to look at the clock. It was that late. I said, let me just see what I can get. And then I heard my text go off when you sent the link. You know, that's got to be Bogey with the link. I go, no, actually, I got up to use the bathroom. I had this weird dream that I got married or something to some Asian chick. Bogey like that. Some Asian chick. It was really weird. And this is the first time actually. So went back to sleep. And then I got up, and then I heard your text. I went back to sleep after I heard your text. I go, oh, no, I'm too tired. I can barely move. And then I started dreaming about the same dream again. I'm getting a picture taken, smiling with my with some. I just got married with all these other couples that got married, and I just remember she was Asian. I don't remember what she looked like or nothing. And then I was just doing that, and then I finally woke up and I was like, I didn't see. And then it was a little after 8. I go, I don't know if you guys did the podcast. I have no idea what time it is. But I said, let me just get everything prepared as if I'm going to go on the podcast. I was saying to be on, and I got to race and fast track everything. You all panic. Because let's just get set up and then see what time it is. Like, oh, you guys are just starting. This is 7:30 to 8. It's like 8:30. You guys just started.
Hey, that's normal for us, big bro.
Yeah, that's right. Because I remember when I was doing the movie reviews with Bogey, we'd all be starting like 40 minutes later anyway.
100%. That's a whole podcast behind backstage.
All right.
Regular conversation be a podcast backstage.
No, you ain't lying.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, we were even, it's like super meta because we were even like watching other clips of like other shit. Right?
No.
You know what I mean?
Everything.
We did like an entire pod already. That's why.
Yeah, so before I enter the studio, I'm listening to say, these guys, is this old or is it like live right now? I go, okay, no, we're still good. Because you're just introducing yourselves. I go, okay, I'm not even late. And then I took my time.
Yeah, see, look at that.
Yeah, so that was pretty good, man. I'm glad you guys are tardy. It's great to be tardy once in a while.
Always tardy to the party. That's me.
Oh, and then going back to my first autograph. So the guy said, "Hey, it could be a big hit." Little did I know. Like the one guy in that's when I was in the hotel, and then I had no idea. And then I signed it to him, and then I don't know if he still has it, obviously. But hey, I was wrong. It's good to be wrong sometimes, right? I was wrong.
Yeah, and that movie is a not even. I don't even want to disrespect it by saying it's a hood classic. It's a straight up like a classic movie.
It's a culture
on my list.
It's a classic in the culture. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was based on the story that it's telling. You know what I mean? And where took place at or where it happened at. 100%, bro. You know.
Yeah, it always tripped me out too, because like that was one of the things I obsessively went down the rabbit hole on early, like smartphone days. was like all the like the real AZ and the real Alpo, like watching all the interviews and the stories. And then so like, you know, this is like 10 years of this shit. And then when I finally met you, I was like, you know, I loved being able to share. Like, you know what's crazy?
You told JD what happened with my brother, right?
Yeah, because he was in the leagues with us.
No, but you tell JD what the story? I think it's hilarious.
Yeah.
So tell it again.
So like, yeah, we're in the leagues. Oh, hold on, while this flock of ducks flies by.
This is how I met Bogey.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm in the leagues with Canada Marty.
Like the story, you know.
Yeah, shout out to Canada Marty, and you know what I mean. Marty. So we do and you know we had done the movie review show, and it wasn't a live show; it was an upload show. So it gets uploaded, and it's about it's the paid in full episode. And then Marty, he had been rocking with us for like a better part of a year at that point, maybe even over a year. So then he fuck around and goes, "Hey,"
and that's my brother in Eastern Canada, in New Brunswick.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and we called him Canada Marty because we had Minnesota Marty as well. Yeah, we had multiple Martys, so we designated. Right, exactly. So, shout out to Canada Marty, and then like, so he would always be like, so then we put out this episode, and he watches. He goes, "Hey, I watched y'all movie episode. My brother's in there in that movie." We said, "Word," and then he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "My brother's in your favorite scene, Bogey." Because I said my favorite scene is when the dude gets shot in the ass. I said, your brother's not the dude that gets shot in the ass.
Did you? I don't think you believed them. Did you?
Yes. And I didn't know. And then like, here's what's funny. We get to reaching out, right? You know what I mean? And in the first attempts to reach out to Nelly, we don't know that Nelly and Marty haven't, not even on bad terms, but they haven't spoken in a while. So it's like,
just like a couple months, but like,
that's a good while. That's a good amount of time, right? So, but then Nelly's like, he's like, what is this? Tell my brother that he could talk to me if he needed something, like, because he didn't understand it initially, right? Because we're reaching out to like, hey, we do this podcast and this and that, and we want to bring.
Yeah, but I never got that reach out. I didn't get it. Remember?
Oh, okay, because this is you know from the other side that told me.
Alex, he sent the message, right? Or was it you?
No, it was definitely Brett.
Yeah. So he sent
this is what he told me, yeah.
Yeah, he said that I never got it, but you know on Instagram that if you don't follow each other, it goes into another inbox.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it went there apparently. So I never saw it.
Oh, word. So then eventually though, we did get you on.
Yeah, it took like 2 or 3 months later, and then you gave up, and then you talked to Marty again. Marty's like, "Well, what's going on?"
So I was like, "Tell your brother we want to get him on."
And then I think he called me and said, "Hey, listen, there's these guys." I go, "Okay, I'll check it out," and then it was cool. I responded promptly once I knew.
Yeah, and it's been on ever since. You know what I mean? Because even life after the podcast, Nelly's one of those guys. Man, at least once a week, I try to get in a good combo with my man Nelly. You know what I mean?
That's right. I know that might be a little like a basic ass question, but let's. Do you have like any favorite actors or anything like that?
Yeah, Christopher Walken. That's a good question. I like that. Christopher Walken is my favorite.
Hey, he's phenomenal.
He talks and his candor. I like everything about the guy.
Oh, everything.
He kind of has the cadence to, he's fucking tight though. I ain't gonna lie. Christopher Walken's a good one.
That's right.
Christopher Walken. Let's see who else.
He was great when he would do SNL skits. Remember
the guy? I think what was his name? Norton. I think his name's Joe Norton.
Edward Norton.
No, not Edward Norton. Oh, he's good too, but no, I think it's Joe Norton. I like Delroy Kindle. Man, these names I haven't thought about them. Delroy,
you know who I like? Like when I watch certain things and I just appreciate the way he acts. So like because I've seen him do several different roles, but like I have an appreciation for Vincent D'Onofrio. He's a good actor.
Oh yeah, he's got a lot going on. I talk about him a lot with my other actor friends.
Yeah, he's the Kingpin right now.
Yeah, the way his eyes and the way he kind of moves, like he's just like
exactly.
He was
always so good on SVU on Law and Order.
Yeah,
this guy's really good.
Which one was he?
He was in the SVU. He did like a couple. He did his own little stint. It was like, and remember, it was like it was him, then the guy who's semi-bald.
Well, tell him. Okay, no, JD, Men in Black. Remember Men in Black? Remember the guy had the wife who was living on the.
He was Edgar.
Freaked out. He was an alien.
Yeah, that's him.
Chubby kind of
Yeah,
dude.
where his skin's hanging off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, that fool's the fool with it.
Yeah, he's very intense. Very intense.
Yeah, and then like I like Leonardo DiCaprio a lot. If I was to say like who's my favorite actor, because maybe it's also a lot of the movies he's been in, like Wolf of Wall Street. Like that's one of my, even though it's not that old, that's one of my favorite movies.
I like that one. Yeah,
like that.
I saw Inception not that long ago. That was really good.
Inception's really great.
You know, people ask me. I was telling people about.
You barely saw that.
I had, like, I'd have a dream inside a dream. They go, "Oh, you seen Inception?" I go, "No, what's Inception?" I go, "Yeah, I've heard it, but I've never seen it." I go, "Then how do you know about a dream inside a dream?" I go, "I get that once in a while. Like I dream that I go to sleep in a dream, and then I got to wake up twice. I actually have to wake up twice."
He was doing it this morning in the tub, huh?
Dreaming inside of a dream. They go, "That's in Inception." I have to check out this movie because this is my real life.
I'm living this movie.
And remember in the movie they have dens were like similar to like how you would have like an opium den back in the days and everyone go get high. Instead, you have this where everyone goes gets sedated and they go into the dream world. Like the guy was like, "Who are you to tell them the difference?" You know what I mean?
And it's crazy too. The time's different in the different dreams. Everyone knows that when they did that in Inception.
Yep.
The time passes
slower. The further you go,
the slower
the time.
The slower the time. Yeah.
Yeah. The second layer was the second layer was like an hour for every 2 minutes or something like that. And then when you get to the third, you're talking about like maybe like a couple days worth. But then when you get further down into limbo, now you're talking about like decades. Because remember, they would be all old. In the beginning, they show him. Yeah, they show him he's all old. He's just an old man filled with regret.
Yeah, and so decades it goes by faster, and then when you go into outer space, it goes by slower. So it's the opposite, right?
Yeah.
Because if you could
down there, the time
travel,
slow,
it goes by.
But
slower.
they're living way longer. It's like what's the word?
They're living longer as you're higher up, right? You're traveling the
no. The further you go down, the longer you're expanding the time. So it's like remember when they showed the den, people would be in there like going on like a 2-week trip, but they're only under sleep for like 2 days. You know what I mean? So it's like
in real time they're asleep for 2 days.
Yeah, but then down there, and then the further down you go, like you remember he had built the whole world down there in the
2 days.
The third level. Yeah. But see, also he couldn't. He required an architect because now mentally he got old girl like kind of ingrained in his psyche. What was her name? She's kind of hot and creepy all at the same time. What was her name? The French actress.
Oh, was she in Fight Club?
She's in all the Nolan movies. Was she in Fight Club too?
I think she was in Fight Club, right?
Oh, word! I might have slept on that one.
Yeah, she got dark hair, right?
Yeah, she got dark. She's like a brunette.
Yeah. But she's got to be maybe late 40s, 50.
Yeah, something like that.
Like
yeah,
now?
When they shot the movie, she was probably like late 30s, early 40s.
Yeah. Her name's I think it starts with D. Let me look it up. But yeah, she's I used to think she was Canadian, but I think she did.
Oh, because she's French.
Yeah, that's what I thought she was. If it's the same one.
Yeah, she's in all the Chris Nolan joints somehow. I like Chris Nolan a lot. Even the Batmans. Even I appreciate the trilogy he did too for the Batmans. For what it's worth, he told a nice open shut story. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think originally he wanted before Heath Ledger died, there wasn't going to be no trilogy. It was going to be like he was going to do like 4, 5, 8, 9 movies and just have Batman and Joker go at it for hella, like an entire series. because that's what they did in the comics. You know what I mean? It's just had an epic battle for Gotham.
My favorite Batman is the first one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was
Michael Keaton. He's still arguably my favorite Batman because of those first two.
What is that? And the first one was about 92, 93?
It was 89.
89. I was a young boy.
And then I think 91 was the Batman Returns. So they quickly turned around.
Yeah, because in the Batman Returns is when he had the bat plane. That's the first appearance of the bat plane.
I think he had the bat plane too in the first one.
89.
Remember the Joker shoots him down.
Michael Keaton? Is that Michael
Remember
Keaton?
remember the Joker pulls out the big old woo wop out of his pants?
Yeah, I thought that was it too.
He shoots him out the sky.
But Prince did the music, I think, right?
Yeah, for all of part one.
Yeah, everything.
Yeah, Prince did the whole soundtrack.
Prince is one of my favorite artists of all time.
There it is.
Oh, really?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Me too.
Prince
So you know the whole crew, the Revolution?
A little bit of it. So, you know what I mean? Of course, you know about Sheila E.
Jimmy Jam.
Come on now.
Terry
You know,
Lewis.
You know about my guy.
Marcus Day.
You know about the time. Come on now.
Yeah, Marcus Day and the Times.
Hey, come on
Yeah,
now.
because I know Matt Fink. I haven't talked to him lately. Dr. Fink, the keyboard.
On everything. You got Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis. But I'm gonna tell you like this though, big bro. Under the Cherry Moon is in my top 10 movies of all time.
Oh, word. Did Prince did he direct that one too?
That's when they over there on everything. And he got what's my boy name? He got the boy from Morris Day that's damn. That's his running mate in the fucking Under the Cherry Moon. Damn, why I can't think of bruh's name.
Yeah, the one that be doing all the Vlad interviews back in the day.
He got the mirror. He always had the mirror with Morris Day. And matter of fact, he's in the Purple Rain movie when they be singing against each other, they be battling each other in the Purple Rain. So dude that's always standing next to Morris Day dancing and stuff. He's in the Under the Cherry Moon. So he's like kind of like the co-star in Under the Cherry Moon.
Okay.
On everything. It's a damn good, and it's a black and white movie. It's not filmed in color. On everything. It's a damn good movie.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
That's my shit, bro. Yep. That's what, like I said, it got to be in like, if not top 10, top 15 once you start going down. But yeah, I fucking love that movie, bro. And Graffiti Bridge. So Graffiti Bridge is the part 2 to Purple Rain. And that, to me, in my opinion, that's better than the Purple Rain movie.
I don't think I've ever sat through all the way through the Graffiti Bridge.
The Graffiti Bridge is the shit, bro. Facts.
Yeah, Purple Rain though, shit. Yeah, that was, I think when back in our DVD collection days, we definitely had the Purple Rain in that thing. I mean, I don't know what happened to all of it. We still got a gang of our DVDs.
Apollonia on everything.
Mm-hmm.
Tevin Campbell, that's how we got introduced to Tevin Campbell. He was in Purple Rain.
Word. Yeah, when was Purple Rain? 83?
83, 84, something like that. 100%.
Yeah, because I
Purple
remember.
Rain? Nah, I think it was a little. I think it was 85.
85? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I do remember in the 90s when they had the 10-year anniversary shit. I think that might have been when he was on the Super Bowl. Was that when he was on the Super Bowl?
Because I remember in 83, he came out with Little Red Corvette. Purple Rain didn't come out till 84.
Okay.
Purple Rain came out in 84, then the movie came out in 85, I think. Yeah. At the time, I'm pretty good with the timelines. I moved around and remember the dates of where I lived. So move.
Right. We were just talking about that.
We was just talking about that, big bro. Same that you just.
Yeah, talking about how like music ties. Sometimes we'll remember eras because of what the music was tied to.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, I remember that because I was over here in 85, and you know what I mean? Like, it'll trigger a memory, is what we're saying.
Facts.
Yeah, like if your music helps us locate these memories and shit. Yeah, that was on the exclusive off-screen podcast.
Have you been acting since you was a kid?
Yeah, I started acting. My first play I remember was The Wizard of Oz. I played the lion. It was just like I was in 3rd grade. I was just the lion.
Mm-hmm.
Some lines. I still remember like the parents came to watch it. And then I did a Christmas play that same year. I remember that. I played one of the L's. I remember I had lines. I memorized my lines in like 2 or 3 days. I remember the music teacher saying, okay, the Christmas concert's coming up soon. You got to remember your lines. I know my lines. She's really? And Nelson knows his, so let's go get it memorized. I remember a friend of mine when he was one of the other L's. And I knew his lines too. I remember he froze up. He couldn't remember his lines in front of the parents. You know, it was that night where the big Christmas show.
Yeah.
And I'm like feeding him his lines. And he's just like, he's freaking out. He was all nervous. I was just loving it. I was just like, man,
you got hit with that stage fright.
It's great. I was like, I grew up with a bunch of siblings and stuff, so I was kind of clownish and tease people and stuff. So for me, it was fun stuff. And then I got into my mom had a piano, then we got an organ. Then I started when I was 9. So I was 8 doing the acting. So I was 9 when I started playing my mom's organ. I wasn't on piano, I was playing organ, trying to figure out how to play these Christmas songs and stuff like that. When she was a kid.
He's also, see, and that's funny too, because it was a while that I knew Nelly till one day, you know, I had realized like, oh, what kind of keyboard is that back there? I'm like, oh, he got some, he doesn't have just some regular shit. I'm like, oh, you make music? He's like, no, I just play. And then like,
the Yamaha's all there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And then next thing you know, boom, he's dropping albums now. I'm like, yes. 'Cause, you know, when I heard him play some of his shit, I was like, oh, you really play. Like, you don't just like have a piano to play and shit like oh, you play. You know? Like,
and
well, like for example, like music. I've made beats and stuff, and like I can like fuck around with the keys. I can't play it though. You know what I mean? Like you're an actual pianist. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah, and sorry, JD. You know what? Watching Bogey sometimes it's like he's like 3 people. Like JD, you said something. It's like I kind of heard it. It's like there's a party going on with Bogey's.
Can you read the music sheet? You can read that?
Yeah. I taught myself how to read. So for me to play, my mom said, go through the books on my own. I don't have time to teach it, but I go through the books. So I started like, oh, this is a D, B, C. So I learned the notes on my own through her books.
Wow.
And then, so I can read music, but I don't really like to. It makes me anxious though, because I have to interpret it and translate. So I'd rather watch. I can usually watch someone play and I pick it up really good visually.
That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard several people say is that they really don't read it. They just, pick it up by the sound and just bang, bang, banging it out.
Yeah, I read it. I just kind of read slow, but I learn by reading. But all of my own compositions, I just come up, by ear, of course. Mm-hmm. And then I just did this one song. Actually, I got a few songs that are like 12 to 15 minutes, but one was 18 minutes long.
Oh, wow. And you played it all the way through?
All the way through.
Oh, wow. That's great.
All of them, because I don't know. I was messing with some software, like a work audio station, they call it. Work audio station. Anyway, so it's like a music program where you can play and then you can edit your music and everything. Mm-hmm. And I was using I think Wave apps or Wave something it was called, and then it was a trial thing that ran out after a month. I never bought another one, but I do have GarageBand. But then I figured out how to use my thumb drive, but I don't know how to edit. Like on my piano, I put in a thumb drive, then I can record through the USB and stuff. So it's professional recording. And I got the bottom piano. It's kind of like a computer. It came out only like 2 or 3 years ago. Yamaha DGX 670. I'm using those sounds and stuff. It's got like just under between 600 and 700 different sounds.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so it's got a lot. So I haven't even figured out how to. I've had it for almost 2 years. I'm still trying to figure out like how to use it. I haven't figured out like to a certain point, but I got to figure out more. But right now, I've been recording, and I can mess with the sounds, and then I banged off some songs to Bogey to see, hey, does this sound like a professional recording to you? Mm-hmm. He says, yes, it sounds like a normal recording. I said, well, that's my piano.
Wow.
So I pretty much have my own studio with this thing. I don't have to go to the studios and stuff. So I can produce like a lot of music
right from the house
on my own. Yeah, that's why. So I got an album out. I got a soundtrack. I scored a film. I just finished scoring a second film. And then, so I'll think of the soundtrack together. I'd have to talk to the editor, see exactly what songs he used and stuff that I wrote.
100%.
Yeah. And then I got all these other songs, like the one I told you that's 18 minutes, but then I got like 20 versions of this one song. 18 minutes is just one of the versions of it, right?
How does that come
12
about?
versions of that, and 20 of another song. Was that?
How does that come about when you have different versions of the song? Is it different, like just different notes or like notes different placed or?
No, what I do, that's a good question. What I do is like I'll write the song so I know how to play it, then work on it. And then I kind of have it memorized. Or I do have it memorized. And then I'll play it by, hey, let me play it and let me record it. And then as I'm playing, I'll think of a different chord structure to add to it. So, and that's kind of in the moment. So then I'll play, let me try this out. And then how I figure this out, how I play, I'll know the song, I know the basic chord structure, and then I can hear what I want to play next. As I'm playing the song, I can hear, I want it to go over here. So I can hear the music before I go, and then I can transition into where I want to go. Then sometimes if I mess up, I don't want to hit that chord. But let's say it's not an obtusely wrong chord, but it's like it's this chord that's unresolved. You know what that means, Bogey? It's unresolved. So you know that just as a casual listener, you know another chord's going to come because it doesn't sound like it's a resolved chord that more is going to come. It does sound like it's ending.
Okay.
So if I hit a chord that I'm a little off, then I'll play it a bit and then I'll move. Okay, I want to hit that chord. Then it'll even make the song even longer. I didn't want to, but I fucked up. But you don't know I fucked up though.
Yeah.
And this is how I figured out how when people do solos and stuff, how do they do all these solos that don't mess up? Well, they cover them up. And if you play well enough or long enough and well enough, then I find that sometimes you don't mess up. Then you play. You're that good. Then you did a really good take. Right?
Repetition.
But it's so I was worried about. I had a friend of mine help me out with this because I was like, okay, I want to perfect the song and then I'll record. She goes, why are you doing that? Just record like everything. Like you may capture something before you even so-called perfect it. And I was getting all in my head trying to perfect these songs so much. I wasn't recording that much because I wasn't ready. I'm not ready to record. So it was a total game changer of me taking her advice and not worried about perfecting it and just worried about getting better, being creative, and then see what happens.
Yeah, I remember one time he goes, Bogey, I'm going, what's up? He's like, I'm gonna send you something. And he sends me something, and it's one of his songs, right? And he's like, what do you think I should do to her? I'm like, man, that just sound hella clean. You know what I mean?
Yeah, see, JD, this is how me and Bogey are really connected. I don't think Bogey heard me tell that to you because you walked out, right?
Yeah.
See, he just said what I just told you 2 minutes ago. Is that interesting?
Right.
I find that these serendipitous things that me and Bogey have. I'm Sagittarius, he's Sagittarius. Yeah, I'm not a huge big sign guy, but sometimes people mess that way. And I sent him the music. I go, he says, that sounds good. I sent a couple other people. They go, yeah. So I go, hey, I got my own studio now.
Them is facts. And I was just watching a podcast where it was I forgot the guy's name. He's from he has an Indian descent or maybe a Middle Eastern descent, and damn good podcast. But he had a content creator who started making content at 45 years old. And he was saying the first thing is like, right, he started off just recording himself on the phone, but it didn't take him until his first 1,000 videos put up until he started to get noticed. So, you know what I mean? It ain't about just trying to worry about filming videos and editing them perfectly.
Yeah, getting it perfect. Yeah.
For starting, just go ahead. It's just like shooting your free throws at practice.
It's the evolution.
Or, taking batting practice. You just got to stay getting, you know what I mean? And the only way you're going to stay getting the way that you feel is perfect, or, you just got to stay doing it, bro.
Yeah, you're right. You stay in it because you will improve just naturally by doing it all the time, right?
Yeah.
It's instead of trying to say, I got to get better, you just do get better because you're getting more familiar. And I use the analogy of like how do these baseball players hit a ball really coming down 100 miles an hour because they're looking at it every day.
Right.
Yeah.
And then people like there's some songs I have to really fast, like I'm using 16th notes. Yeah, 16th notes and stuff. And then what I do, I just do it every day. And then it just becomes like regular, right? Sometimes it's to the point where I'm not even looking at my fingers. I'm like, I can't follow my own fingers. So, to make it normal, you just got to do it all the time. And that's what it is. If these guys are hitting, you got goalies in hockey, the puck's going 100 miles an hour too. How do they see it? But they get used to it.
100%.
Never leave the gym.
Now to translate like how you make your own music and you remember it in your head. Now, when it comes to acting and they give you that thick old script that you got to remember. Now, do you go through it and you memorize it like just reading the whole front to back, or do you go like by scene, or how does that process go?
Yeah, I'll read the whole script so I know what's going on. And then so I understand the meaning of the scene and what the scene means and why I'm saying what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll memorize after, because if you memorize before, you don't really understand. You're just doing the words. It's just like numbers. You don't really remember numbers, right? If someone gives you three phone numbers, you're not gonna remember 3 phone numbers just bam. But you can remember names much easier, or instances, or what happened. If you're recalling a story, right?
Mm-hmm.
You may not know all the words, but you know the story, right? So I get to know the story and the scene for what it is, and then get the words. And that way you're not hung up on the words when you're acting, and then you can substitute other words. And usually writers, especially in film, the writers and the directors, they're not so hell-bent on the words per se, like a playwright would be in plays or theater, right?
Oh.
So when you know what's going on, the structure. So when I'm writing my songs, I know where the whole structure of the song, so I can veer off a little bit and I can come back to the basic structure.
Yeah,
and it's easier than to worry about every single note that I got to play to get my point across. So I don't worry about
or like if
I don't worry about the words as much. But I got to know the scene, because what if the other actor says a different word? If I just memorize her words,
right,
or his words, right, and then it's just like it'll throw me off. There's this speaking of which, when I was in theater, there's one woman. Her name was Carol. I remember she's really good with words, but if you said something different, she memorized cerebrally.
Mm-hmm.
It would throw her off. And one time I used a different word. All the other actors knew how she worked and stuff. But she was a good actress. But
yeah, she'd be like, say it how it's written.
She's good at regurgitating words, right? But you say a different word, she's like, would
do up the mechanics.
And then we all knew we'd help her out, just whisper the word. Oh yeah, I meant to say this. Sorry, And then it should glitch out. So I find it's better to just understand.
Glitch out.
I feel on my lower back.
Is improv part of like just only comedy for like, say, like how, like when you kind of like, know the scene, but kind of like sometimes like, use different words that's not part of the script. Now is like improv part of like, the part of learning to act and stuff like that, or is that only for like comedy people?
You know what's interesting? The improv, they have improv classes and stuff, and they separate it, which is interesting. But when you're in like on set and you're actually working and stuff, you have to have some improvisational skills anyway. Because even if you're doing a drama and stuff, like a serious scene, if you mess up the word, but not so much where the audience is going to notice, but the other actor may know, you would still have to recover and hopefully be able to improv. And sometimes it could be better than what the writer wrote or what the director is expecting.
I've seen
right?
that.
Yeah.
So improv
comes in handy
with the music too. What's that?
Yeah, well, what if you had to it's a sad scene? You're like, I'm about to improv some tears right here. You know what I mean? Channel something that makes you sad or something, and then you just, you draw it out for that scene.
Well, channeling like that's more a sense memory. It's called. It's a Strasberg technique. But like when JD said improv, that's kind of like you're in the moment, right? And it wasn't expected, for instance.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, more that.
Yeah, because something else you would have to channel some shit. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Yeah, that's like
that's the actual method too. You said.
Yeah. There's 3 basic types of acting. There's method acting, then Strasberg technique, and Meisner. And method acting is where you've heard about that probably, where they play the character all the time, right?
Yeah.
And they get in. If the character's a weird character, then they're weird too.
The role.
Yeah, they really get into the role. However, if you get so involved, sometimes you can't relate to the other actor because you're so into your own self, your own character. I remember I had this one scene. I was in a class with this one guy. I think his name was Paul. He was like a method. I was just an actor. I didn't know what I was doing at the time. And he it's like no matter what I said, he would just act the same way. He was doing method. So they don't respond. It's almost like he's doing a monologue. I'm just happen to be there.
Wow.
And then you have Meisner is I find it's the best. Well, Strasberg, I'll go there first because that's one of the first technique I learned. Is sense memory, as you said, you go back to the past or you imagine this, imagine that to bring it to the scene now.
Yeah, like if it's a joyful scene and you need to pull out that emotion, you might think of like some,
right.
you know, the time you had fun or something with a lady or you know what I mean. Some
exactly. It's Strasberg.
Yeah,
and then you
and
get
on the flip
Meisner,
side-
which is based on repetition and listening, and then so it really takes it off of you, makes you get into the other person you're acting with more.
Is that more like playing like a person, like say like when Denzel did Malcolm X. Well, he couldn't study.
That's the method acting when they get into the role.
Studying a real life character, is that what that is? Is it
a real life character? You're playing real life character. I think that'd be more method, as Bogey just said. You're more method. I find Meisner works really well. Meisner is a repetition and listening to other actor, and you can substitute. Like if I'm playing a detective, okay, where was it? Well, yeah, my father in real life used to be a detective. Then I can take some mannerisms from him, or my acting coach, or a friend of mine. He knows mine very well. Like, and like for Tales, California, he said. So I lost in there. I lose. Well, the deal goes down, and then he was a old college friend of mine. So he gets taken out. So my friend, he's another actor, and he coached me on this, helped me out a lot with this role. He goes, so where else in real life do you know someone that you lost somebody like that? So it's not quite Strasberg, but it's more of Meisner. So I can take that feeling from real life and put it into this character.
What's the other one? Meisner. And they teach you by
and
Meisner. I feel like when you tell me how the description of Meisner, it's like De Niro. It definitely draws from like Meisner.
I think De Niro's method. He's known for method.
Method, okay.
Yeah.
Because I feel like De Niro's the type he'll get reserved. He'll do a scene where he barely even talks and he's killing that scene. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think he's just a very good method actor. I think Sean Penn is method as well. I know Joaquin Phoenix is.
Yeah, Joaquin Phoenix. He's been in.
The only thing is that you have to be careful. You have to know how to balance that and relate to the other actor. And with Meisner, you're already off of yourself and relating to other actor. And then if you can bring in something experienced from real life into the character. And the thing is, and you can tell when you're a trained actor, you can tell who's doing what. You can tell.
Yeah.
And especially bad acting is pretty much when most of acting is reacting off the other person, not what you're bringing.
Oh, wow.
As an actor, yeah, you're reacting on the other person. One of the hardest things to do, or the most revealing, if you can tell who's a good actor or not, is when there's less emotion involved. Like if women can cry, a lot of women can cry on a drop of a dime and stuff. You can hide the emotion of if they're a bad actor. If she's crying, who can't cry? You can cry in any language, right? But if you're just talking about, hey, what's going on today? Nah, you know what? I woke up, had to feed the cat. Then I don't know, it's sunny today. I think I might go over for a walk. What's going on with you? And you just going back and forth. Those are the hardest scenes to be believable. And you can tell people's acting ability is more exposed to less emotion than you got. Less emotion, the more if you throw up, yeah, he's just chilling, he's just talking. I believe every word he says. That's how you can tell a good actor and how many moments he gets. Bad actors when they're just missing all these moments that are happening in real time.
Like who's one of the best at capturing the moment that that we might know of?
Let's see. Like I said, Walken's really good, but that's my favorite actor. But let's see. Like who listens? Let's see. I think Kevin Spacey's really good like that. He's one of them. I know he's got some bad.
He was really
going on in the past, but he's a good actor.
House of Cards, he was really good.
Okay.
Yeah, he's really good. He's one that stands out for that. Who else is it? Look how I have to think about. But he's like one of the top ones that I noticed.
That uses that technique.
Yeah, it's not. You know what? It's not even so much a technique. It's an ability to listen and react. It's more of an ability to skill.
Wow.
Okay.
Right. Just ever heard people that they're just listening, they'll just respond. It's like, well, you didn't even hear what I said, and that's in real life, right?
Right.
So when you see an actor do that, they look horrible. That's what bad acting is. When someone doesn't listen and they just say, let's say you do a scene 5 times, okay, an actor will change on purpose. Sometimes I'll change it up on purpose to see if the other actor is going to respond, right? So for instance, and then here it goes back to this. I learned this from my acting coach. He said there was it was hockey. It was in the NHL. He was watching the game, right? And the one coach, there was a fight going on, the fights in hockey and stuff. And then the coaches got into it. And then the coaches are yelling at each other, right? And then in the post-interview, the interviewer asked the coach, what did that one coach say to you? He says, I don't know what he said. I just said something back because he yelled at me. You know what he said? So he's just in the moment, right? He just yelled back.
Reacted. But he's like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so
there it is right there. And he's like, what?
so these I notice actresses do this a lot in interviews in Hollywood. They go, oh, the director was so giving. Oh no, sorry, not the director. The other actor who was so giving and stuff, right? They use all these flowery words and stuff.
Yeah.
It was amazing. It's so giving. It was like a bed of roses, But what they mean when they say he was so giving is that the other actor would listen and reacted to it.
Wow.
A lot of actors are not, even a lot of actors that are famous, some of the actors aren't that good, but here's the thing, there's way more acting roles out there than there are good actors. So you're gonna have a lot of bad actors out there that will fill these roles. They say, well, aren't all these famous actors the same? No, they're not. Because you can't find enough good actors to fill the roles, really.
Yeah, and then a lot of times they might even find they might even cast people just because of the following they have. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, exactly. Oh, I'll tell you one thing, JD, to answer your question too. Actors that are really good at in the moment reaction acting, as you asked earlier, is like Jim Carrey, guys like that did improv and sketch comedy, and now they're doing films. Those guys really good at listening.
Yeah. Without a doubt, Jim Carrey, that's my guy right there, man.
Yeah, for real.
I was just watching the first Ace Ventura, man, and he brought some of his characters from in Living Color, but not the characters, but the mannerisms and stuff from In Living Color into that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and you had a young what's the brunette from Friends? She was
Friends,
in that.
Yep. Nikki Courtney Cox.
Courtney Cox was in that movie.
Oh yeah, right.
He was in that movie on everything.
And then guys like him will play around, like if you mess up a line, they'll have something. They'll come back with something. That's where that good acting. That's where the moments is.
Yeah, on everything. Wow.
Yeah, so you want to try and recreate that in real life, because in real life we do spend a lot of time just listening, right? Because you have to know what the person's saying. So you don't know what you're going to say. You just listen, and then.
Versus just waiting your turn to say the line that was written.
What's that?
Like versus just waiting your turn to say the line that was written in order of how it was written, right? Like, make it feel real, like how people actually talk to each other in real life.
Because you have to listen as to how they're talking to you. It's not so much about the words; it's the intent behind the words, the intention.
Okay.
The inflection, the intonation, it's all that stuff.
Wow.
Yeah. So then once you combine all that stuff, then, what's that?
No, I said that's some jewels right there. The inflection and the intonation. What was that?
Oh, the inflection, the intonation.
Yeah, inflection and intonation. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it's like the cadence of the expression of that. It's just your basic. If you just give me a sentence, give me a sentence.
A sentence.
Yesterday it was cold.
Yesterday, it was cold.
Okay. So it's
yesterday, so I can bring you into yesterday. So I let you imagine yesterday for like a split second longer.
Right,
So
right.
when I get a script, I break down the moments within when I'm reading the words.
Right.
So if I say, man, JD, I haven't seen you. Man, JD, I haven't seen you in a long time, right? I would say like this, man, JD, I haven't seen you in a long time. So I use onomatopoeia. I stretch out long.
Right,
Because in
right.
real life, you would be like that, man. How long has it been?
What's up, dog?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so stuff like that. But basic people, when you just read a script, you just read the words. So when you have, let's say, you got 10 actors going for a role, right? I can find out these certain moments where most actors won't get, and then some will, but most actors won't break it down the way that I'll break it down using those terms. I learned this stuff from different coaches.
But how do you know when to put the emphasis when it needs to be, though?
Oh, that's when you have to get to know the scene, and where if you know the whole script, great. But if you don't have the script, they don't. When you audition, they just give you the sides, right?
Okay.
So the sides, you have to just make it up and take a chance.
Oh.
But here's the thing: I've been on the other side as casting for my friend's film. You met Todd, right? Bogey, did you meet Todd?
Yep.
Yeah. So I saw the other side, and you know what, JD, you can tell in the first 15, 20 seconds.
Is that right?
If they're better than the other actors that you've auditioned, or if they're even good at acting, you can tell really quick. And if they don't know the script and they made a good choice, but they're believable, but that's not where the script's going, we'll give them direction and say, it's actually more like this. And they go, okay, so let's see if they can change it up. Most of the roles I was getting, so I was asking the director why they casted me. I go, yeah, because you can take direction. There were a couple other actors that were as good as you. It usually comes down to 2 actors. And then they say, okay, which one can take direction? Who do we want to work with?
Yeah.
And when
it's not so much how good of an actor you are sometimes.
And that ties back to when you say listening to whether you is scene to scene and you actor to actor, or whether it's the people that's producing the film or directing the film, being able to really listen to what they saying to project what they want to see.
Right. And in the film, it's a director's medium. It's not an actor's medium. It's never, for the playwright, in theater, it's a playwright's medium. Producers for TV, and then the director has the same film. But then the actors are just puppets, unless you're Tom Cruise. You direct your own stuff, right?
Yeah.
But that's it. So actors are used. So they're pawns, really.
Wow.
But they get a lot of notoriety because they're in the forefront, right?
Well, I mean, it's just like it's just like a basketball team or a football team. Like, you're gonna have the stars, they're gonna get all the notoriety, but of course there's gonna be the big wigs that are pulling all the strings. But even to go back to what you were saying earlier, you get the same analogy with football too, like where you might have people that they're coachable, you know what I mean? But they're okay. They might be capped at their natural talent, but they're coachable. But then you got the other ones that are just they're really good talent, and they might not be the easiest to work with, but like they just bring something to it. So you almost gotta like adapt to you got to be a little more giving, right? You're like, you know what, I'm gonna stand back in this scene and let you just kind of do your thing.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
I was just watching a documentary on Tupac, and I didn't know that the guy that played in Forrest Gump played Bubba. I think that was his name in Forrest Gump. The guy that did the shrimp.
Yep.
The famous
I think that was Nunn, right? Is that Bill Nunn?
I forgot his name, big bro, on everything. I forgot it. But he knew Tupac, and he was telling Tupac, man, leave the rap stuff alone and just come to the movie side. That was Tupac's friends. That guy that played in the Forrest Gump movie, big bro. I forgot his real name.
Because Tupac met a lot of cats doing because he went to the performance arts school in like Baltimore or something like that. That's it.
Yep.
Yeah. So
he did was it one he did with Janet Jackson?
Poetic Justice.
Yep. Poetic Justice.
He did Juice. Then he did Poetic Justice. Yeah, that was when he was on a tear there. What was the other big? He did one more. Above the Rim.
Above the Rim.
Yeah, those 3 right there. Those were the ones that got like actually, did they all get theater release? Because I know those 3 did for sure.
Yep.
Bulletproof got a theater release too. What else was there back then? Gang Related.
But he told him, man, and that was why I didn't know that they knew each other 100%.
You say, hey man, you need to come on this side and just play the. You know what's funny is like it was, and a lot of people argue that Pac was on some acting shit, like that he wasn't. You know, he kind of adopted what what the mob Pyrus were doing, and then you know what I mean, and was like, yo, this MOB. You know what I mean? Just like a good actor would though too, right? You know what I mean? Adopt the and pick up the role and just kind of embody that role.
Everything. I got a Canada question for you. So you grew up in the eastern part of Canada?
Yeah, I was born in Halifax, born and raised I was born and then we moved to a place in Glasgow, I remember. Oh, actually, I don't remember, but it was, a year, 6 months to a year. We moved to New Brunswick where Marty lives now, my brother Marty.
Shout out to
For
Marty.
about 4 to 5 years, I moved back when I was 4 or 5 to Halifax, Nova Scotia.
Oh, so like I'm a big fan of Oak Island. They filmed that's in Nova Scotia. It's a history TV show, and they go.
Okay, yeah, I heard of it, but I haven't been.
That's one of my favorite TV shows.
Oh yeah, really? Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
I just found out. I didn't know this. I just found out that The Rock is from Nova Scotia. You know that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, his father was living there. His father's from Nova Scotia, from where I'm from. I called my mother and said, "Is that true, The Rock?" Yeah, this is I called her like 3 days ago. I was watching some video on YouTube, and then she goes, "Yeah, you don't know that?" I go, "No, I know he's Samoan, right?"
Yeah.
And his father was a wrestler.
Yep.
I go, how did I miss that? He's from Nova Scotia too. His father's from Nova Scotia.
Yeah, because I think
he's a black Canadian.
In the
I didn't know that.
Rocky Johnson.
In the McMahon story, I think they got a wrestling circuit up that way once you get because I think it was in New York or somewhere, and then it also went into Canada. They did a little wrestling circuit.
They at one point they went and just kind of bought the whole Canada territory.
There it is. There.
Yeah, but you had Stampede Wrestling in Calgary, the Hearts, all of the Hearts.
Yeah.
And then you had Maple Leaf Wrestling or All Star Wrestling in Toronto, right?
Okay.
And then
those are like the little smaller promos.
Toronto was All Star Wrestling, Maple Leaf Wrestling, and then they fused together with the WWF.
Yep, he bought them all.
WWE, right?
He did a deal. Here was the thing
with Stu Hart.
Yep, and this is the thing: is Vince McMahon? He was smart because Stu Hart. It wasn't just about buying their wrestling companies and like absorbing them, but it's because Stu Hart already had it worked out with the cable companies out there. So his shit was getting national coverage over there. You know what I mean? So it was like it was a big power move.
Because the Stampede Wrestling was all across Canada. So
exactly.
So I moved back to where I was born till I was like 9. Then we moved out to Calgary where Stampede Wrestling was from, right?
Yeah.
We lived in a small town outside of Calgary in Cochrane. And I remember when I was in like 4th grade, we moved out there. And Stampede Wrestling, I remember, so I was 9. I remember when Bret Hart was one of the younger brothers.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he was the rodeo kid or something like that. He had it with a cowboy hat. Cowboy Bret.
Something like that. And in Calgary's like, it's pretty much oil, a lot of oil in there.
So it is like a cowboy culture, right? Kind of.
Yeah, it's like Dallas. It's like Calgary's like the Dallas north.
Is Edmonton in Calgary?
Yeah, it's 3 hours north of Calgary.
Yeah, that's in Alberta.
I was there too before I moved to Toronto.
That's in like Alberta, right?
Yeah, it's Alberta. It's closer to the tar sands.
Yeah, because and see the reason I noticed is because my cousin-in-law, shout out to Bruce, he's originally from Canada, but from that range, from Edmonton, Alberta. Yeah,
that's its own province.
No, the 2 cities.
Oh, okay.
Well, they've got a hockey team, and then Calgary.
That's not Edmonton is the hockey team.
Yeah, that's where Wayne Gretzky came from, and the Gretzky went to LA.
Kings.
Yeah, to the Kings, and then they don't like those 2 cities. Don't like each other too much.
Oh wow,
there's a big rivalry going on all the time. So we moved out there, and then it was So I remember watching Stampede Wrestling all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And then some of my friends would go to it live because we live just outside Calgary, like 10-minute town is 10 minutes out west of there towards the mountains. Beautiful place actually.
Oh wow.
And then so we grew up with the wrestling, with the Harts and stuff. So there was Bruce Hart, Keith Hart, I remember. And there was Brett, and then Owen, of course, when Owen passed away. And then he was even younger. He wasn't even wrestling by then.
Wow.
Because he was probably just a few years older than me if I was only 9. And Bret Hart was up and coming, he just started. Right. And then we moved around a couple other places and I ended up in Toronto, yeah.
So so this name might not be too popular right now, but Drake is one of my favorite artists, and I ain't for sure. So were you ever familiar with him when he was a young dude coming up in the with the TV show and all that shit before he started?
No, you know what? That's cool that you asked, because I remember in 2015, I remember the year. Drake got big when 2013.
Something like, well, he started like his early mixtapes in like 2008, 2009, and that's when I started listening, just by the music. But see, as the TV show and stuff, I never got to see none of that.
Yeah, see, I didn't hear. I heard the name here and there, but then my employees in 2015, I remember around the time when Kendrick Lamar had that big song come out.
Yeah, the damn album.
Gotta be all right.
Right.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Oh, yeah. So that's like
20. Was that 2015 about?
I think it's like 2016, 2015 era.
Yeah, so my employees were talking about Drake and listen to Drake. I go, hey, who's this Drake guy? I don't really know. They go, you don't know Drake? I'm busy working. So, and then I got the speed. I go, yeah, he's all right. But he was in Degrassi.
Mm-hmm.
And the funny thing is, he was in the Degrassi generation, I think it's called. Is that what you're saying?
I think so.
Yeah. So I used to audition with the original Degrassi.
I'll be right back.
Back in the mid to late 90s.
Is that right?
Or late 90s, yeah.
Get the heck.
I knew one guy was named Billy. His name was Billy. He was on the one with Drake. He played he was one of the fathers.
Oh wow.
I think his name was Billy too, probably, or Bill on the show. But I only bumped into the show a few times. The original show I used to watch was a kid, right? And they were like a year or two younger than me.
Oh wow!
And I would watch. My younger sister had it on, so I got watching. What's this dumb Canadian show? Or we're watching. And next thing we know, we get hooked, and we're watching it, right?
Yeah.
And then I moved to LA by the time Drake came out.
Mm-hmm.
With the Degrassi generation.
Right.
And then I knew some girl I was hanging out with or something. I don't know. She was watching it. And I said, oh, I remember this when I lived in Canada. But I remember like the original one.
Uh-huh.
She was watching the Drake one. And I saw an episode, but I don't know if I even saw an episode with him in it at that time. And but I like some of his music, Telephone, and then I got into it like later on.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan, but I don't mind the guy.
Yeah. No, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that was that. Because for him to have come up as as an actor first and then transition into the music, so he been around as a kid, you know what I mean? So he, for him to just transition and still be around for so long.
Yeah, that's pretty good. How he did it. I don't know how he did it. I guess you said he had mixtapes before.
Oh yeah,
interesting. Like what his process was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he had like maybe three or four mixtapes before he got really noticed, I guess, through the music scene over here or something.
So were there any songs that were a hit of his mixtapes that were a hit or that were popular? Or was it by then it was more that when he got signed and stuff?
Well, I would say I got onto him once Lil Wayne was talking about him, and it made me go listen to the old stuff. But some of the old stuff, he had songs with with Trey Songz. He had songs with
like he worked with Trey Songz?
Oh yeah.
So Trey Songz obviously knew him as an actor, so he was in the business. And that's how he got access to Trey Songz probably, correct?
Probably on everything, yo. Yeah, dude had he had a hell of a grind. Yeah, and I loved all his old music that he had put out. I didn't think it was like no first time artist like type stuff. It sounded like it was like he had been doing music his whole damn life or something.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, 'cause I sent one of the links in the thing, right? When Nelly first dropped this thing, I sent it in the group thread. I was like, "This is how I'm setting all my lineups this year." Because it's real serene and peaceful. Yeah, there was
serene.
There was one specifically. I think the song.
Hey, look at that! He just did it. Check this out. You said serene and peaceful, right?
Yeah.
Last night I was naming a song. It's a version. I do several versions of the songs typically, and then I was like, "Hey, what am I gonna?" It's like the third or fourth version. What am I gonna name it? It's called. I named it. Well, where are you going? And I named it "Calm Piano," right? Mm-hmm. Was a version. And I go, no. And then I looked at my phone for synonyms for calm.
Serene and
came
peaceful.
up, and peaceful came up.
Come on.
And I ended up using. I was going to use serene, and then I ended up using peaceful.
That is that Sagittarius stuff right there.
We had alliteration, the two P's, right? Peaceful piano.
Oh, everything.
Yeah.
I'm a Sagittarius, my dang self.
Are you? What did you say something before? I didn't know that. I think Bogey told me there's a few of us.
Yep.
There's two other guys too.
Yep. Oh, everything.
I think Derek is.
I don't know if Derek. I know Tino is because him and Bogey got the same birthday. Oh, everything.
Oh, Tino. Okay, yeah, he told me.
Yeah.
About Tino. I think he told me about you. I think there's one more person. Bogey knows because he's got the whole list.
Yeah, I'm drawing a blank right now. Yeah.
Oh, it's full. Hey, Bogey finally got a backdrop though.
Our man Bones. That's our man right there.
So original, huh? How could I guess it was named Bone?
Yeah.
Back. I don't know.
Yeah.
I went too low on a squat.
I'm going through back problems my dang self, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, it feels like it's like right on the bottom. It's just spasms right now until they settle down. It'll be fine, but
ice and heat, the best thing, big bro, and stretching it out.
Yeah, okay, I'll have to do that. I'm gonna put some ice on it.
Yeah, some
I'm sure
ice.
the bath didn't help, but it felt good though. It was warm.
100%. Get some Epsom salt. You can get some Epsom salt and put in you when you take.
I got some. I should have used it last night.
My mama.
I wasn't even thinking. I got some right sitting beside the tub.
Facts. Every day. It work wonders for sure.
Yeah, it does. It's good. It's good stuff.
Every day.
Yeah. So Drake. Yeah. So what do you think about the beef between him and Lamar? I think it's manufactured.
If it was manufactured, it was a damn good manufactured beef. It was well needed. It was damn well needed because we hadn't had a moment like that in hip hop in a minute. You know, that big monumental type between two big artists for sure. I loved it for sure. And like I said, I'm a Drake fan. He's one of my favorite there is of the newer age of hip hop artists. And, you know, you got to give it to Kendrick. Kendrick knocked him out the water for sure.
Yeah, he's in his element.
Cool.
For this whole beef, really, it's his element because he can rhyme. So
yeah, I think they both the animosity that they had for each other, it just kept building up after so long. So it was gonna happen regardless. It blew up than what I thought it was gonna be for sure.
Yeah.
Is that the little one?
Yeah, she's big now.
Is that the littlest one?
Yeah, she's 3 now.
I was gonna say she's growing.
Yeah, she's big.
Is she calmed down? Are you calmed down?
Oh
now?
no, she's still crazy. That's why I separated her and my 6-year-old. Her and my little man, they still go at it. Then it's funny though, because they'll be running around like co-defendants and shit. Then the next thing you know, they're ops. You know what I mean?
Hey, so where'd you get the sound pads? The wall pads?
I don't know if you remember back in the days, my old home studio. So I've been had all the pads. I just took everything out, all the boxes and everything. Like, you know, when we were finally getting to the garage, because I had all this shit just piled up. You know what I mean? And then in true bogey fashion, I was just like, you know what? Let's finally put them up. Hella months later, after I took them out of the box.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Yes.
It's only now a shopping in a supermarket.
Oh, in the supermarket? Where? You want to go to the supermarket?
No, I just shop. Daddy, I just market in a road. Now it's raining.
I've never heard her talk. I usually hear her making sounds. Now she's talking.
Even she's like, even the way she tells stories, she has the hand gestures. She is my little actress for real though.
What's her name?
Why you want to go to the supermarket?
I just market.
I can't believe it's so cold. How's the weather out there right now? Is it warm out there?
I mean, the sun is out.
It's nice. Oh,
yeah, over there.
My place or his place?
Where you at, big bro?
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Yeah.
It's been warm. It feels like spring.
Yeah.
Sunny again. We had a bunch of rain over the last month. Good amount, not crazy, but it's green. You know.
Yeah.
Grass is growing and stuff. It's grown. So there's everything's calm now. There's no disasters and stuff going on.
It was an earthquake down there not too long ago.
Yeah, about a month ago, I felt it. I was in the living room. I was like, hold on. I was like, wait a minute. We always react the same way. It's like, hold on, because you get them too, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So you just kind of freeze for a bit. Okay, how long is it going to last for? Okay, then you can go on about your day. But then then the news world, it goes on for a day or two.
Right. 100%.
Everything rocks. It's on shutdown. They're all locked. It's a gridlock.
So I lived in Oakland when the 89 earthquake hit, and they could feel it down here because I'm in Sacramento. And so in 1989, I think it was like a 6.5 or a 6.4 or something like that. And the people down in Sacramento, some of them said they can feel it all the way down here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And that it devastated parts of San Francisco, parts of Oakland. For sure.
I remember watching the Oakland A's game when it happened.
Yep.
That's why everyone was like,
serious.
They're on the field, so they're safe on the field.
Well, and part of that is it saved where the freeway collapsed at in Oakland because
I remember that.
It was it's traffic time during that time, and ever since it was the Giants and the A's playing, a lot of people were at home already preparing for the World Series, so it saved some people from not being on the freeway at that time when the earthquake hit because it was two Bay Area teams playing.
Oh, okay. I remember the A's playing, but I couldn't remember who they were playing.
They were playing the Giants. Everything. That was a crazy time right then. I even remember the Northridge earthquake. I think I want to say that was in like 94, I think. And that's somewhere down there in SoCal.
Yeah, it was up in Northridge, right?
Northridge, I think it is.
Because it was pretty there was something collapsed up there. I heard.
Yep.
I wasn't living here, of course, but I heard about that. I remember the one in 2011. We had a good sized one. I think 5.8 or something.
Is that right?
20 or 5. There's 5 something.
Yeah.
Because usually the ones we get, they're 4s, right?
Right.
And then my brother Marty again, he calls me. He says, I heard LA shut down. It's like, what are you talking about this? Because it was earthquake and everyone went about their day. Nothing happened. He says, well, CNN says on lockdown, freeways are shut down. I go, no, they're not.
Wow.
And what they did, this is what was brutal. They're showing old footage. Excuse me. They're showing old footage because he saw it. He's like, oh no, everything's fine. It wasn't even that bad one. But it was like you felt it. I was outside, I remember. Yeah. But they're just lying about it. They're lying about it.
Propaganda.
Yeah. And he called me hours later. He didn't call me like right after it happened. He called me hours later. Then, here you guys are still on lockdown and stuff with the traffic, the gridlock. Right. He said. I go, there's no gridlock over here, but I guess everyone thinks that.
Yeah, that's
so I don't watch the news, man, anymore.
That's one thing about people that haven't been to California, you know, that they worry about. Like you got people in the East Coast that get tornadoes, hurricanes and stuff like that. You got the Midwest that get the tornadoes. But when you talk about California, that's one of the first things they tell me, man, I ain't coming out there because y'all got earthquakes. So everything.
Yeah, right. It's like the lesser of 5 evils.
Right.
You pick your poison, right?
Oh, everything.
So Canada is okay. Winter storms, cold. You know, black ice. You're driving on ice, stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think out of all of them, I would think for me the scariest is tornadoes.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I think that's like scary.
It come through ripping the whole city, the whole little town out. You'll see nothing but flatlands, 100%, in not even half a house, half of foundations. Barely anything left of the foundation if it's that strong.
Yeah, you know, the cellar thing is a real thing.
Right.
I couldn't imagine like the sound of it, like just
right.
Like if you live through that, like the destruction, if you hear everything flying around, like it's nothing. Like these you know, vehicles, tanks, like whatever, it's being thrown around, like it's just debris.
Like you could just throw it, like we could throw it. That's how it's getting swept around.
Yeah, like it's like the power, and then how they look amazing at the same time. It almost looks like it's alive. Like
that's why you got the storm chasers. Some of them storm chasers, you know, they'll go and get that on film, but just because of the thrill, but also, you know, the scenery of it. Just, you know, how it picks up the momentum of it. You know what I mean? It's definitely crazy.
I think those storm chasers are fascinated by it. You know, for sure, for them to do that, because I find myself fascinated by it at the same time. And I was watching tornadoes. I was going down the rabbit hole on YouTube, one after another. I just kept watching another video.
Right.
And the destruction is just like, wow. Then you'd see like a house picked up, thrown around. It's like a house. So like the energy and the power that is created, and you just see them being, you know, the funnels going, they're touching the ground.
Right.
They're going down. It's almost like it's like a living entity.
100%. Facts.
Yeah, they're just scary. They're very scary. And then people describe them when they're like, you know, like a mile across or something. They say it just sounds like a freight train, like 10 freight trains, like it's just moving.
Yeah, I couldn't even imagine that. 100%, that sound of it. Oh, and then just even being somewhere near it and having the thought of it coming towards your way. 100%.
Yeah. I'll take earthquake, no problem. Right, Bogey? We're talking about tornadoes. These guys, you know, live in those places like it's nothing. Oh, tornado! I'm like, my pants.
Yeah, I couldn't do the tornado areas.
Hey,
I think it was Kidda said he was living in, like, I think Tennessee, somewhere where he was living somewhere where they had Texas tornado, maybe even Texas, but they had tornado warnings. And he was excited because he was like, I got to see one of these things. You know what I mean?
They can kill you. And they don't care. They don't care about nothing. They'll kill you like that. You can't shoot them. Bullets do nothing to them. Imagine being that destructive with bullets.
Can't nothing stop it.
Anything that you take that's like a weapon, you use it to your advantage.
And that ain't no stopping it until it dies out.
Yeah, exactly, right.
100%, man. That shit is crazy. And they even have some that build up out on the ocean and cyclones on the water before. And that shit is crazy.
Yeah, with the hurricanes and stuff sometimes.
Everything.
Yeah. You really think about it. If you think about this, where we live, this earth, other than, we got houses and stuff, right? But when you're in nature and stuff, if you just like go by sun down, when the sun goes down, you're vulnerable.
Right.
You know, if you're out in the woods, I watch these things on YouTube and these stories. Like, you go, I went to the woods. My car broke down, right? And then there's someone came out of the woods. They're scaring me. It's like, who's in the woods just already on their own?
For sure. Right.
Yeah, somebody burying a body.
Yeah, like that's already scary. It's like, I listened to something the other day, or last night, maybe it was. This guy, the car broke down off the side of the road, and then they're sleeping in the car because other cars are going by. I'm just gonna keep it out and maybe get picked up by someone because they ran out of gas. Running out of gas stories. So he says, so some vehicle goes up behind them. And they kind of see the look up, and then they get out. There's no one in the vehicle. And one door is open. There's no one in the vehicle. So the person's like somewhere in the woods.
Whoa.
So he's like freaking out. And then he ended up going in the woods because the person came back, and then he got away by running away. He lost him in the woods and slept in the woods until sunup, right? But it's just like, it's one thing to go in the woods, but to have things just come out of there. People, I saw someone in the woods. Yeah, what did they? How are they not scared of someone else that's in the woods?
100%, but for real, bro, what's the odds of even us seeing each other?
Yeah, right.
Place it at this time, man. What are you doing here, bro?
It's always some jogger that finds the body too high. I go out for my 4:45 a.m. jog.
Right.
Yeah, so you're stupid. You're stupid.
For sure. Them is the ones that you see on Forensic Files and all them type of TV shows.
Yeah.
Years later, that's that was the guy that was burying the body out there or something. Every day. Damn.
Yeah, that's the thing. Why would you be hanging out in those places, man?
Right, for sure, bro.
I tell you though, but you listen to these stories in the comfort of your own home is like you feel comfort, but then you get a little paranoid. Oh, I heard a sound.
No, for sure. So my wifey, she wasn't able to watch like crime shows and stuff at night because she would just end up it'll make her have her bad dreams. Now she falls asleep to the crime shows now.
What? That's bad though, because it will make her have bad dreams.
100% on everything. But now she falls asleep to them.
And no weird dreams yet?
Now that I don't know. She ain't said nothing about that they've been causing her bad dreams. She hasn't said that lately. But because I'm I love First 48 when First 48 was on and cracking. I love Forensic Files. I love all that stuff, you know what I mean? And so when it was time to go watch TV in the bed, she wouldn't let me watch that stuff. You know what I mean? But now she falls asleep to it. It's crazy.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah, be careful what you're putting in your mind subconsciously like that.
100%.
And into your dreams and stuff. And I dream a lot. I'm a prolific dreamer.
Yeah, I am too, big bro. 100%.
And you have been for like your whole life that you can remember pretty much?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I can remember like hundreds of dreams. Just right now, I can remember like countless. I can't even remember all of them.
And I got a photographic memory, so I remember everything like by it happened yesterday. 100%. I could just see, all like stuff from 4 or 5 years old. I could still see that, that memory as it was happening right there. 100%.
Okay. You know what? Maybe I never thought I had a photographic memory, but just based on what you're saying, to have a photographic memory, we just have to remember everything word by word or just have a vivid memory of it.
Oh, well, now with I'm with me being a big music fan, like I know all the words. I know all the words from all the songs that I listen to. So, I ain't gonna say word for word like I'm the artist, but 75% of the song is memorized, and that's for every song that I've been listening to music. So I even remember that stuff. You know what I mean? So, I might be using the term wrong, but like it just, it all that just sit there. 100%.
Yeah. No, that's pretty close. There's an elephant memory. My parents would say I got an elephant memory. They don't forget stuff.
There we go.
Or they remember stuff from long ago.
Right.
Like that.
I got that elephant memory for sure.
Everything.
Yeah, I got like memories where. Yeah, I remember having dreams. There's one dream I remember having when I was a little kid. I was in my old house, going downstairs, or maybe it was a real memory. I don't know. There's some dream as a kid. There's some things that you did that was real. Like you don't know if it was real or a dream. It kind of crosses over.
Yeah, or I'll remember waking up out of a nightmare. So I'm staying the night at my grandma's house. And it's a 3-bedroom house. And so one of them, one of the rooms was my mom's room growing up. and then it was just an extra bedroom. So the other extra bedroom, once I was born, that was my room. So when I stayed, you know what I mean, I probably 5, 6 years old. I remember waking up from a nightmare. I don't remember exactly how the nightmare was taking place, you know what I mean? But I knew it was something about maybe I don't know if it was a witch. Maybe I just got done watching a horror movie. I forgot exactly what happened, but I remember popping out that motherfucking, and my grandma and my grandpa, you know, coming to calm me down and all that shit. 100%.
Wow, when you're 5, huh?
Yeah, probably even, it might have been younger than that. I don't know. Because my grandma and my grandpa, they had split up or divorced when maybe I was about 6 or something like that. Maybe even before then.
This seemed rare back then, huh?
Right.
Grandparents. I know I'm a little older than you, but not much. And grandparents. I didn't really hear of grandparents divorce. I hear parents. I did when I got older.
Oh, everything.
The what do you call it? The baby boomers. They got into divorces more.
Right.
Now it's just rampant. But the silent generation, they're called, like my grandparents and people that are like in their 90s now.
Mm-hmm.
I never heard much of divorce.
Yeah. See, so my grandma should be 88, I think, this year. So she not too far. That silent. She born 37, I think, 1937. 1930, somewhere around there. But my dad's parents, that's my mom's parents, they around the same age. But my mom's dad passed away in early 2000s. But my dad's parents, they born in the 20s, 100%. But my dad, he died on my birthday in like 85. So I just got vivid memories of him. I do remember him a little bit, but like I said, he ended up passing away on my birthday in like 85.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Birthday?
I still have dreams where I felt like I'm flying over my old neighborhoods.
Oh, I have dreams like that. Not the neighborhood, but flying.
Yeah, but I'm
lucid
flying
dreams.
over my old neighborhood, my old elementary schools. It's like a reoccurring dream. But I always figured maybe it's because, first of all, I could be like subconsciously astral projecting for all I know. But then two, it could be because these are the most detailed records of my life because I ran around these streets and neighborhoods for like 20 years before I started venturing out into the world. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like this was all I knew for like half my life before I started venturing everywhere else. You know what I mean?
That's true. You know, it's funny because do you remember? I remember when probably back when I was 3. This thing's like when I was 3 years old. But I do remember where the cupboards were big and I couldn't reach for things. Remember that? Mm-hmm. A lot of people forget about stuff like that, but I remember stuff like that.
Yep, I remember busting my ass climbing on shit, get shit on the top of the fridge.
And what's funny is that, and people were so tall and stuff, but in your realm of reality, you don't seem like you're a midget or nothing.
Right.
Yeah, but everything's all relative, right? You just can't reach things.
Because you're also with other. You're in school, or I would assume. I mean, like
everyone's the same height.
Yeah, everyone's the same range and height.
Yeah, right.
You move up in grades, and you kind of with your same pack, growing with them.
Yeah,
when you get into high school,
when I look at kids now, I said the way they almost move like they're animated. They're not comfortable with their body. They're kind of choppy, right? Especially preteens, right? But when I was a kid, you don't remember that. Everything seems more fluid. Like you seem like I played sports when I was 5. I was in organized sports when I was 4 or 5 years old, and everything's all relative though. But when I look at the kids now, it's like, man, they can't move. But I couldn't move. But in all relativity, you still move. Like
I remember, getting the junior. My junior high was 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. So like I remember being a 6th grader, like, oh shit. These girls are hella grown. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like looking at the 8th graders, like, oh shit. And you know what I mean? Like here I am, I'm like 12 years old or 11 years old, whatever it is, turning 12. And it's like, it feels like, or maybe even younger than that. When was it, 96? Okay.
You said 12. My phone just said 12. It lit up. It said 12 and you said 12, exact same time.
Whoa.
Let's go.
You know what
guys always do. Hey,
the universe.
Hey, let me know if this happens.
And Guccinni's a Sag too.
Yeah, we're trying to find out what Tino is and who else.
Yeah, Tino, Antonio.
We're trying to name when you were away from the
man, the whole squad. Who was it? Tino, Antonio. There's this guy Nigel also. And
Oh, Nigel. Yeah, see, JD, he was rattle off another 3 or 4 like that.
Yeah. Hold on. There's some. I feel like I'm missing somebody too, man.
Is Song a Sagittarius?
No, I ain't never asked Song when his birthday is. Am I missing anybody else? When's Seven's birthday?
Dang.
I felt like did we ask him? It's funny because I ain't got drunk like that in a minute, but the Super Bowl show, I remember I got to chopping it up, but I was like, I could swear we covered that. I was like, yeah, it might be one of us.
Right. What about Jimmo? Is Jimmo a Sag?
Oh, Jimmo, there you go. That's another one I was missing. Jimmo, the icon. Oh, right there. Look, the fella. This picture up there.
Come on now. Everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The fella icon.
Oh, there we go. Boogie Vision 45. I just found him on IG, right?
Yeah, that's Slim right there. Yep.
All right. I just followed him.
Yes.
Nice.
Okay. Oh yeah. So you know what happens to me, Bogey, JD, is I'll be watching YouTube stuff. I'll say it happened last night twice. I'll have a word or number, then they say the number like right away, like a second later.
Oh wow.
I mean, you know what's crazy is that it's that shit that's picking up. It's that Big Brother shit. 1985 on a whole nother scale. They're always
84.
listening. 84. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
1984 on a bigger scale, or a modern day version, because they just always listening, always watching. And you know what's crazy? It's for means of advertising shit to us properly. Whatever it is they're trying to pump to us. You know what I mean? Whatever algorithm they're trying to feed us to.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. If they don't do it, then the creator does it, and they want to get a piece of the pie. If you look at it like that. Because like all these things, like, you know, people talk about those, what do you call those, Mandela effect things, right?
Yep.
But before
which also I would relate to simulation theory, because if there's a creator or a programmer at one point, they could change things, or maybe, you know, you could also relate the Mandela effect to like the multiverse theory. You know what I mean? We're like,
right.
But there's all kind of, the Mandela effect's crazy.
You know, they call it the Mandela effect, but the thing is, and they say, you know, Bernstein beers and all this stuff, right?
Berenstein or Berenstein.
Yeah, but you know that that's not a real Mandela effect, because they're just manipulating. They're mimicking the powers that be, that it can happen naturally. You know, people say, you know, these people that had all these supernatural stories before, let's say 50 years ago, well, they're still happening, but now say, well, it's more validated now. But no, they can fuck with it now.
Yeah, they could debunk shit easier now.
It's not as powerful as a real thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%.
Like all this stuff has always been around, is what I'm saying. But they're
Right.
trying to say that, oh, it's all new, it's a Mandela effect. No, it's not a Mandela. You guys are fucking with us now.
Yeah, because so many people thought Mandela died in prison, but he got out. And then that was the thing, is people forever swore, oh, well, I thought he died. And that's where the Mandela effect comes from, because then the theories come in like, oh, they go back and change things.
See,
you want more cookies?
And what I'm saying is that they change it, but what we heard originally, that was a real thing.
Right.
And then they can manipulate it later and say, no, we changed it, because they're able to change it, but they're not really able to change it. They're able to make you think that they changed it.
And see, I was just watching Dr. Greer, which is like
Alan Greer.
Yeah, he was just on Vlad, right? And he was talking about how we been had the you know, the technology from the you know, from the outer beings, and what the humans is doing is they got some of that technology, and they're manipulating the crafts and stuff to make it think like it's the, you know, the outer states.
That's what I'm saying.
100%. I just seen that, big bro.
And check this out. I know him from his other stuff, Alan Greer, but I didn't see that. But I figured this out on my own, and it just matched up with what you just said.
On everything, for sure.
The reason why I figured it out on my own is because I've had certain experiences on my own.
Right.
That I'm not even going to. I told one. I told a couple ghost things, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the other ones, like these time slips and stuff, I don't really talk about that stuff. I
Well,
would like personally, but like I'm not on here.
I got a personal story for you, and so I got two of them. So my personal story is when I had my major accident, I had 2 major surgeries within 2 weeks because I had an accident. And so during while I was in the hospital, I'm in the bed and I'm sleeping, right? And so I'm sleep and it's something that's on my chest that's, you know what I mean, completely hold me down.
Sleep paralysis thing.
And it's still, and I'm up. You know, it's like I'm look up and my eyes is open, but I'm sleeping. It's like that I'm seeing what's happening. And I can't move or nothing, and I'm completely drenched. It's like I'm just stuck. You know what I mean? And it's really like I'm panicking. You know what I mean? And I'm thinking that something's finna come. You know what I mean? Take me out the game, and then all of a sudden I wake up and then I'm completely wet, big bro. I'm already in the hospital bed, you know what I mean? Because I'm living at the hospital. I lived at the hospital for a month, you know what I mean? But that I couldn't wake up, I couldn't get up, I couldn't bust no move, big bro. 100%. It's crazy. And then another story is that when my grandfather passed, my mom's dad, he passed away from pancreatic cancer. So like I said, him and my grandma, they had divorced, but she ended up taking care of him, bringing him to her house at his end days. So the day that he passed away, she said that she can see his spirit leave his body. 100%.
I believe that.
On everything.
Yeah.
Surprised that you can see.
Man, one of the first times when Nelly knew I was interested in all kind of crazy shit like that, right? He was like, man, he told me the story about I think it was you and your buddy. He was like a hockey player. He was like
Lawrence, yeah. You met Todd, but Lawrence, my other friend who you haven't met him yet.
Yeah, and then he said, so Nelly's just chilling at the dude's crib, and then he just sees down the hallway some cowboy-looking dude or whatever walks by, like kind of glowing and shit. He's like
walk by into the bathroom.
Like that's not normal. You know what I mean?
Oh, 100%.
So he's
I'll tell JD the stories.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm coming. That's pretty accurate though. So it was like I saw the Stevie B concert. I called Laura. Hey, what are you doing? Nothing, just hanging out. So it's like a Friday night.
Shout out to Stevie B.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you know Stevie B in my eyes.
Yeah.
So
well,
he rented this house in uptown. Like I lived uptown Toronto. Then he lived north of me in a place called I think it's North York. Like downtown there.
Yeah, York. They got some hitters.
Not York, North York.
Yep.
But York is another subdivision of Toronto, but North York is on the other side of the freeway. It's all connected pretty much.
Yeah.
And then so
they got
old
the
house.
projects over there.
3 roommates. Huh?
They got like the projects over there, lightweight.
Scarborough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
And then so it was maybe midnight or so, and then so I get over there in the living room. I'm sitting in front of the TV. Lauren's on my right, and one of his roommates on the couch on my left. So I talked to Lauren. Behind Lauren is the kitchen and the hallway, the bedrooms, and bathroom and stuff. So I'm just talking to Lauren, and then I see someone walk into the bathroom as I'm talking to Lauren. I go, Lauren, are we the only ones here? She says, yeah. I go, where's your other 2 roommates? So they're downtown clubbing. I swear I saw someone walking in the bathroom. He says, you did not. I go, I did. He goes, oh. And he's a black belt in Taekwondo, played hockey. He's a tough dude. He's not Mr. Tough Guy, but he's not scared of a lot of things, right? So you go creeping up into the bathroom. I'm behind him. He goes, there's nothing there. I didn't think we'd find anything, so I know what I saw. It wasn't look like he was going to be hanging out there. And then we sat down. He goes, so what'd you see? I go, I saw a tall, skinny guy in a cowboy hat, a blue shirt and a vest. And I didn't tell him this part, but I could see through it. Wow. So it wasn't like a solid body. I've seen these solid body ones too. Those are freaky. Whoa. But so it was like an apparition, but it was like a second, but I saw the whole image. And he goes, oh. That's all he said. He said the word. I goes, oh. Like he just starts watching TV. I'm watching TV.
Because normally
there's probably nothing. Man,
immediately, he knows something because someone would be like, bro, you're tripping. That's crazy. Or like ask more questions. He just goes, oh.
That wouldn't be the reaction that you would get if it was something that you wasn't saying wasn't normal.
Right, exactly. But I actually didn't pick it up because he's kind of a stoic type of guy anyway.
Okay.
So it's just like, so I thought he's just like, oh, okay, yeah, it's probably nothing.
He has the discipline of a black belt.
And then 2 weeks goes by. And then we were talking within 2 weeks, but he calls me up at this kind of a odd time. And hey, Nelson, what's up? Nothing. What are you doing? I was just hanging out. And as soon as he just answered that, I go, okay, something seems kind of off.
Yeah.
He goes, hey,
like,
listen,
what's up, bro?
Yeah, I forecasted. He goes, hey, remember when he came over the other night? I go, yeah. He says, you really freaked me out. I go, really? But you didn't say anything. Yeah, because I was freaked out. That's why I didn't say anything. I go, oh, I thought you just thought I was just like making stuff up. He says, no. He says, listen, I haven't told anyone this, but for the last like month, I've been sleeping with the light on because I've woken up in my room and this is like apparition, this guy's in my room at the end of my bed. And he's looking at me. I keep blinking my eyes like I'm still dreaming, and he's still there. And then he comes in with his hands towards my throat, and he gets to my throat and he disappears. That's the noise. It's happened twice. If I sleep with the light on, I don't see him. So like I've been terrified of this guy. And you said what you described is exactly what I've seen in my room. So I know. So he felt kind of good because he's.
Did you guys ever Google like who lived there before?
And then he moved out about 3 weeks later. What's that?
Oh, wow. Did you guys ever like Google who lived there before? Maybe like find some history.
No, he ended up. The house ended up getting torn down. It was old.
Oh shit! So cowboy old dude had a cowboy hat.
Yeah, probably cowboy old.
Hey, Emil said North York is the ghetto.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's what the Jex is. He said Scarborough. I was like, yep. That's because I heard there's a big drill rapper scene out of it.
Emil said
does he live there?
Yeah, Emil's out of Canada. Emil's he's our resident Canadian.
I didn't know that. I'm gonna go back to
every time you see Emil, we always give him the standard Canada stand up. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah. He's right though. I think he's right.
Paralysis.
It goes down. It goes down out there.
Yeah, it's not beautiful.
Everything. Shout out to Emil, man. 100%.
Oh, Johnny Mittens likes Delroy Lindo too. I just saw that. Delroy Lindo. Yeah, he's a really good actor. He's one of my favorite actors. A lot of my favorite actors aren't like famous actors. A lot of my favorite actors.
Yeah. Because when I go to the famous ones, it's definitely Leo. And then I do love Keanu Reeves. And it's not that he is a particularly good actor to me, but it's because he's just been in badass movies that I love. You know what I mean?
He's actually a good actor.
I love Replacement.
Yeah, he's got a different cadence to him that he doesn't fit a lot of roles. But my acting coach.
He's like kind of monotone in he's like the same in every role, so to speak. Like in Replacements, he's like, I'm the quarterback. And then in The Matrix, he's like, I'm the one. And then, in Speed, he's like, we got to keep the bus under 60. Like, he's like, in The Night Stalker, he's like, I'm a rapist. You know what I mean? Like, he's kind of great. I guess I should have said the R word.
Well, my acting coach had, Keanu Reeves in his acting class before Keanu Reeves was famous.
Oh, wow.
And you know what he said about Keanu Reeves? He said he went up front and he did this monologue. He says it was one of the best monologues I've ever seen. He did a lot of acting classes in LA and Toronto, this acting coach of mine. He said, man, that guy's going to make it. That's what I thought. He thought he was really, really good. So
you know what's crazy? Ability, I think. He could kill a role like the John Wick movies, right? Yeah. He could kill a role like that. He barely says a word. He's just literally killing. You know what I mean?
You know what? I'm going to add to what I said to JD earlier about listening and stuff. What makes a good actor? If sometimes actors, if they don't say nothing, like Vincent D'Onofrio, he's like one of those guys too.
Yeah,
a lot's going on when they're not saying anything. They don't have to. That's powerful too.
You ain't lying.
You know.
Yeah. Who else was another one I appreciate? And then even Denzel too. Denzel, he kind of he's like on the same spectrum to me when it comes to like Keanu, where like Denzel kind of has that same. He kind of has that same. He puts him into every role, so to speak. But every so often there be like a role like when he plays
Denzel's up in the top 5.
Who, Denzel?
Yeah, he was favorites.
Oh yeah, for sure. Denzel's up there. Where like he definitely puts his flavor on every role, and you know what I mean. It's Denzel.
Denzel, Eddie, and Al Pacino is my top 3.
Yeah, I like De Niro a lot too.
I love Eddie. Eddie as me growing up in the 80s or being raised in the 80s and even him transitioning to the 90s and all
Yeah,
that.
Coming to America was great.
Man, come on now. Fucking
I love it. Yeah, Eddie was a con. It's funny because he's one of my favorite actors too, but I don't it's funny because he's not, well, he's done some drama, but because he's comedy, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So people don't really think, oh, my favorite actors. You don't really pick a comedic actor, although he's like number one.
Yeah, because he play, and then when he plays all the roles, when he does, when he does the different characters, like he's the Jewish dude. Aha.
Right. And Coming to America.
I said, try the soup. Try the soup.
It was but also with like Big Bro said about him being the comedian. His stand-up shit, his SNL shit, you know what I mean?
Eddie Murphy Raw is the one. That one's goated to me.
Yeah, that motherfucker, man. He's a cold.
I took a date to that too. I was in high school. I took a date to that.
To SNL?
No, to Raw. To Raw.
Yeah, Eddie Murphy Raw.
I mean, when it came out, and I was like, I don't think this is a good idea.
Yo, that thing is funny.
Wow.
And it's trippy. It's trippy because in high school did that. It was funny because the director was Robert Townsend, right?
Yep.
And it still trips me out that when you're a kid watching this stuff, and then you actually work with these people.
Oh,
I would never have thought that you're gonna work. You just think, would you have known back then? If I was,
even Keenan Ivory got credits in one of the stand-up when they record. I don't know if it's Delirious or Raw, but
I think it was the Delirious, the first one.
Keenan got some
credits.
Yeah?
Oh no, that was the second one. There was Delirious the second one?
Oh, Delirious was the first one.
First one, there you go. I had it right the first time. Okay, yeah, that's where he's wearing the.
Keenan getting credit. I didn't know. Keenan actually spotted me a couple times on the bench press on the incline.
Oh wow!
Very nice guy.
Here, man.
Yeah, a lot. There's like a lot of celebrities where I work out at the 24-hour fitness up in Sherman Oaks. Down earth dude, real down, pretty strong too.
Man, they're big. They're big providers of the culture, man. 100%. Even before
the weigh-ins.
I just realized that that Damon was on SNL and he got fired.
Yeah, he didn't want to. Yeah, he didn't want. Well, because first he was the writer. Because a lot of the ones that come in there, they get in there as writers as well.
Okay.
And they were trashing a lot of his like his ideas. But then turn around and see forms of his ideas and sketches, and he was like, he wasn't having that. So then there were some lines he was supposed to say. He just started improv, and they didn't like that, and so they fired him. They never showed that shit. Well, I guess in his version he quits, but yeah. So it was the whole thing. So he got on, and it was very short lived. He never got to. They never aired any of his stuff because he wasn't having it. But then Jim Brewer, years later, he started saying that same shit 10 years later. He was writing all these sketches, and then, at one point, they just started saying, hey, your sketches aren't that good. And then, but still incorporating some of his ideas, from stuff they said that was trash, and And he's like, hey, what the heck is this? Kind of gatekeeping on him. Because, he's seen a lot of those other guys like Adam Sandler go from boom, and now Adam Sandler's writing movies, and directing movies, and he's seen other people use that as a platform, and then That's why Keenan Allen, they basically started in Living Color, all right, look, we're gonna have our own platform, and look, they jumped off not only all the weigh-ins, but Jim Carrey, who else? Jamie Foxx.
You know what else I just seen about In Living Color? They're the first ones to create the halftime show. Yep.
Because the halftime show was literally magic shows and things of that nature. University bands and and drill teams and stuff it wasn't what is it called, flag and drill and stuff like that. It wasn't until because they saw all the ratings go to the FX. They aired it in a special episode of In Living Color.
Right.
And it was all Super Bowl skits, you know what I mean? But one of the skits was the Mo Money skit where they're like, yeah, you know what I mean? Stealing all the cars from in the parking lot at the halftime show, you know what I mean? They were selling all the cars and putting tags on them.
Straight burnt. That shit is federal. Hey, shout out to Bakes, bro. We got Bakes a lot in the building. He said good morning. Oh, my mama. He said, what's up, Nelly Nail? Oh, everything.
Hey, remember because then I think you know what they did the very next year? The NFL was like,
right.
Give me the king of pop.
Come on now.
You know what I mean? I think that's when they went and got Mike. You know what I mean?
It's facts. I just seen that, bro, not too long ago.
Yeah, how long? What year did they have Prince?
Prince, he did that, I want to say maybe 20 years ago.
Okay. Yeah, it was like somewhere in the 2000s.
I want to say that. I'll pull it up.
Yeah, we 20 years into the 25 years into the 2000s.
Right. I am shit. That's how old my daughter is. My daughter was born in 01.
Oh, word. Yeah, my niece, who's now a mother herself, she was born in August 2000, so I always remember she went with the years, you know what I mean? And I'm like, oh, snap, she's about to be 25.
That shit crazy. How time fly by. Oh, it was in 2007. Purple Rain.
Okay, there you go. Oh, snap. Was that the Patriots game? The Patriots when they lost to the Giants, or was that before? Or was that the Peyton Manning one?
I think that was the first. No, that was the Randy Moss one. The Randy Moss one was the undefeated one. No, wait.
Yeah, and then they went on to lose.
Oh yeah, because the Mario Manningham catch was the second one.
Yeah, that was the 2011.
Yeah. So it was.
Hey, that shit, there's some miracles, huh? That's some destiny for you.
Yeah, because it was raining at halftime when Brett was doing the show, and the rain was perfect.
It was perfect.
It was purple. The raindrops here. I can pull it up from the.
Word. That's right. Okay, that's right. They manufactured this shit.
Let's see.
I never do. I will let you. Purple rain, purple rain.
That's my guy right here, bro. Oh, everything.
Yeah, hey, Prince was the shit. Cause like when it came to the artistry of everything, like when it comes to showmanship, maybe there's no argument in terms of Mike, but when it comes to like somebody who embodied everything behind the scenes as well, like Mike had the machine behind him, like you know what I mean, and then meanwhile, you had Prince who would build the machine, you know what I mean, and go head up against the machine.
Facts. He changed his name, bro.
Yeah.
Who changed his name?
Prince. Remember in the 90s?
Oh, his name's like Nelson or something, isn't it? His last name's Nelson.
He changed his name to a symbol.
Oh, a symbol, yeah.
Right.
Because they weren't allowing him to drop. First of all, he had like a 5-album deal. He had enough albums to drop already, but he wanted to hurry up and get through what for lack of a better term, kind of like the candy coated shit. Then he'll be free. But they were like, letting him wait years and years between albums, kind of holding him hostage. You know what I'm saying? So then he's like, all right, he comes up as a symbol, tries to release another album, or he does release another album. And then there was a whole thing behind that. They're like, oh, you can't do that. He's like, why? You know what I mean?
He released the album under the sign.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I remember the single on that was actually a Stylistics cover of I think it was You Are Everything. He did a You Are Everything cover. I thought that was pretty dope because I love Stylistics growing up as a kid. That shit was always playing in my house.
This dude is the illest ever, bro. He was literally in the kitchen cooking up what he was putting out.
Yeah, Quincy Jones and a couple other people that not a lot of people tell this story, but then third parties who have heard this story from these people, so you have to take it with a grain of salt. But they said there was a legendary situation where they got Mike and Prince in the stew, right? So they're in the lab, and we're at Quincy's studio. You know what I mean? It's about to go down, and they're playing each other music, right? Because at the same time, Prince was supposed to be on Bad or some kind of Bad remix or like a part 2 or, you know what I mean? He was supposed to be on Bad. But then he get in there playing the guitar. You know what I mean? And he's getting in, Mike's sitting on the chair, and he's getting in Mike's face doing pelvic thrusts and shit, shredding the guitar. You know what I mean? And you know, Mike didn't really like, you know, Mike, he's like, I don't like that. You know what I mean? So it never transpired. But apparently they did music together that day, and it'll just never see the light of day. But then also, you know, they ended up, instead of that guitar, because originally he was supposed to be this is all alleged, legend has it. He was supposed to be that guitar solo on Bad, so he ended up getting Brett from Van Halen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Eddie Van Halen did that, right?
Yeah, he got him to do it. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
that
another
kind of
Jackson guy did.
that was like this fucking that was like a big crossover at the time. You know what I mean? So that kind of took it to another height. You know what I mean? But yeah, they had Prince in mind, and Prince was just, you know, Prince is, he ain't having it. You can't put him in line and be like, all right, do this. He's like, oh, okay, I'm not doing that.
What's all this? Prince Super Bowl. Oh.
Yeah,
that's the end of it. It's raining like a motherfucker.
Badass. Purple rain, purple rain.
This is nuts. One man.
Oh, now rocked it. Oh, everything. Look how hard it's raining. He killed that shit, man. 100%. Look how hard it's raining, bruh.
That's crazy.
Miami. That's at the old Miami Dolphin Stadium. Oh, my mama. Shout out to Prince, man. Oh, damn it. I still got the YouTube, but damn it.
He was shredding.
Hey, did Peacock change his name, Bogey? This is Neon Peacock.
Yeah, that's him.
He was a Neon Peacock before, was he?
I wouldn't necessarily say rebrand. It was almost like he was always the Neon Peacock. He was always the Neon Peacock. He just but that's definitely the man, the myth, the legend himself.
Okay. You know what? Last time I correspond, you know, we like each other on Instagram, but
yeah,
like his other stuff. But I correspond with him. I was trying to pay him for something.
Okay.
I was trying to send him some money to I mean, it's this months ago now. But it was something really small that he did, but I was going to kick him back to a couple of bucks. I said, yeah, I try to send you money on your Venmo. I think I had the wrong Venmo. And then he goes, LOL. And I thought he was going to say, well, here's the right one and try so I can send him money. But he didn't. He just said, he just laughed. I guess he didn't want the money that bad, but I thought he would say,
he got a hell of a guy, but yeah, definitely, you know what I mean. If I could definitely arrange that for you guys, if anything. You know what I mean?
Well, the thing is, I'm going to use it for something else anyway. I'm just going to kick them back, you know, some money.
Oh yeah, get some more commission work.
We'll figure it out because I want to do a cartoon thing of my. I'll see if I can do it without him. I don't know if I can do a cartoon thing of my LA Coast music label.
Oh yeah. Oh, he got that.
You know how you do the intros for like 5 seconds, then moves around or something?
Yep, like an animated little thing.
Yeah, he knows how to do that, right?
Oh, listen, he has a saying, it can be done.
Yeah, that's right. You told me that before.
What?
Yeah. You know, I don't do stuff like that, so I'd rather just pay someone.
Listen, I'm the same way. I'm very fortunate that Peacock is he's very good at what he does, because then I don't have to go anywhere. I can just, you know what I mean, hit up Peacock when I need things of that nature. You know what I mean?
Speaking of big bro, let's go ahead and play a message from our sponsor, man. 100%. Just talking about Big Bruh, man. Oh, everything.
Here we go. Neon Bakes. No, Neon Peacock. Hey, what's up, Bakes a lot?
Oh,
the homie.
That's his brand, Neon Peacock.
Yep.
Oh, that's cool.
Everything.
He is the Neon Peacock.
Uh-oh.
Right on.
See, and they say Neon Peacock. When they say peacocks can't fly, they lied.
You know what I did? I made a sub logo, a smaller logo with no skyline for LA Coast Music. I put the logo sponsored by my food product, right? My food line.
Yep.
Oh, everything.
Sponsored by LA Coast Music, so people can do there's 2 QR codes there. They can do it because it's on Apple and Spotify and YouTube and stuff. That's how I get customers to look at my stuff, my music.
Product placement.
Yeah.
On everything.
So,
hey, check this
I'll
out.
label too.
You can even get your like on Neon Peacock merch. You can get your designs and get them printed on all kind of merch. So you could, like for example, yeah, like if you wanted to get a shirt or a sweatshirt or something, you boom, and all you gotta do is just order the merch. You know what I mean? But any kind of design, it can be done.
100%.
I know. Actually, I got my thing in the mail, but we got a community box. And I sent my daughter. Man, see, look at this. I said, "Hey, go get the mail right now." This is probably like sometime during the show. And then it took her and her friends are here because they got like the junior prom tonight, right? Anyway, so, yeah, I know, right? So they jump in the car because, like, of course, they're not gonna walk, even though it's like a half a block away. And then I'm like, "Yo, where you at?" Like, I just realized it's like 30 minutes later. I'm like, where you at? She's like, "Oh, mom told me to bring her lunch." I'm like, "This is running around. Get my Neon Peacock merch delivery." I'm like, "It's in the mail." The fresh drip. Yeah.
Yeah, Big Bro be cooking up all types of shit, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna be debuting some new drip this week.
Oh yeah, you're funny, Bogey.
Come on, yeah, I mean,
I'm gonna get back on DistroKid. I love DistroKid, man. They approve my stuff within 5 minutes. My songs are approved.
Because you know what's the thing too? Is see mine, it'll be like 5 hours sometimes because I have a sample in there, and then they're running it through. Especially
that's so quick though. But because is it EMI? They could be like 2 or 3 weeks.
It's shit, man. Back in the days, it'd be like 2-3 months.
Oh,
like,
really?
I'm talking about like 20 years ago, like 2005. You have to send shit in, like literally. Yeah, back then. You know what I mean? I mean, you could still upload digitally back then, but it was also like, okay, now you had to have a solid. You had to have like DSL or something like that back in the days. Pause.
DSL, I've heard that word in ages.
Yeah, I'm talking about you had to have like a real good, because to upload an entire album back in the days, especially if I was uploading some shit of a mastered quality, because see, the mastered quality be like 16 bits, you know what I'm saying? Or sometimes even, yeah, it'd be like 16 bits, you know what I'm saying? And that's the, after you like, that's ready for people to listen to back then, but CD quality, you know what I mean? See, now, a lot of times, no matter, you can put in whatever bit rate that you're playing at, and then the digital publishing, they're going to convert it down to whatever Spotify's standard is, or whatever Apple's standard is, or you know what I mean. So it's kind of dope because we're living in a day and age where now you could literally be independent, put the music out overnight. And I remember I kept telling this to Nelly, and then once he experienced it, he was like, "Damn, Bogey, you was right. Damn near overnight." I'm like, I told him because he makes 100% original music. And when I make original music, but when I say original, because I might take a sample and flip it, and you know what I mean? And I was like, "Yo, shit's gonna clear like that. You're gonna see it in real time. You're gonna get an email, boom, boom. And then it'll be like, boom, you're on YouTube, boom, you're on fucking Apple, boom, you're on Spotify. You just see it coming in real time."
That's federal.
Yeah, I've had it where I get flagged, where it's like, boom, I'm on YouTube, boom, I'm on Spotify. Then it's like, boom, oh, Apple flags you for this, and that. And then I go, oh, shit. Then it flags me. Then essentially they find me on Spotify. And then those ones, sometimes I wouldn't even get that far. It'll just flag it all together. I'm like, what happened? And I'll look and see what I did on the sample. It might even been something like I just sampled an entire 8 bars or something. But then I started realizing, okay, let's submit it again and just see if they're fucking with me. You know what I mean? And then I got it. Yeah, and then
Oh, yeah,
I got
you got it,
across.
right.
Yeah, but see also, and these songs in particular, it might not just be me, you know what I'm saying? So it's like me and my boy Herb. So I'll be like, all right, fuck it. Now it's Herb's song featuring me. Change the cover art. You know what I mean? Shout out to Peacock because he's that good. You know what I mean? Because it's been a few times like, I need another cover art for the same shit. You know what I mean? Or it'd be like the same song, but it's a different name. You know what I'm saying? And it's anyways, long story longer, that was the cheat code because I'll get it across. But then I also found out because when it's a sample owned by somebody, they're eventually gonna be like, all right, let it, we'll let it clear, but we're gonna take XYZ out of it. You know what I mean? So, and a lot of times they take a lot of it. I'm not tripping though, because I just like getting the music out. If it's something that I love, and if they're gonna take 50% of it, 60% of it, whatever the fuck, sometimes even more than that, like fuck it, because what's, you know, and when the song blows up, because there's been instances like this, because they'll let that shit ride, like whatever, until the song blows up, like what's the brother's name? Rest in peace, Juice WRLD. That Sting song. You know what I mean? I think it was a Police song. You know, one of Sting's joints back in the day.
Oh wow.
Yeah, you know the doom 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 doom, that guitar riff. So they sampled that shit, but then you know you know, like in true hip hop fashion.
Oh wow, Roxanne?
No, not Roxanne. So Roxanne, you know, What Mean the World to You? Cameron back in the 90s, he flipped Roxanne.
Oh, yeah, Police. That is Police. That is
yeah,
Police.
that is Police. Yep, that's Sting. So Sting's the lead singer of Police. But yeah, so Roxanne. But even back then, if it got radio play and all the revenue that it made from the radio plays, they're taking that shit. You know what I mean? So this song, the song's called Elusive Dreams, the Juice WRLD kid. This song was like a mega smash. And then Sting, he said, yeah, you can make all the money touring and all that shit, but all that money from the radio plays and the streams.
I got one called Lucid Night Dreams. I was listening to it last night. Lucid Night Dreams.
Oh wow.
Whoa. Yeah. I dream of lucid.
If I played something, would it come out? Would the audio come out through?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah.
I can play a part of this 18-minute song I wrote. I played all the way through.
Oh wow.
I got a few songs.
He one take
15, 12 minutes, and there's one song I fucked up on the very end of the 11th minute. It's 12-minute song. The 11th minute, like the last 10 seconds, I hit an off note. So I hit it twice, so it sounds like I should have done it.
Nice.
Yeah, I go, man, I'm gonna play 11 minutes to fuck this up. It's a good song too, so I saved it. So I either there's three things I can do. I can either leave it in, and it may like hopefully you don't hear it, or I can start the song over, or it sounds better than what I originally did, or I can recover it by improvisation. So there's certain things that you can do. I have 4 choices pretty much.
I remember one of the original conversations I had with you about your recording process, right? I remember I said, like, if I'm in the studio and you know, and say I'm recording a 16 bars, you know what I mean? I might punch in and out, you know what I mean? Because I might go through it like 8 bars away and be like, okay, oh, that was dope right there. Or you know what, punch right here. But see, it's because the way I write too, I write with little spaces in it to leave room for ad libs later. So I can punch in and it sounds seamless. And plus I got really dope sound engineers. Shout out to my man Prime One. He's the best. You know what I mean? So you'll never be able to tell anyway. But at the same time, it's because I'm so particular. I want each part to sound legit. So if one part was fucked up, I'll fix that part. But like, so I started thinking, I'm like, dang, how would it be if I'm playing the piano? Because it's like, it's kind of a seamless thing. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Then it's like, okay, I messed up on this one part. How do I punch that part in, right? You know what I mean? Like, say I messed up on a word or two, I would just chop that whole part and then redo that part, right? So it's like, I always thought like, okay, how would you do that on piano? Because you're using sustain pedals and stuff. It's all kind of one flow. You dig what I'm saying?
I heard that you can section it off, splice it out, and put it in. Okay. And instead of fixing fixing the actual note, they say it's tough to do, but you have to take the whole section and match. You put a section, they play a chord.
Yeah, because I'm sure they would have like a chord correction. You could have I've seen things that have like chord correction and things of that nature. But also, like you said, if there's sections if there's a part that's like kind of like a part that's already looped, you could just take the good part and copy and paste it. But you know, the normal, I mean, the sound engineer ear would be able to pick that up and be like, oh shit, I seen where they spliced it right there. But you know,
yeah, that's the thing. And you know what?
The key is trying to hide it. Most people will never tell though.
Right.
And most people won't even know that's an off key if you hit that off key in this one. You know what I mean? To begin with.
You know Lisa and Wendy from the Revolution, Prince of the Revolution. You know Wendy, the women that she plays guitar.
Mm-hmm.
Wendy and Lisa's
I don't know
on the
them.
keyboard.
I was gonna be like, yeah, those are my homegirls.
Yeah. They did some interview recently, and then they said that they're old school. We play it straight through, and we just keep playing over it until we can perfect it. And they don't like to do all that editing.
They're raised by Prince.
The auto tunes of instruments. They don't like to do that stuff.
Yeah, the punching in and out nature and it's cut splicing.
Yeah, they don't like to do that.
Fuck no.
I don't want to really get into it. If I can just play through, the only thing is that I have to keep playing and playing so I get good enough that I'm able to do takes where I'm not doing 80 takes for one thing.
Right.
But usually if I fuck up, I usually fuck up in the beginning, and then once I get rolling, then I'm pretty good. I get into like almost a different person. I can do a good
trance.
Let's see how it sounds. I'm curious if it sounds cool. Let's see. This is just some voices. I don't know how's it sound.
Yeah, we can hear it. You might even could turn them up.
This is one of the first songs I'm messing with more elements of stuff. Check it out.
You might want to turn them up a little louder even.
So
yeah.
So what that is, can you hear like the underneath the humming?
Yeah, like it kind of sounds like some foxes.
It sounds like a harp to me.
Yeah, so what it is, I'm messing with these sounds. I got humming, chanting, and stuff. I can incorporate it. I can put it on the left side of the bottom octave, right?
Yeah, like some boxes. There you go.
Yeah, so I just figured this out though, like just a few months ago. This is kind of new to me. So I can layer I've always known that I can layer the sound with the piano and strings on top.
Yeah, combinate.
And then the left, I always saw I saw the left option. I go, how do you do that? And by accident, I used it by accident. I hit the button by accident. I'm playing. What is that? Why is it? Sounds different. So I can program like, let's say I got grand piano and strings. Then I can put like a studio or a pop piano, which sounds a little different. And then I can program that in and it sounds different. So what I took the humming thing, put on the left side. So when I go up and down with the octave, it kicks in. So it sounds like there's more than one person playing, and then I got the pedal. So I got 4 elements to create sound, which I never figured out before.
Oh,
it's like some one-man band shit.
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. And then sometimes I'll just straight flat out piano, but I can change a lot of my sound and come up with my own sound at the same time. I then play straight piano. Then so since I'm scoring film and stuff, I can sound like a whole different musician.
I'm trying to remember when what it's called when like it's not like an autocorrect, but it's like when you play something, but you have to have it to like to a metronome, and then it'll put something on beat if you're off.
Oh yeah, Alex was talking about that. It syncopates or something.
Syncopation,
something like that. Alex told me about that. The guy who masters the stuff.
Alex, that's your dude from what's his name? I mean, from the Boondocks, right?
No. The Boondocks?
Yeah, he was the one that you said you went to for the mastering initially, right?
Oh yeah, he mastered. No, not Boondocks though. From the
yeah, the car was it? What was it? A cartoon?
No, the film I composed, Icarus Falls.
Okay, I might be confused.
Oh, Boondocks. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, Alex actually knows the guy from Boondocks too. You're talking about.
There you go.
Jabril.
That's where I knew I was in the ballpark.
Yeah, you're right. And Alex, yeah, it's not him, but he actually knows Jabril too. We both met him at the same time.
Yeah,
that's funny how it's all connected. And then we got you want to do straight down? This is hold on.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're getting exclusives right here. And if you want to, and he does have a lot of work out there too, available on Apple and Spotify. Check him out. LA Coast Music.
So this is called Thunder Rain.
Okay. That's that thing. Hey, look, that's that thing when it makes me want to get some money right there.
Oh, now
it makes me feel like makes me feel like I'm brilliant. You know what's crazy, JD? Because he's doing all of this one shot too.
Yeah, this one's kind of crazy to play. A lot of
one shot.
A lot of runs.
They're all one of ones. They're like pieces of art for real. He was killing that part right there.
5-6 minutes.
Where it was kind of like some rolling thunder, even right there. He was rolling down the scales right there.
Yeah, this one goes all the way up and down. And,
okay.
The other one's just C major. But that one, you know the song November Rain by Guns N' Roses?
Yeah, hell yeah. That piano, the piano
I learned how to
breakdown.
play that one, right? And then after I come up with this, I started doing this solo work. I made an intro that sounds different. You would never know it's connected to November Rain, and then I just flow into November Rain, right? And that was that. That was from, I just made it up from a solo for that. So I call it Thunder Rain, so I remember where I got the song from. I name it similar to the song.
Yeah, what it kind of inspired it.
That's what inspired it, yeah. Because the melody's not even close.
You know what's funny too? Here's one thing of advice from one madman genius to the next when it comes to making music. The titles would always I would always do the same. I make titles to help me remind me of what it was. But then I realized part of the key is putting the date next to it too. So I'll be able to, that was right, that was that Tuesday. You know what I mean? Because I'll pile up hella shit, but if I put the whatever title then the date, I'll be able to remember. All right, that was that day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can't
when you do a lot of work
with the dates. It's good that you said that.
Yeah, because you're gonna do a lot of work and it'll pile up, and you'll be like, "Oh, where's that one session from? What was it, a couple months ago?"
Yeah, right. That's what happens.
And exactly. So you'll be able to pinpoint it. Oh, that was fucking 9/11 or 9/17 or whatever. You know what I mean? I always and I learned this because I used to go different. I had like 3 main studios initially before like like where our main hub now. You know what I'm saying? I'm fortunate to have met them maybe like 15, 16 years ago at this point. But like, yeah, being hubbed up with them, for maybe about the better part of the last 10 years now, or over 10 years now. Yeah, and like, so to have all my stuff stationary now versus like, I'm going from different studio to studio, then my main home studio, the homie studio, the studio that we all had together, and I have all my stuff everywhere, but I would have my hard drives, and I just take everything and I know, oh, what's that date? When was I here? Last Sunday? Oh, what was the date? Boom. You know what I mean? Oh, there it is right here. Boom. You know what I mean? Made it easy so I never lose. I hated losing shit, man. Especially when you're sharing computers with other people and like where I learned real quick. And then we made it organized. Everybody got their own hard drive. I come to the studio, I got my shit. Now at the studio, I just got a whole little thing. No one opens my folders.
Hey, are you playing Over the Edge?
Over the Edge.
Over the Edge. I
Yeah,
got
check it out.
The movie?
No, this is soundtrack that I scored.
Oh yeah, that's right. You were telling me that's why. Yeah, it was a movie. Yeah.
Yeah,
The Over the Edge.
is the theme song. So I did I had like 8 versions. I put 4 versions on the album.
Yeah, is this on this album? There's a joint called "Kiss Me."
Yeah, a lot of people like that one.
That's my one right there.
Yeah, that's a lot of.
Yeah, because that one. Hey, listen, no, on God, last fantasy football season, and on the Wednesdays is when I set all my lineups. I'm in hella leagues, and that was the joint I'd have on.
We can only play 30 seconds at a time.
Yeah.
What's that?
I think we can only play 30 seconds at a time.
Oh, try "Kiss Me," the one that Bogey just brought.
Gotcha.
My favorite one is number 9 called
it would be a yellow flag.
Okay.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a red or because I learned that like the same thing with my stuff. You know what I mean? But 30 seconds should be good. Yeah,
you guys hear it?
Yeah, that's the one. Bogey's favorite.
Yeah, and I set all my lineups on a path to warfare.
Yes, sir.
Bogey likes this. Yeah, it's like this one makes me sweat. Just fast on the whole thing.
Yeah, this was that one.
Down on this one.
Yeah, the Black Yanni, he calls me, JD.
That's right.
Hey, listen, in my household, there be shit like this playing all the time because my dad will always be playing the Yanni.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
You should introduce your dad to this soundtrack. See if he likes it.
I sent him the links to it.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I gotta tell him again.
There's one came up with last night. Let's see if we can find it. Last night. Mm-hmm. Oh, this one. I think this is, yeah. Here you go, JD.
Yes, sir.
I wish I knew you was called. It's about a.
I do gotta send these to the pop bells again.
So this is some score stuff, like, or like strings for the movies.
It do sound real theatrical right there.
Oh, hold on a second. Wait. This is the original version, but I want to play the song. Yeah. There it is.
That's too loud.
It's hard. I like this one. I can picture this playing in a romance movie.
What's that?
I could picture this playing in a romance movie.
Yeah, right.
On everything.
So I just came up with that. JD
I'm
likes
actually
to
writing a rom-com.
Yeah, like remember what was that one called with hold on. Oh, Notebook.
Hey, that is mad notebookish. Notebook's a good movie. That's like every man knows Notebook because their female's gonna make him watch Notebook at one time or another.
like this one. Yeah, I could definitely see that in the romance in the romance scene, for sure. I'm trying to picture the scene. I ain't too much of a script writer, but I could definitely. That's what it's giving me for sure.
As long as it's giving you something, and I do a lot of that stuff too. I've got over 200 tracks that are done.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I was like, I was adding them up. I was like, what's this? I got some, but they're not different tracks. I got like a lot of the songs. I do several versions of them, so maybe I got like 110 tracks, maybe, let's say.
And it's crazy because I told him when I first talked to him, I said, "Hey, look, it's gonna be like that because when you're independent too, see, that's the beauty when you're independent though, is because you can pump them out as fast as you can make them if you want. But then also when you're independent, it's like okay." You really almost got to find someone to be like, hey, yo, tell me. Like, I got a bunch of people around me like that. Like, I'll send them 30 tracks. Hey, narrow this joints down.
30 just like that, huh? Jeez.
Yeah, like, it might be over the course of like 6 months or something. You know what I mean? Like, legit, the joint I'm about to do, that I'm about to drop, I went more concentrated this time. I was doing them like in 5s. So I have like another 5 that's written, ready to go. I just got to record them. Then I want to drop this whole project. It's going to be like 17 tracks. You know what I mean?
That's federal.
Maybe even like 20 because I'm gonna have like 20 when I'm done. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna have someone shave it down and I'll send it to the homie that he's that good ear for me. You know what I mean?
Right.
Where he'll be like, yo, yeah, maybe this one can do without, or this one can do without, or you know what I mean? You need someone like that, or even someone just to order. Like, hey, how do you think I should order this? Because also I've been hearing it for so long, I become like deaf to it, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what? I get the same thing. I'm thinking, like, is this a song just like the next one? I don't know. Sometimes I get a weird. This is rare, but I mean, once in a while, I get discouraged or I get in my head too much.
And that's the thing, though. It's like it's new. It's new to everyone when they hear it. We've heard it so many times before, like a motherfucker does hear it. See, that's why I love doing shit on the spot, because the stuff on the spot is so natural. And 9 times out of 10, those are the ones that I want to get out right away. Like, all right, let's just drop this. You know what I mean?
And it be the ones that sometimes you don't even think that's gonna hit hard. Pause, and that be the one.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's what happened with Kiss Me. He like kissed me. I almost wasn't gonna put it because like, I don't think this song people are gonna like it. I came up with it real quick because what happened. The editor used a piece of music. He used a trill for 5 seconds when these people, the 2 actors kissed, right?
Yeah.
I go, now I got to compose a song, man, because you just used a part of a random thing that I sent you. That's not even like a finished song. You put it in there. So then I came up with Kiss. I wrote it like on that day. I just wrote it real quick.
Okay, with that little riff in there.
Soundtrack. But
it's federal.
I'm sending my stuff out. I won't say who. I might have told Bogard already who it is. I think I have, but I won't say it on here.
I won't say it. I like being privy to information.
This Hollywood producer guy who I met his wife and stuff. But I'm gonna finally send it next month. I'll send a bunch of music to him.
That's federal.
Because what happened, I met his wife a couple of years ago. She told me about it, and then I was gonna send my stuff. I sent my stuff to him. He didn't get it, but it wasn't that professional quality, right? Although she vouched for me, but I was like, man. If he doesn't open this thing up, because it only goes for 6 days, then it closes, right? The WeTransfer stuff. I'm just gonna like get my shit together, get a company, record, get another piano. I've done everything that I'm already set to do. So I just disappeared. I'll just reappear just like that. So we get one chance to have a first impression, even though she liked what she heard, but it wasn't. It was like recorded off my iPhone. It wasn't recorded on like my thumbnail, a thumb drive setup,
Every day.
You hear my fingers hitting the keys, so, off the iPhone. It's just like that's for fun, but it's not professional. But this is but this is cool.
And I remember that kind of was one of the earlier conversations about music that I had with you. Was like, look, because then when you get in them situations in the future, now you be like, oh, here's a link. It's like a resume that keeps on giving. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, oh, I got some shit out there. Here, check this out. Bomb. You know what I mean? Most people got what you got? Spotify, Apple's, YouTube. I mean, I'm everywhere. Here it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you see where I'm at now compared to what it was like a year ago.
Yeah, come on.
Different, right?
Yeah.
A year ago,
I'm looking forward to all the releases.
20 songs, maybe. But this is all I do. You know, I don't go out. I don't date. I don't do anything else. I do music, talk to you once in a while, and
Yeah, come
work
on.
out.
You know me.
my
I'm the same thing. I just do the pod. I work from home. I work from the phone for real. And I just do the pod because I'm at home. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's good
Take care of the
to
kids.
work while you're home for that. You have your little one there, you know.
Yeah, and like she'll be 4 this summer. So then like that'll get her like she can start going to preschool next year.
How do you think she's going to be in preschool? You think she'll be around bunches in the school setting?
See, preschool, it's like 3 hours too. So it's like, you know, because you get them introed into it, you know, and then you get to, you know, there is some daycares that are like all day for real for those ages, where then they treat it like school too, where you have the school parts and then they have nap time as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then like, you know, my two oldest, my youngest sister, she worked at this daycare for how long, and she attended this daycare when she was a kid. But my two oldest, they went to that daycare because my sister worked there, so I was cool with it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, of course, they was cool with it because that shit was expensive as a motherfucker. It was like $50 a day per kid. Not even like it was $50, and that was back then.
It was 50 or 15.
50 per kid a day.
Per day?
Yeah. I mean, you're getting them. So at this point, when it was the two of them, so it was like my oldest, she would go to kindergarten, then go there after, then pick up, and we would go and get her at 5, like before 5 o'clock. You know what I mean?
So you just spend like $1,000 a month?
Basically, yep. I'm splitting it with my girl. You know what I mean? But see, that was the thing though. That was a cheap price to pay for the freedom of running around when your business called for it. You know what I mean? Like back then, I had to be running around. You know what I mean? I might even need to go. Like, hey, shit, I gotta go to Vegas, or hey, I gotta go to fucking New Jersey, or hey, I gotta. You know what I mean? There have been times like that, but back then, you can't just necessarily move around like that unless you. I mean, I remember doing like Vegas day trips for work, for real. Go there and back.
Oh wow!
Same day. Yeah, real quick. Boom, boom.
You were living in LA at the time, though, were you? Were you living in LA at the time?
No. Going down to LA, shit, we used to go down to LA all the time because that road trip was dope too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I love to drive down there back and forth.
Yeah. Also because, you know what I'm saying, it was easier on the road to bring all the allegeds with us. You know what I mean? Like even just having weed to smoke all on you. Like say we're gonna go LA for a weekend. Man, shit, I need at least a few zips. There's a bunch of us. You know what I mean? Like that's like easy. You know what I mean? Because we're just always blowing. That's just how it. You know what I mean? But you can't. You know, back then it was like, okay, who got balls enough to fucking jump on this plane with it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, but see, before at San Jose, for the longest they didn't have the. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? When you put your hands up and they do the. Yeah, so like as long as you didn't have anything metal on you, you know you can wear with your sweatsuits. You know what I mean? You just walk right through, and you could be carrying all the tree in your balls for real. Like that's because allegedly that's how we used to do it. You know what I mean? But allegedly, very reckless though back then. We were kids. You know what I mean?
Joints rolled up with bald hairs, man.
We're going everywhere, man. We gotta smoke. You know what I mean? And this was just like we're going down to like San Diego and things like that. And even like when I had the medical cards, there were certain degrees of which you could bring with you. And then even then you don't hide it. Like when the medical cards, like around that time, 2010 era at this point, now I can go on there and I just put in my tree in the bin.
Oh wow.
Oh God. Shit. That's what I do nowadays. And nowadays I'm doing that. You don't have any cards now. It's just because it's legal, quote unquote. You know what I mean?
Is that what you do since it's been legal, or you did that when it was legal?
Back then, before it was like recreational legal and there's the medical card, yeah, I'd fly into LA or fly home from LA with weed. Like, yeah, hell yeah. But I wasn't doing nothing crazy, like, you know. And the legal, okay, I'll tell you this much. Legally, this is back then, so I assume now a QP. So that's 4 ounces. The last 2 years in a row when I go to Vegas, that's what I'm bringing on me. At least I usually got a QP on me.
And you taking that on your carry-on?
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
Yeah. jars, all the
great.
shit. Not hiding nothing. I had all the woo wop pre-rolls. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they blessed me with like 75 or something like that pre-rolls to bring to that first event we did. Yeah, shout out to Cuzzo Kevin M.
Shout out to Cuzzo Kevin, Cuzzo Els.
Yeah, and you know what I mean? At first I thought about like, we'll be straight. You know what I mean? Yeah, they're not tripping. They're looking for fools that are carrying like, you know, firearms and explosives and shit. And then even when you have the dogs there, they're looking for, but 90% of the time that's what they're looking for. But here's another thing I've always been told, because this is the scary shit. Because back in the days when I just had to be like, oh shit, there's dogs in here. They got to be commanded. You know what I mean? They still got to be commanded. You know what I mean? But also they on alert. When you see them too, they're on alert. They're already been commanded. They're looking for other shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I like how I just told the story about last draft when we was in Cabo. You know what I mean? Because Kev was talking to somebody on the flight, right? Trying to get us to, you know, because we landed in I think we landed in Guadalajara this time. Yeah, we landed in Guadalajara and we had to transfer over to
Guadalajara.
Oh my mama, we had to transfer over to get to Cabo. So long story short, you know how when you going through the TSA, right, when you get into the new country, or you know, you going country to country, you know, you're supposed to still get all your bags checked and all that, you know what I mean? But once you get through TSA to you know, to get
once you get through the other side,
it's like flying state to state here with us, you know what I mean? So
yeah, you're okay.
Long story short, the brother Kev connected with, it's three of us, we walking, so we get kind of lost. So it's a lady that's working in the airport. She takes us out of the airport, and long story short, we didn't even have to go through the TSA check where everybody get checked at once you get off the international flight. All we have to do is just go through a little like a metal detector, and boom, we're in. So you know, I'm spooked because I got the pack on me. You know what I mean? Well, I got my pack on me. Allegedly, oh my Baba, but what you said, bro, you ain't got nothing to worry about because we didn't have to go through all that other checkpoint shit. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, facts.
Oh my mama.
Yeah, like I mean, in this day and age, I haven't flown from like Cali to like, you know, Florida or anything like that. You know what I mean? I haven't done stuff like that because I feel like, you know, I wouldn't bring anything. I would be scared to carry something going on a flight to that place. But I guess it's just, you know, I've only been flying in and out of Nevada or to SoCal back and forth.
They brought Tree when we did Miami. I don't think I was.
When I did Hawaii, when we did Candlestick's wedding, that trip, I easily brought a QP on me.
Oh my mama.
Yeah, I just had my big ass jar, just whatever I had, just throwing in my luggage. I mean, that shit's different too, because I feel even more comfortable because you're just checking it in. I worry more about the motherfuckers trying to take my shit. You know what I mean?
Wow, 100%.
You know what I'm saying? So we always put our locks on our shit, you know what I mean? Of the little combo locks.
And I'll be stuffing mine. So when I take it, I'll hide it because I put mine under the plane. And so even if it's a domestic flight, I put it under the plane, but I'll tuck it somewhere, you know what I mean? I'll hide it.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think one of the things too is because we live in a day and age where there's a lot of products, you know what I mean, like actual cannabis products and things of that nature. So like, I've always just if I would just BYOB being it, 9 times out of 10, if I ever bought something from somewhere, I just throw it in a bag just like that. You know what I mean? Just like any other product. You know what I mean?
Oh, everything.
Yeah. So like even if I had to like if I sat there like pre-roll like hella woods because we're gonna be out and about. And I throw that in the leg, just looks like some woods. Like, what do you know what I mean? Plus, just like Boston George said, right? You know, it's not the fact that I have, you know, however many kilos. Remember what he said? He said I had not that I had 27 kilos in the things. You know, it's a mindset. You know, it's like he's just walking across, just you know, cool as a cucumber.
You gotta act like you belong.
Yeah, the moment because I always felt like laws of attraction. The moment I started tripping, like, oh my god, I got this shit on me. They're gonna know it. They're gonna know it. Oh, I'm getting pulled aside for the random search. Oh, I knew it.
Facts.
You're like, like, okay, look, I had all these edible goodies, you know what I mean? So I'm like, I make all these sandwiches too. So I'm like, fuck it, make sandwiches, edible goodies, got some chips, walk up in that thing, just holding it. You know what I mean? Like, listen, I'm about to eat. You know what I mean? When I get on the plane. You feel me?
Come on, man.
And it's like, boom, hella just party favors, edible style.
The edibles.
Yeah.
You took some home from Vegas that time?
Yeah, come on.
And you're doing the Vegas thing again this year, right?
Sure am. Yeah, we're already all booked up, everything. So it's going down. There's gonna be like 25 of us for real.
Oh wow.
This time. So yeah, we got two major drafts going. You know what I'm saying? We got my home league draft going. Shout out to the East Side League. You know what I mean? That's my man Diamond Joe.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean? And the whole crew Tino's in that thing. You know what I'm saying? But those are no Tino. He was always a fan favorite.
The fella.
Yeah, the shout out to the fella. Yeah, he popped up. He popped his head up out of nowhere last week.
Facts.
Shout out to Tino.
Shout out to Tino.
You know what I mean? But yeah, and then yeah, we got the whole Gen Wealth net. Everyone's gonna be out there. You know what I mean? Shout out to the fellas.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we already got all the spots booked up, and then just now everyone's just one by one booking their flights here and there. I think Steamboat actually just hit me yesterday, or he hit up the East Side League thread. He was like, "Yo." He found the flight's little like 125 round trip. He's like, you can't beat this right here. You know what I mean? With the check-in and everything. So, because for Steamboat, he was like, man, he might have to fuck around and have a check-in just for props. And several outfit changes. Several props and outfit changes for our man Diamond Joe.
The #1 stunner.
He's starring in a role of his own.
Diamond Joe. Who's Diamond Joe?
It's my man. It's my man Joe that I grew up with. You know what I mean? He's actually the original one that I went and sought out when I was gonna do the podcast. I was like, you know who would do this fantasy football shit legit? My man Joe. And I hadn't seen him for like 5 years at that time. But as the universe has it, you know what I'm saying? One of the homies that worked with him, and one day he goes, because first of all, I always knew him as Joey. And then now he's working and all this shit at this hospital. And my man goes, hey, this is guy Joe. He went to high school with us. You remember him? I was like, I don't know nobody named Joe. You know what I mean? He's like, man, fucking Joey, bro. Remember Joey? You know, because he told him, tell him Joey. And then he told Joey, like, oh shit, man, I've been looking for you, bro. You know what I mean? Because I had just been looking for this fool. Like, yo, I couldn't find him on Instagram or nothing. But he went on none of that shit at the time. So I was like, he's very elusive. But, you know, I was like, okay, he's the one to do the podcast with. And now it's funny because, you know, we doing the Vegas trips and all the shit.
Come on,
keeping
now.
that shit lit. You know what I mean?
Lit, boy.
Yeah, it's cool to see. We got a cool little community. You know what I mean? And all the good brothers that we work with. You know what I mean? So, of course, we had to bring Nelly back in the fold too, because Nelly's one of those ones too.
Come on now.
You know what I mean? We meet good people along this journey. You know what I'm saying? I was always tied to
Good to be back, brothers.
Hey,
come on now, talk about it. Yes, sir.
But yeah, you know, we could put a bow on this one. We did the extendo version. I know we didn't get to we had a couple more topics.
Oh man, this turned out to be a hell of a show right here.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Sometimes like that. That's the universe for you. You know what I mean?
Like you said, that unscripted shit be the best shit, man. 100%.
Sometimes, you know what I mean?
Yeah. If you can pull it off, which we can.
It's the improv. That's that. Going back to the improv lesson, like, you know what I mean? With this, we kind of come on here and do that shit for the most part every time.
You miss facts.
Improvisational. You know what I mean?
Hey, do you guys want to have Jen on? Jenna, the actress?
Yeah.
Producer?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so we do the reason I wanted to bring you on is because for this one, you know what I mean? Just to bring you back and, you know what I mean? Have you dust off the mic, you feel me? And then, yeah, sooner than later, we're gonna whatever pod you want to do, me and you, we'll bring you.
Yeah, I know she just got back from Europe this past week.
I know Peacock.
And we're getting into more festivals.
We got a whole cast, so we'll never be a shortage of of bringing on a third or a fourth party if we ever needed one. You know what I mean?
And we've got, you know what? Okay, the film I just scored is supposed to be in the film festival in Vegas. I might be going to Vegas next month.
Cool.
We already won best script with these same guys back in September, but they have like 4 different film festivals, 3 in LA and 1's in Vegas.
And this
so
is
once we get it
right
edited, I scored it already, and then we're gonna go to Vegas in April. But maybe we can have those guys. You know, there's a director, the editor is in Thailand. He'd probably come on. He's a very interesting guy. He's a tech guy. He's in Forbes magazine a couple times.
Oh,
But he's a
wow.
big tech guy getting into film now. He's really good at editing.
Cool. That's badass.
So maybe we can have him on. I'm sure he'd come on. He's a cool dude.
Yeah, it goes back to one of our original conversations like years ago. You know what I mean? Because remember I would always notoriously come on the podcast shroomed out like a motherfucker. You know what I mean? And I was like, we're gonna do something. I know there's a podcast that we're gonna do, and whatever you want to do, you're gonna steer the ship, and I'm about it. You know what I mean? So I still stand firm on that. You know what I mean? So. Yeah, so we'll definitely kick some more ideas around because whatever it is that you want to do, even like, you can always text me if you have an idea for the name of the show or
yeah, you know what? And I've mentioned it too. Like, I'm wondering if we should flank, since you're interested in film and stuff. I like the fact that I can be on a podcast and talk about the films. And I like talking about I'm not big on current events much, but the thing is, these certain stories are interesting to comment on too.
Yeah,
like I don't know if I've been,
and that's why I wanted to bring another perspective on because, like, we got me, Slim, and Guccini, and then I was like, you know what, we do the show enough now. We could rotate reoccurring guests. You know what I mean? So, like, like I said, Mondays. On certain days that you're free, that and it happens to be one of the days we rocking, you're always more than welcome. You know what I mean? Because these reaction shows, this is my favorite shit right now in the off season. I love doing all the content, but like when we're not doing fantasy content, these reaction shows are fun.
100% on everything, and I really ain't too caught up in the current events, but when shit just happened to come up through your YouTube and you find it interesting, I think I should just bring it to the people. You know what I mean? Because you never know. Right. Might find out what you like or what you find interesting. They might find that shit interesting on everything.
Mm-hmm. There's one thing floating around. So I'm on YouTube. I watch these male-female dynamics of dating and stuff like that. I'm a single dude, and like the narrative and guys. So many pussies out there, but the women, these modern women, want guys that's 6 feet tall, 6 figures, and all this craziness. And then guys are like going to foreign countries to date women that are feminine because the ones here.
Bros.
I don't know how much you guys are caught up in that. But
we've been following some things.
JD, are you single?
No, I've been in my relationship for 13 years.
Yeah, so I'm single, and he's got the same thing. I'm divorced actually. So
we got different
different perspectives would be great.
Yeah.
And
there's the show right there.
Right now, I don't know if you guys saw it, but it's in my sphere. Is these women are asked, would you rather run into the forest, run into a man or a bear? And the thing is, and I know how these things are getting fueled. They're getting fueled by
it goes back to what we were saying though. If there's a motherfucker that's wandering around in the forest, bro, what are you doing over there? Right?
Yeah, that's true. but these things are coming up because because of feminism, right?
Right.
And then they're and the male toxicity and all this catchphrases and stuff that denigrate men. The He Too movement, all this stuff, right? So, but not one person, like, to me, that's it's funny that you said that, Bogey, but it's just awesome. Would you rather? I'd rather run into a man, of course, than a bear. Think about it, like a bear can just rip you apart, no question.
Yeah, and a bear can clear 30 yards real quick too. So if you think you can run fast, that motherfucker is on you. Don't even.
Yeah, and he's not on you to say hello. He's on you to rip you apart.
Yeah,
that's it.
You gotta hope that bear just ate, so it'll leave you alone. Or like, because what I always found funny is they go, you got to try to get big. I'm like, for real?
Yeah, right.
I'm like, so if I see the bear, I got to try to get big. Like, listen, if I'm going in bear territory, I have a gun with me. So at minimum, I'm gonna go out shooting. Fuck it.
Yeah, none of this
that
big
bear
stuff.
is dangerous.
So here's what cracks me up about this. So these women a lot of these women, like 50% of women are saying, I'd rather run into a bear. And you know the feminists saying this stuff, right? Because if men do this, there's so many men rapists and stuff. And the whole question is to make men look bad again. So they're always attacking men, I notice, in this country. Always attacking masculinity. So you got all these guys that are soft and they can't do anything. And then they complain about, women complain about the guys are soft. Because you make the guys soft because it makes the masculinity. And not one person, one woman, let's say, has ever sat back and go, you know what? That's a stupid fucking question. Of course I'd rather run into a man. But no one's even challenged the question. They sit there and answer the question like it's actually a valid question. It's a stupid question because it's just propaganda. And that's my so I like to talk about stuff like that.
Yeah, because they're like, oh, I don't know because if I run into a man,
it's not a debate.
R-word me.
One of my takes on the modern age men and women, or men and women, is that a lot of them come from single homes. Now, whether it be a single mother raising a boy or raising a son, or whether it be a single mom raising a daughter, the mom can't give the dad or give the daughter the dad love, because every little girl needs their dad love, but also the woman can't give the son the father figure as well, and so a lot of these modern kids, they come from single parents, so as they get older and whatnot, they don't know how to be in a relationship or give that affection that it takes to in a relationship. And when shit getting strong, that's when you push people away and shit like that, because you don't know how to work through the relationship and work through your feelings and shit like that. 100%. That's one part of one of the things that I think about.
Oh no, you ain't lying.
Yeah, you're totally on point. And you have, and then it comes down to like, whose fault is it? Who's blaming who and stuff like that, right?
Right.
And then they talk about deadbeat dads, but I never heard the term coined deadbeat moms. I have lately actually, but so
here's the definition of that, is because there's a new age version of that too. It's the ones that they take the kids, they hit the baby dads with the child support, then they live off the child support, don't even work. You know what I mean? And so the high end version of that is lambing the kid with somebody who got money, whether that's a celebrity or or a person in power. Yes, baby.
Right.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's hard to find. You gotta you gotta hope you're in a good relationship before you become somebody. Because then it's almost hard to trust people if you're out there in the field and you are somebody and you're trying to find some love, but then everybody might be looking at you as food or a meal ticket. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm very fortunate that I've been with my lady for over 20 years now. On and off in the beginning, but for all in all, over 20 years. And I always would see the homies. We went through different phases where we go out with the couples, and then and then you'd see some of those couples that didn't last, and then you see them there, or even the homie, like every 2 years he got a new one, you know what I mean? And he bring them around, introduce them, you know what I mean? Like, and then then that same homie, he's still out there in the field, you know what I mean? Because he just he didn't want to pull the trigger on one of them and see what it do for the long haul or whatever the case may be. You know what I mean? Because sometimes people, they have kids young. Like I've seen relationships like that too. They have kids young and they decide, okay, well, they stay in that relationship even if it's toxic, because they think, oh, I'm doing this for the kids, but not knowing like, yo, that's just as toxic for the kids. Or let alone, one thing I don't condone to be around is people that I know personally that just aren't there for their kids. You know what I mean? And then don't even fight for them to be in their lives. Because I got some homies like that too, and I can't be around them. Because that shit is just, I'm a reflection of who I surround myself with, you know what I mean? And that's supposed to go both ways. So it's like, I just can't, you know what I mean? Motherfuckers got to handle their shit. Because then, think about some of these athletes, right? They, their moms, they're single moms, but those athletes, they might have found father figures in some of those coaches and some of those, and then found, that structure through sports or whatnot. So they might have got some of that they were missing from having that dynamic in the household. You know what I mean? But it definitely goes. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying to further your point, just like having structure in the household, you know, when like the coaches and whatnot, you know what I mean, the discipline, you know what I mean, 100%.
Yeah, like who was it, man? I hate to bring this brother up because I feel bad for what he's going through, but what was his name? The rapper, man. He went with Remy Ma. What's his name?
Oh, Papoose.
Yeah, Poose, right?
Never heard of him. Who's that?
So Pap, right? When he was married, you know, he held his lady down while she was locked up for hella years.
That's Remy Ma's ex-husband.
Yeah,
Remy Ma.
So, like, but when they were
Fat Joe.
Oh, yeah, she's on there's a song called "All the Way Up." That's like one of her hits that she did with it's her and Fat Joe. But long story longer, he held her down when she was locked. You know what I mean? And then like when they got out, you know, she said she came home. And then, like, you know, she had noticed in the house, they got pictures all around of the family and everything. And he said, this is important because, you know, for when the kids growing up to see that, you know, you got to be surrounded by it. You know what I mean? And it's sad. The reason why I say it's sad is because, like, you know, she ended up playing around on the motherfucker. And now, you know what I mean? And then it played out ugly in public. But, you know, he was, you know, he was trying to do, you know, what most men aren't. He was the opposite of what most statistics show that men are. You know what I mean? He was the complete epitome of the opposite of that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Of what the statistic that they try to label most men. You know what I mean? Especially men of minority. You know what I mean? Because it is unfortunate. You know what I mean? But like you said, you got the women out there that, like, you know what I mean? They use the kid as leverage sometimes, unfortunately. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true,
bro.
Yeah, and then it gets, bro. Now, bro, used to went from he's just slanging that. Oh shit, I gotta get an actual job on paper. Then now you get a job, and then he not. Oh shit, don't let it alone. 3 years later, now you working hard. He get a promotion. Now she's like, oh no, you making more money now? Boom, goes to the bank, takes him back to court. He's making more money. I want woo. They get reevaluated. Now you get more. Now you get more money out of a motherfucker. It's like there's like, how many years I got of this? Oh, you know what I mean?
18.
Yeah, some states are 21.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, shout out to the Icon. Icon was like, bro, he was like, you know, with the thing with his oldest son, his first son. You know what I mean? Till 21.
I'm very careful who I get with. I'm telling you that.
100%.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I mean, I'm older now, but I mean.
But still, though, our swimmers are forever, though, as men. You know what I mean? And,
yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Shout out to the ladies. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You know, because they're the creators of life. You know what I mean? But,
swimmers.
Yeah, but this. Men, that you seen what's his name? I mean, shit, Bill Belichick just had a couple kids. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, in the last like 10 years, he probably had like 2-3 kids.
He's about 76 years old.
Is he up there like that? I think he's like 60 something.
No, he's not in his 60s. No way.
Yeah, I think he's like 60. He got to be like 60 something.
Well, he's got to be. I don't know. I can look it up.
That's crazy. He's still. He's shooting the club up, boy, and it's active every day. Shout out to
it's active.
the GOAT. Shout out to the GOAT. Oh, every day. That's crazy. I didn't know that he had just had kids recently. Oh, everything. Uh-oh.
Belichick. I'm looking him up. How old? Oh, he's 72.
Oh, wow. That's crazy. And I think he only needs like 20 wins or 30 wins to get to Don Shula's record, I think it is. That's like 3 seasons though. That's 2 seasons. But he had to win 15 games. Hey, Bogey.
Yeah.
Hey, how many games does Belichick need to catch Shula? Or how many wins?
I think if he was like an entire like season's worth, I think still left.
Okay.
Like I remember looking at this like a couple years ago. He was like less than 32 away, but that was a couple years ago. because then it became before he retired, quote unquote, from the NFL, because you never know if he would come back. But before that, they were saying he went not too far off from the all-time record.
Right, I remember that.
Yeah. Yeah, because remember those last couple of years without Brady, they were bad. So that always became the conversation. Oh, does he keep going to get the record? You know what I mean? Like, or every time they finally would win a game, because he was going to 8-8. So you know what I mean? It was just like, all right, he's slowly adding to the count, because normally you'd be adding them by the double digits every year. And then he started to slow up.
He's 72.
He's 72 now. Dang. Yeah, because I remember when Pete Carroll won the Super Bowl for the first time, but the only time, he was the oldest to win it at the time. And Belichick was on the other side the following year when he won it. I think he was still not the oldest to win it. So yeah, Belichick left. Okay, 72.
Is Carroll still coaching the Seahawks?
No, he took the year off basically, and now he's back, and he's in Vegas now. He's with the Raiders.
Ooh.
Yep.
I know. I'm kind of excited for them because now they got an actual real coach there.
He's the head coach, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, because John Gruden, I guess. Yeah, he's the head
Have
coach.
you been to that stadium?
Yep, they got a new stadium.
Have you been there?
Oh no, I haven't been there yet.
Okay, I'd like to check it out myself.
Yeah, they had like little tours there and stuff. And then, but yeah, now that thing's in action. I remember last year we were all kind of toying with the idea last year when we were in Vegas because it was the Niners Raiders game. And then, but yeah, it wasn't cheap. You know what I mean? Even though it was a preseason game, and there was there was availability.
You spoke of John Gruden. What's he doing now?
He's doing these cool YouTube videos where he spazzes out and talks football. But I think he's getting in the booth now again. Is that what it is, JD?
I haven't heard that yet.
But he could coach if he wants to, couldn't he?
He was, because here's the thing: is his NFL little lawsuit or whatever. He was trying to sue the NFL. I think he dropped the suit now or something like that.
Oh.
So now, because he was thinking, but this is my opinion. I think because now this opens the doors to him potentially like coaching again. You know what I mean? Like,
so he may come back and coach in that.
Hey, you never know. I'm just saying it opens the doors again, because when you're suing the NFL, I think they're going to blackball the hell out of you. You know what I mean? Like, because
why was he suing them?
It was something about like his email leak, like a lot of his emails leaked where he was talking about with his coworkers, and they were saying like racial slurs and like and kind of like
sexual
derogatory things towards gays and things of that nature.
But who in this day and age puts that on paper? That's ridiculous.
I mean,
it's
that's
almost
the
like
thing.
they just made it up.
That's why he was suing them, because it was like, this is like an invasion of privacy, things that, you know what I mean, like. And then,
even
also,
even if I just blocked that, why would I even like type it anywhere? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. People are crazy.
No,
I mean,
I don't even know.
I guess because it's the actual reflection of how they really feel. At the end of the day, I mean, why type it? Are you joking? Like, are you a comedian? Or everything has to be in context now. It's like, hey, this is a joke, what I'm about to say. Like, you know what I mean? But even then, it's like like those jokes don't read well on paper, and you better be a comedian, or it's like it just sounds like in poor taste. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's almost like
sometimes you know how you have. I'm looking at the the bigger picture. You know.
Yeah.
You know how you'll have like a racial. I don't see it as much anymore, but they'll have racial stories, right? Or stuff like that. It's almost like they make it up. Like the whole engine.
It's out there. It's just it's in pockets. You know what I mean? And then at the same time too, it could be out there and just be a mentality. Like, for example, like okay, with Trump in there, bro, Kanye is going crazy. Like,
I was just looking at Trump's name and he said Trump.
No, I'm just saying.
Trump, I was looking at his name
because Trump's in office.
Trump. See,
a lot of the other there's a lot of people that come out in these pockets, and they get to wilding out on some like white people are better things of that nature. You know what I mean? And it don't matter where you're at. It's because it becomes like you got some guys like Kanye is what I'm saying. Like he wearing White Lives Matter shirts and like wearing the black like a Klansman outfit, but it's all black. Like, this guy is crazy, bro.
He's he's something wrong with him for sure.
This guy is crazy right now.
He got the swastika. They said he got an iced out
swastika. This guy is crazy, bro.
Yeah, he's tripping.
Yeah, like this.
Kanye was wearing.
Yeah, he got.
The interview hasn't came out, but like, there's because this fool DJ Academics, he doesn't really know how he's gonna release this interview yet, because he's like, YouTube's not gonna let me show this shit. But he's like, for the most part of the interview, it's one shot, just one continuous shot. So he doesn't want to edit it, and Kanye said, "Don't edit this," and he basically walks him through. And from the beginning of the interview to the end of the interview, at the end, he's jumping on a private plane. But he does come out at one point before they get to the plane, and he's wearing like a whole KKK getup, like, the hood and everything. He said the whole time he's talking to him through the hood. Basically, he's seen him through the.
He's the black guy though doing it.
This is Kanye West doing it. Just like remember the sketch back in the days.
Yeah, with Dave Chappelle.
The black white supremacists. But this is Kanye doing this shit, and it's like, you got an iced out swastika. This dude is crazy, dude. Like, I don't even.
Yeah, he's got to be doing it for a bigger reason, though. You know.
I mean, you know what's so crazy is that, like, I can't wait to see this interview now. Like, I need it because as a fan of Kanye, and I got to understand why to make sense of it. Otherwise, like, oh, you're just crazy, bro. Because this is more than like a statement at this point. He already was saying, like, he went on his F the Jews tirade for a second there, and then now it's like he took everything off his website and put some of his merch and started only selling like these swastika T-shirts. Like, this he's wearing a White Lives Matter shirt. Like, shit's crazy.
Wait, he did White Lives Matter?
Yeah, he's wearing a White Lives Matter shirt in this interview that I'm talking about that hasn't came out yet. Yeah, because I ain't seen it, but the guy, he's just giving everyone spoilers because, you know, he's building up the hype. Because this is pretty polarizing here. And then, but see, here's what bothers me, because in the same note, he'll talk about how Kim and them's taking his kids away. Then he goes straight to, like, you know, this white lady's taking away my black children. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yo, bro, you're wearing fucking KKK shit.
You're wearing KKK shit.
Yeah, I'm on Twitter trying to find some pictures of it, because you know how Twitter sometimes I have some of that shit on it. Because he said he might release the interview on Twitter.
Yeah, because he said Twitter don't give a fuck. That's what he said too.
Yeah, Twitter. You got what's the other one? Rumble.
Yep.
Yeah. But YouTube's the one that's like, yeah, because that's the thing too, is he's very adamant about this full DJ Academic. He's very adamant about trying not to edit it at all. He's like, because, you know, he doesn't want, we're living in a day and age, people are be like, oh, that's fake or this and that, you know what I mean? It's like, look at, isn't that crazy? It's like how preposterous it is what Kanye's trying to get across, but then the fact that he wants to show everyone, no, this is real. This is not AI, or this is not, because we're living in that day and age, deep fakes. Like, this fool comes out and he's doing an interview, talking to him, looking at him through the eye holes. I'm like, damn, man, Kanye, you lost it. And then he gets on the plane, goes to Japan. This is like a week ago. So we might not see Kanye for a minute, because this interview, they might be like, listen, hold on, man, don't come back to America, man.
Facts, fried.
Like, I mean, maybe, you know, at least DJ Academics, I give him this much. He's promoting, he didn't have to promote much out of it except for go on No Jumper and talk about it a little bit, and then go on his own platform and talk about it. And like, wherever he releases this, I'm going to go seek it out, because I got to see this interview.
Yeah.
Like,
that's
no fucking way he's wearing that shit.
The fucking Justin LeBoy interview, I had to go find that shit because I couldn't find it at first, but then I ended up, you know, doing some digging, and I was able to find it, because, you know, he got to talking about how he got on the remix with Kendrick, everything.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, is a lot of times they'll get it exclusively first, then we have to wait like a week, then it'll start circulating, and when everyone's reacting, then they'll put it out. You know what I mean, on YouTube.
So like at the beginning,
but the YouTube ones are usually highly edited though. That's the thing. You know what I mean?
Right. No, facts. At the beginning of the beef, Kanye jumped on the remix that Future
He had like a whole orchestra on there.
on everything. The shit was kind of clean too. The song
It
came
was. But you know what's funny? He said, "J. Cool, get the pussy dry." Or what did he say?
Fuck, I forgot.
He said, "J. Cole music make the pussy dry."
My mama.
Oh, that shit was funny.
Yeah, I'm gonna play a little bit of it.
Yeah, I think we can too, because I don't think that was ever released actually. Like on Spotify and stuff like that, right? It was just like on YouTube.
Yep. Here you go. I'll pull up right quick. It pulled right up too.
For sure, it did.
They watching. They know. They watch it. They know.
Like, it's right here, man. They just got it.
Okay.
Go ahead and pull that Kanye from the back.
Right.
Pause.
Let's see. There you go.
Pussy nigga out. Yo, Dot, I got you.
Yeah, he had like a London orchestra. Kanye's crazy, huh?
This shit kind of hard. I liked this. He really wasn't talking about a lot.
Can't stop, won't stop. I just fucked your bitch in the Sean John tank top.
Oh, and he got Sean John shit now.
I treat a bad bitch like a fat bitch and then never let me.
Oh yeah, that's another thing too. He did the what was that? Was it an interview with Puff or something, or a phone call or something?
It was a phone call, and he got it on the mixtape, and he got his daughter on there, and his Kim don't want the daughter on there with Puffy.
Oh word.
Oh, everything, and he got Sean John t-shirts on his website.
Yeah. Damn, he's a fool.
Kanye is a.
And we used to rock in my home city, San Jose, SJ. We used to rock the Sean John because it had the SJ shit on it. You know?
It was representing for the turf.
Yeah.
Damn,
did he do it?
Hey, Kanye is.
He did it to him, but Kanye was on there like, and see, this is kind of crazy too, because he was like, "You like my dad," you know what I mean? You raised me before I even knew you. You know what I mean? Like,
no, Kanye said.
This is Kanye saying it to Diddy behind the walls now.
That's crazy. I didn't hear that. I didn't listen to the phone call.
Yeah, no, I saw somebody reaction shit to it.
Oh, my mama.
You know, that's the day and age we live in. Like, hey, let's go find it.
Yeah, no, I gotta check it out on everything because I didn't know what Kim was tripping off of because it's on the I think it's on the TV show. I think she was they was talking about that shit.
Yeah, so they didn't want to because Kanye's daughter's on it, and then she's a minor, right. So it's a consent, right? But she has the consent, so Kim won't clear that, won't. So you can't put her on that record or release that record with her on it. So if you're gonna put the record out, you can't have her on it. So Kanye's livid because Kanye, he's the type like back in the days when he first got with J and them got money. So he could sample whatever the fuck, because J&M would be like, fuck it, if we can't clear, we'll buy the sample. You know what I mean? We'll buy the rights to the song. Because most of the time you could do that. You know what I mean? You say you sample something from the 70s, yo, that person might, the owner of that sample, they might sell it for like 5 bands. You know what I mean? You're like, fuck it, got it. Now
as long as the price, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because most of those times, those artists too, they weren't getting shit out of their deals, and then it's just a record company now. Like, oh, you want to buy rights to that song, that one song? Yeah, cool. Sometimes it might be like, oh, how much for the whole album? I mean, shit. What's his name, man? Michael Jackson. Remember when the Beatles rights came up in the '80s? Michael Jackson's like, fuck it, I'll buy it. You know what I mean?
Facts.
He was the only one that could afford that shit. The Beatles couldn't even buy it. Or the remaining Beatles at the time. You know what I mean?
Paul McCartney?
Yeah, Paul McCartney. That was his whole thing because he you know what I mean?
So he had less money than Michael?
Yeah, I think he confided in Mike about the whole thing. And Mike was like, yeah, I'll help you guys. And Mike ended up just buying that shit. This is that legend has it.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, the Beatles got some, they got a lot of money too, but
But that was like, because the Beatles were just artists on a record label too at one point. But then now that they're publishing and the rights come up and it's available for the people to buy it. See, this just came up with the Reasonable Doubt recently.
Right.
Because you know what I'm saying? Because that's Jay-Z shit. And over time, he bought 2 out of the 3 shares, but one of the guys don't ever want to sell. You know what I mean? And then now he does. That's big. Oh yeah, because so Jay has his third.
Yeah,
Big
Jay.
has his third,
I
and
think
then
I think Jay.
Dame had to give up his.
I think Jay bought Biggs.
Okay, so Jay bought Biggs.
So Dame is the only one that held. He doesn't,
Yeah, but now he had to give it up because he needed some fatty Yahweh. You know what I mean? Yeah, because then that shit accumulated some value there. You know what I mean? Like, and that's the day and age we're living too. Like these artists, like I think who was it? Britney Spears. They got her in a conservatorship. Then 10 years later, the dad sells like her whole catalog or something crazy. I'm paraphrasing the story, but it's just like that's crazy, right? Like, the dad sold the catalog because he was the one that could consent because they had her in the conservatorship, saying she was crazy.
It was a weirdo.
They might not have been wrong, but still though, you know what I mean? They got her for her bread. You know what I mean? You gotta, and then see that's the thing too. What they were saying with Prince. You know what I mean? Even Mike too. In the end, they all the conspiracy theorists. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because they all went down the same way, and those the ones that own their stuff, they stand to make the most after the fact. You know what I mean? When Prince died,
now you don't. Now it's a different story of how people can get up now.
Yeah, I mean. It also will go to whoever, like for instance, Diddy. A lot of his artists, they fought him for years to get their rights. You know what I mean? And their publishing and things of that nature. You know what I mean? Because especially like say you produced a song, he'll be like, for all these years, I always thought Diddy produced everything. You know what I mean? Then you go there, oh, he ain't give nobody their credits. You know what I mean? He just took it off.
Yeah, then a lot of artists don't know, right? They don't know what the legalities are.
No, they don't. And then you say, hey, here, sign this, and then here's your bonus. But if you want your bonus, you gotta sign this. Boom. Then they give them you give somebody out the hood 20 bands, 30 bands up front. They're like, oh shit. Okay, the Jack, I remember when I interviewed him, and rest in peace to the Jack.
Rest in peace.
When I interviewed him, one of the things, I always like do origin story stuff. And then he said when he first got put on, so it's him and the mob, you know what I mean? And then SIBO put them on. So He said when SIBO signed them, there's 5 of them. He gave them each 30 bands each cash. You know what I mean? And then boom, and then signed them to their first record deal.
Oh wow!
But for them, they're all kids. You know what I'm saying? 19, 20-ish, 21. They're all. Remember,
no idea, right?
This is early 2000s, but they're about to sell records on an independent level, so they're gonna make bread. And then they did. They're like a cult classic, like a hood cult classic when they first came out. Because this is a group. They're from other pockets in the Bay that fools didn't really, where they were unsung. Like they're from Pittsburgh and Richmond, and then obviously one of them was from Oakland. But they were they were a collective. So we were introduced to them as a collective. But I asked them, I said, so what'd you do with the bread? And she was like, man, I blew through that bread real quick. Every day. He said, I'm shopping every day. I'm at the weed house every day. You know what I mean? He's like, real quick, bought a car. You know what I mean? All kind of shit. And then, when you start selling records, you start making money, you start learning the game, like, oh shit. And then see for him, because I asked him, I said, you ever get offered major label deals? He said, all the time. But when you're selling independent, you're like, fuck that, I'm selling independent. But the thing is, when you're putting an album together, you might spend $20,000, $30,000 putting the album together. Because all the studio time, paying producers, things, that shit adds up. Getting all the mixes and mastering. Then if you want the big dogs, say you want someone notable to master your shit, you might even need to go in advance. Okay, I'm on a waiting list for 6 months, and then when this shit comes around, it's gonna be $25,000. You know what I mean? Normally a record company a big record label. When you have the machine behind you, they'll be able to expedite that process. Be like, okay, yeah, well, we're gonna hook you up with Dr. Dre. He's gonna mix and master your shit, and then boom, and then you know what I mean? They pay $500,000 for that shit, or $1 million, or whatever it is for Dr. Dre. You know what I mean? Versus when you're independent, you gotta do everything on your own, but you reap all the benefits. You know, in the end. You know what I'm saying? And if not all of it,
it's a different type of grind, huh?
Yeah, majority of it.
Definitely different type of grind. That's just like us doing this YouTube shit.
Mm-hmm.
You got to make sure you are the one-stop shop 100% when you're a small channel.
Right. And we got it all.
Come on now. Facts.
And because if I don't got it, it's just like the hood. If I don't got it, I know a guy who knows a guy.
It's
I got it. You know what I mean? And we all out here getting it.
You guys, I'm off the bounce. I have to make some food finally. A meal.
Yeah.
I've been living on these chips, but I have a meal.
Yeah, I'm
Shout out to Emil.
I'm starving.
Yeah.
You guys eat breakfast or anything or what?
I mean, I had breakfast before I jumped on. You know what I mean? But my breakfast to me until I really started blowing. Pause. Is like, you know, because I'll smoke and then I'll be like, yeah, I'm really hungry now.
100%. Yeah, I'll nibble during breakfast or something.
Yeah, and then when I smoke, I'm more of a lunch guy. You know what I mean? Unless I was like partying all night, and then like I get to it, I really got to get to breakfast right away because I've been drinking all night or something. And I haven't. That's usually like football season shit or like holiday season stuff.
Facts.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. I started eating more in the morning now, so I can stop eating earlier in the day. So I can stop
intermittent
eating
shit.
at 7, like 9 o'clock.
Yeah, and plus you get a full chance to exert all the energy that you have built up from this food. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, my dad always said we're supposed to be moving all the time. You know what I mean? Like
That's true.
When I was a kid, he's like, that's how you process everything. And even like when I was a kid, I'd be trying to eat, say I'm playing video games or my show's about to start or something, like little kid shit, right? And I remember trying to power through my dinner, and he'd be like, no, you gotta chew it properly. You have to process it. You know what I mean? Then even say I would hella eating and I lay down. No, you gotta sit up. You gotta, you know what I mean? You gotta process the food. He always was emphasizing the fact that you can't just lay out and be sluggish. Otherwise, you ain't gonna fully process everything. That's what he's telling me. You gotta process it right.
He's a wise man.
Yes.
Let him make
till this day I process
hamburger patties, I guess. So.
Oh, wow.
All right, guys. I'll talk to you this week and see what's going on.
Hell yeah,
man.
Nice to meet you, big bro.
Great to finally get on with you, JD.
Our man Nelson Tynes. Let them know where they can find you on your socials and where they can find you.
Yeah, you can find myself, Nelson Tynes, on Instagram. It's TYNES is my name there. Then LA Coast Music on Spotify, Apple Music, iHeartRadio, YouTube, and Icarus Falls, as you can see up here. That's live, right? Showing here?
Yep.
Yeah, so LA Coast Music is my music label.
La
We're coming out with the Evangelist.
La Costa Musica.
The next score.
That's what I call it. La Costa Musica.
La Costa Musica, huh?
Yeah.
I remember that.
Sounds more expensive, right?
Sounds more stylish.
Yes, exactly. Designer.
All right, guys. So see if we can meet up with you this week. You guys are on Monday, Wednesday, Friday?
Monday,
Saturday.
Wednesday, and Thursday, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. I know Monday for sure. And then Tuesdays we do the fantasy football. Tuesdays and Fridays we do the fantasy football in the morning. So whatever days we ain't doing the fantasy football, we doing this, big bro.
Okay, you doing that? So 5 or 6 days a week?
Yep.
Did not know that. Okay,
yep,
cool.
Until football season starting, it's gonna be maybe at least 6, maybe 7 days a week.
Yeah, I know you guys go hard in the paint for the football.
I ain't too big, bro, on everything.
All right, I'm out, and Boogie's coming back.
Yeah,
Peace. My bad. I had to take her to the potty.
we'll get in the chat, and you know what I mean, we'll just cook it up however it go on everything.
All right, sounds good, brothers.
Yep, for sure, my good brother.
All right, have a good rest of your weekend.
Yeah. Everybody have a safe weekend. Be back at you on Monday morning with the OJ again. You know what I mean? And you'll definitely be seeing our man Nelly be a reoccurring guest here and there.
Yes, sir.
On said show. You know what I mean? This was kind of like a cool little intro show. We got.
Oh, it was good to break the ice finally, because I know it's like my schedule, this and that, and it was a good window.
Definitely.
Yeah, there it was. Right there.
Well, I'm glad you hit me up last night.
Yeah, come on. The universe. It was Marty. He reminded me. I was like, oh, that's right. I was supposed to hit you up like weeks ago.
And he brought you up too, though, so that's cool. All right, guys.
For sure, big
Peace.
bro. Everybody, we see y'all later.
All right, peace.
Peace.
Eureka. We make plays every day, yeah.